Good evening, and welcome to this very special election night edition here on YouTube of Larry King Now. Larry King Now is seen every day on Hulu via Aura TV, which is our base network, and these are our studios here in Glendale, California. We'll be following the election throughout the night. We have outstanding panelists. They'll be joining us in and out. We'll be covering lots of bases and giving you the best opportunity we can to cover this historic 2012 election. The polls have just closed in Georgia, South Carolina, Vermont, Virginia, and parts of New Hampshire, and much of Florida. Some of Florida is in the central time zone. They've also finished closing in Indiana and Kentucky. The focus at this hour is the battleground state of Virginia. It has 13 electoral votes. Results from there could provide an early clue to whether this is going to be a relatively short or really long night. Some key things about Virginia: Obama won it by 7 points in 2008. If he carries the state again tonight, it'll be narrow. Romney's path to the 270 electoral votes he needs to secure the presidency. Virginia's a home, very tough Senate race, too. The contest is between the Democrat Tim Kaine and the Republican George Allen. Their battle to succeed the surprising retirement of Senator Jim Webb, who, by the way, is an old friend of mine. On a personal note, Jim Webb used to live in the same building in Arlington, Virginia. 33 Senate races are being decided this day, and of course the complete House. Republicans need to gain 4 seats to get the majority in the Senate. All 435 House seats are up. Democrats need a net gain of 25 seats to retake the majority of the House. Now, the polls have closed, as we said, but if you're online in those states, you can continue to vote. Let's meet some of our early panelists. They'll be switching throughout the evening. Joining us here, Tanya Acker, the Democratic strategist, attorney, and commentator. She worked with the Kerry Edwards campaign in 2004. Reed Dickens, good to see Reed again, served as White House assistant press secretary for George W. Bush and is founder of the Dickens Capital Group. Howard Bragman is the vice chairman of Reputation.com, a PR communications expert. And joining us via Google Hangout is Simon Jackson. Simon is professor of political science at Stanford University. He focuses on American electoral politics, public opinion, and survey research. And David Begnaud is at our social network desk. He's the host and executive producer of Aura TV's new social media show, Newsbreaker. For more information, by the way, you can follow Newsbreaker on Facebook and Twitter. Reed, we haven't seen you in a while. What's your read so far, Reed?
It's good to be back. You know, so far, I feel like you always start out with the incumbent having a lot of advantages, right? And I think the challenger has to do better than get it to tied. I don't think at any point has Governor Romney gotten this past that neck point. And so
that's why we're neck and neck tonight.
I think we're neck and neck tonight, but I think that there's a lot of advantages to the incumbency. I think the system, I go back to 2004 when I was on that campaign, the system is kind of rigged towards the incumbent for a lot of reasons having to do with continuity of government, and it's perfectly, I think, acceptable. But when you have Air Force One and Air Force Two campaigning around the country, and you have a very talented campaigner, I don't think Obama's made any big mistakes.
Except in the first debate, maybe.
But it were not any huge mistakes. I mean, he didn't have a great performance.
When we go back to 2004, I was with CNN then, of course, at the time. We were at the studios in New York. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we convinced Kerry's going to win. Mm-hmm. Where did we have it wrong that day?
Yeah, so that was interesting. So what we had, I had actually been a part of a group. We had brought in a pool of national reporters to sit in our campaign headquarters in case anything went wrong that day. And I remember Karl Rove and Matthew Dowd running around the campaign, griping that the media network models were wrong, and they had the weighting wrong, and they had been saying that for weeks, and no one was listening. And that morning, we found out it to be true. The network models were really flawed, the underlying assumptions, and so they did a conference call with some of the network executives, and next thing you knew, they started calling those states for Bush.
I don't have a read yet on the turnout. We know a national turnout, but that's, in these days of electoral college and stuff, the national figures are unimportant.
Right.
The total national vote is unimportant. 9 states matter tonight, right?
9 states matter, and for the rest of us, Larry, I mean, we're just the places where the candidates show up to collect money, frankly.
That's right.
You know, we're the checkbooks. This election's really about the swing states. You know, what we saw, I think, really post-Sandy was an opportunity for the president to look very presidential, for him to get kudos from people like former critics, Chris Christie and Mayor Bloomberg, who endorsed him. Christie obviously didn't endorse him, but he certainly endorsed his handling of a national tragedy. And so these are really opportunities for the president to take off and gain momentum toward the end.
Nothing makes you look more presidential than being president.
Good point. Before we get Howard's comments, let's go on our Google Hangout to Simon Jackson, professor of political science at Stanford. What was your read on this whole election, Simon?
Yeah, it's Emma Jackman, Larry. Sorry, it's Jackman. Sorry. I think what's really interesting to me is that we're winding up at a place now. The last set of polls suggest we're winding up at a place that you might have predicted on the back of economic models of the election a long time ago. There's been some ups and downs over the course of the campaign. But, most of the time in most U.S. presidential elections, the incumbent gets back, typically on the back of how they've managed the macroeconomy. Hasn't been great news there for Obama, and so he's not going to win by anything like he won in 2008. Most of that work inside political science was suggesting a narrow win for the president, and here we are waiting for the results to come in. And as the polls closed out at the end of the campaign, we're sort of back to, I think, where a lot of people said we would be, a 51-49 election, nationally maybe, and a handful of swing states that will decide the matter.
Huh. Howard, what's your read?
I think it's going to be an interesting night, but the last time we saw an upset, if Romney wins, it's a huge upset for all the pollsters.
Huge? How can it be huge if it's rated a tie?
It's not a tie.
What do you mean? How do you know?
I've read virtually every poll, right wing, left wing, and virtually every poll has Obama up. Virtually every predictive model.
2 percentage points.
2 percentage points, but you know what? When you average polls, the accuracy gets much greater. I'm telling you, if Obama doesn't win, it's a big upset, and a lot of pollsters are going to go back and say, what happened here? Why did we get it wrong? And I also think Tanya's right. The last week was something Romney was really counting on, and I think three important things happened. Number one, Hurricane Sandy made the president look very presidential. Number two, on top of Hurricane Sandy were 3 really crucial endorsements, and that was obviously Chris Christie, which was an implied endorsement by appearing with the president, Michael Bloomberg, which helped with the Jewish vote in Florida, a significant amount, and Colin Powell. These are all very reassuring figures for people in the middle. And the third thing was, in Ohio, Romney was very aggressive with talking about Jeep and Chrysler and how they were moving to China. And a lot of people questioned the veracity of that ad. A lot of newspapers came out. Chrysler and the automobile companies said he was lying. And in fact, Chrysler gave every employee the day off to vote in Michigan, Ohio, which is a big deal for Obama.
David Begnaud, you're at the social media desk. What are you hearing?
Larry, real quickly, as it deals with exit polls and voter turnouts, experts had predicted the Latino voter turnout would be a record this year. And apparently they're right. CNN now reporting Latino voters make up 10% of the overall electorate. That's in the early polls. I want to point out something interesting today that has been trending all day on Twitter. There was a voter booth malfunction in the state of Pennsylvania. I want to show you this video. A voter named actually Central PA Vote uploaded this video. Watch as he goes to select President Obama in the voting booth, and watch what happens. It selects Mitt Romney. He does it several times. He wants to vote for Obama, but it continues to select Romney. What that person did was upload the video to YouTube. Quickly, officials got involved. They took that voting booth out of circulation. Turns out it was miscalibrated, but that's been the big story that's been trending on social media. Also, Larry, your good friend Sean Hannity made an oops earlier today. He decided to go and vote, and after he voted, he took a picture of his voting ballot and the people he voted for, and then he tweeted it. What turns out, that's against the law. And so Sean said on his radio show later today, I learned a big civics lesson. I took a picture of my vote and I tweeted it out, and then I heard it's not allowed, so I had to delete it. Oops.
Why is that against the law?
It is against the law because it's against the law.
What's the purpose of the law?
Some states have decided it's against the law to actually share what you have chosen with other people. But interestingly,
was he arrested?
He was not arrested. No, it's a misdemeanor crime, but it's illegal in New York. It's not illegal in California. So it varies from state to state. And Sean's not the only one who did it. A lot of people were uploading to Instagram and Facebook today. You can do it in some states, but you might want to check the local laws.
Was it a shock who Hannity voted for, by the way? Anyway.
No, he voted for Romney.
Yeah, I just want to go back. I couldn't.
Anyone could jump in. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't think endorsements mean anything. I think in the pundit class and the PR world and the media world, I think what happened here, this is eerily similar to 04. You have a candidate, Governor Romney, who the majority of his core support is people voting against Obama. We saw in 04 with John Kerry, no matter how, you had an unpopular war, you had thousands of people chanting Bush lied, people died, Bush lied, people died. No matter how much vitriol there was, voting against something doesn't get the people out of their house on a cold Tuesday morning. It just doesn't happen historically, and I think that's what you're seeing. President Obama, similar to President Bush 04, has, hovering right below 50%, not an ideal cushion. It's not, you obviously would want more cushion than that, but if you look at 04 Bush, you had an unpopular war, a slowing economy, at the time unprecedented unemployment numbers. You had a lot of headwind for President Bush, and he still won very comfortably at the end because John Kerry's support wasn't inspired by him. They were voting against Bush, and I think you're seeing that this time.
What's key early in the race for you? Is it the turnout in Virginia? Are you going to look at, like, if you look at Northern Virginia, would that tell you a lot?
Yeah, I think that it really has to be about turnout. The growing social media concern about the voting machines, I think, is even going to help ratchet up turnout because, this was something that a lot of people talked about in advance of the election, and, lots of folks were dismissed as conspiracy. Well, no, sure, but whether or not it's intentional or not, some votes may not be registered appropriately or counted appropriately, and that's troubling. But I think that fear really helped ratchet up and drive some enthusiasm amongst a lot of the grassroots Democrats.
I think if you took every case, that's one out of about 125 million votes. If you took that and matched it against the places, in 04 and 00 where people went home, the poll watchers went home 2 hours early and people voted twice all night, I think that's a very minimal. But as you see, social media amplifies that story greatly.
Simon, is there a particular state or states that you're looking at tonight? Is Simon still with us?
Absolutely. Partly because Romney has so few paths to 270. I think you've got to watch the Eastern Seaboard early on. And, if Florida, for instance, a state that has finished at 50-50 in all the poll averaging work, if that doesn't come over the line for Romney, if Virginia doesn't come over the line for Romney, if he can't start to nail it in some of those East Coast states, then he just runs out of ways to 270. And so I'm watching, frankly, Florida because it finished an absolutely line ball in Nate Silver's work, in my work at Huffington Post. A state like that, the way it goes, I think, could really determine the course of the evening and whether in for a long night or a short night.
By the way, the networks are now projecting that Romney will win Kentucky, that's 8 electoral votes, no surprise there, and will also win Indiana, 11 electoral votes, no surprise there. Vermont for Obama, 3 electoral votes, no surprise there.
But it looks like the Republican candidate for senator is polling about 18 in the exit polls, 18 points behind Romney. There's going to be a Democratic pickup in the Senate there, and that was a place where the Republicans had counted on holding the Senate seat.
Well, that's where that candidate defeated Lugar in the primaries, but then he turned. What was his mistake? He made a.
He was the Murdoch.
Yeah, Murdoch.
He was. This was the second great GOP gaffe about rape and women's bodies. And rape is when women are raped. It's. I'm not. This isn't the exact quote, but the gist was that it's a gift from God. And frankly, this was something else that hurt the governor early on because Governor Romney did not pull his endorsement of this candidate. And so I think that, really going back to Reed's point, one thing that I found interesting about the way this election shaped out is that I do not think that the governor would have done as well as he had. The race wouldn't be as close as it was if there weren't such a strong anti-Obama, we will do anything to get this guy out of here sense amongst lots of folks in the GOP.
You're all talking like this is over.
I don't think it's over. I'm very nervous. I'm very nervous. There's no confidence here, but I think that there's
been
a
Republican read, and you.
Well, so let me. I don't think it's over. I think I would take the word big out. I don't think it would be a big upset, but I do think it would be an upset for Romney to win. But here's why. I think if you look at Romney's intensity is pretty good. Obama's intensity is pretty good, but Obama's turnout machine is going to be much better as an incumbent, and he has a ground game that's intact. I do think the electoral pathway, if you look at the electoral map, there is very few scenarios for Governor Romney to get to 270.
Could Romney win the popular vote tonight?
I think he could. Yeah. I don't. I mean, all the data we've seen so far, a lot.
George Bush discovered, though, that doesn't matter.
Right. All the data we've seen so far has Obama about a point ahead.
David?
Larry, I wanted to show you something that's kind of cool. Facebook has populated in terms of their members as to who's voting where. So you select a button on Facebook, letting your friends know that you're voting, and Facebook populates it. In real time, the nation's 7 million people who are on Facebook say that they have voted. And you can see around the country, as the little blue light flashes, where some of that is being done. Arkansas, California, Oklahoma, and, of course, on the eastern seaboard.
Yeah, but so what?
It's just people voting, Larry. That's the great thing. Larry, that's why people are on social media, because you go and you vote, and then you come back and you post a picture.
In an electoral college system.
Larry, you're thinking politics, and you're thinking how a president has decided. This is how people share their vote. So that's what a lot of Facebook
I understand that.
Yeah.
But in an electoral college system, which maybe is outdated now, the electoral college, you don't agree?
Well, I think if you had there's a healthy debate here, and I think it happens every few years.
I mean, I'm going to make a wild prediction that Romney wins Arkansas.
But if the candidates would only have to go to about the candidates would only have to campaign in about 10 cities. Now they only campaign in 10 cities for the last 30 days, but you would only see the candidates in about 10 or 15 cities for the entire election if there was a popular vote. And I think that's something that has to be considered.
You mean it's 6 to 1, half a dozen another to you?
I believe so.
It's surprising to me. Howard, you like the electoral college system?
I'm not a big fan of it because I live in California, and you just feel a little denied when they come here, and you feel like an ATM machine. But I travel a lot, and I've been in Florida, I've been in Michigan, I've been in quote-unquote swing states, and after watching the advertising, I'm sort of glad I live in California, too.
Virginia's the key here early on, right?
I believe so.
What are you going to look for, Reed?
Well, if you look at Prince George County, I think everyone's watching. I think turnout nationally was 65 in 08, 61 in 04. Everyone's watching those general watermarks in terms of turnout. In Northern Virginia, if Obama gets in the mid-50s and the upper 50s, I think I've been hearing SurveyMonkey.com. I follow a lot of they post their real data, and so I like seeing the raw data and the weighting. They've had New Hampshire leaning towards Romney, so I think there's a few I'm sorry, towards President Obama. I think there's a few indicator counties, right? You have Hillsborough, Florida, north of Tampa. I think that's a good diverse community. You have Northern Virginia. I think those are the ones everyone's going to be watching from 7 to 8 p.m.
And listen, the national poll, the national numbers don't matter except that they're a trend. And you can spend tens of millions of dollars that both candidates have in the swing states like Virginia. The national polls still have momentum, and you can bump them up a little bit. If Obama wins Virginia, Romney's running scared. If Obama wins Virginia and Florida, it's over.
I agree.
You would agree with that?
I agree with that. Romney, I mean,
so as if Obama won those 2 states, you could call this
not to quote President Clinton, but it's mathematics. It's not partisan. This is not partisanship. I think Governor Romney has to win Florida, and he has to win Ohio. And then if President Obama wins Virginia, that makes it a very difficult equation.
Simon, is that the key to you?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's the way I see this one cashing out. It just gets really hard. He's got to run the table, frankly, in the rest of the country if he doesn't take those 2 states, and that just seems unlikely. It also tells you that if Virginia goes for Obama, it suggests that all this polling is probably getting it right. And if the polling's getting it right in Virginia, it's probably also getting it right in Ohio and Wisconsin, and you run the table out that way. And we're at a point where you might have to, really confront the possibility that it isn't going to happen for Romney on the back of just those two states on the eastern seaboard.
We are now joined by one of my favorite people, the actor, comedian, Jon Lovitz. I saw him in a crazy movie last night, a movie about Elvis Presley in which you played an antique dealer. You got shot and riddled. And,
yeah, Kevin, 3,000 Miles to Graceland.
Yeah, crazy. That was a
Kevin Costner called me and goes, hey, I'm doing this movie and I have to kill somebody. I said, it has to be Jon Lovitz. I said,
now,
thank
John,
you.
help me on this election.
Okay, Larry, what do you need?
You're
What don't you know?
a liberal Democrat, but you really railed against Obama recently. Can you get us up to date? What were your thoughts here?
Well, I did that because he kept saying that the, people in the upper 1% were paying their fair share of taxes. And first he was saying it was capital gains, and then he made it like they're only paying 15% total. And I just said, that's just not true. I know what the rates are. It's 35% federal. In California, there's another 11%. And then you have, property tax, sales tax, FICA, which is Social Security, on and on. So it's way over that. And then I said, you have business deductions. And that's just a fact. And I just felt like he was throwing that whole segment of the population under the bus just to get votes. So he goes, it's the 1% versus the 99%. And I'm like, there is no versus. Everybody's in the same economy. I opened a comedy club. And I didn't really understand what the word economy, I don't think I really understood what it meant until I opened that club. And basically what it is it's the amount of money people have to spend on goods and services. And they don't have it, everybody's hurting. And I just felt it was wrong for him to do that. And when he started saying things like, people say they're successful because they work hard and they're smart. Lots of people work hard, lots of people are smart. That's not why you're successful. And I'm just thinking, what the hell is he talking about? Of course that's why you succeed.
Did that affect your vote?
Yeah. Well, what are you going to tell people? You want to get ahead in life, be dumb and lazy? I mean, I just never heard such things. I don't know what he's talking about.
One of my favorite President Obama quotes from when he was running for president the first time was, I believe in the free market until people start making too much profit. And I wish I could find that YouTube clip, because if you say, well, who gets to decide who has too much profit? What do you do to them if they make too much profit? I mean, he does say a lot.
Well, he did draw a borderline. He said $250,000 a year.
But let me just make this.
Romney only paid 14%.
But see, you're doing what Obama did. He paid 14% on capital gains. He made regular money, and he paid his taxes on that, and then he reinvested it, and on that money, he pays another 14% on top of the 35% federal he pays. And what's bad about being successful? That's what they tell everybody in America. You're broke. You don't have anything, but you have the chance, if you're willing to work hard and sacrifice, to go for it. And there's no guarantees. But some people are better at business than others. That's just the way it is.
That's true. And I think the conversation's missing the mark a little bit here.
I just wanted to get John's thinking.
I love John's thinking, and I think he's very funny. I think a little wrong about this point, because certainly, look, I think that in the middle of a political conversation where we're trying to figure out how to create more resources and from whom to draw those resources, people have to draw lines somewhere. It is certainly true that under this president and this administration, tax rates have been historically low. Barack Obama went forward with George Bush's tax hike. He kept those tax cuts in place.
Right, and why? Because he said it's bad to raise taxes
in a bad economy. They were supposed to create jobs, and they really didn't create those jobs. So we've seen this president go along with a more conservative, some say centrist, I think it's a pretty conservative economic ideology about taxes and spending, and it really hasn't entirely worked. Now, it's not true. I don't think it's accurate to say that he beats up on success. I think that this president is a model of success.
I don't want to get off the mark here because the election's over.
Well, I also said that on the podcast. I said the best example of somebody who had nothing and became something was President Barack Obama. I said he's amazing, he had nothing, and he became president, which is amazing. But the fact is that the one reason they lowered the capital gains tax to 15%, and by the way, you could say, I think you're funny, which is kind of like, a way of dismissing anything else I say.
I'm not trying to dismiss you, I really
Well, everybody has access to knowledge. I don't care what your job is, And the fact is that the reason they kept lowering capital gains tax from 28% to 20 to 15 is because it encouraged those people to reinvest money in the stock market, which is how businesses raise capital money to grow their businesses. And each time they lowered it, it created more tax revenue for the government, not less.
Why did jobs go down then?
Why did they go down? I don't know. I'm not gonna say what I don't. If I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know.
I don't know either.
If you want to kind of segue this back to the election, you said
I want to get back to you.
right. So I actually think
because it ain't going to matter.
Well, here I agree, but this is a good segue of something I think Governor Romney framed incorrectly. Governor Romney got hung up in what was your effective tax rate? You know, this discussion of what percentage. The larger, broader philosophic discussion, which I actually think George Bush and Al Gore had a very intellectually honest debate about this, right? What is the role of the federal government? How much does the federal government need? President Obama, in general, talks about the tax breaks to the rich as if Governor Romney is trying to take money away from the federal government and give it to the rich. It's not the government's money. The government doesn't have a dime. They're stewards of the people's money. And so I think Governor Romney actually got sucked into one of those when did you stop beating your wife arguments. I think he got sucked onto Obama's side of the field in that argument, and I think that's one of the things that was a missed opportunity.
The question here is, with the weakness of the economy, why wasn't this a slam dunk for Romney?
Because I think that he put forward an economic model that does not work. It has not worked. It didn't work when we kept the Bush tax cuts in place. You know, and again, I'm not trying to dismiss you. I think that I've heard that argument.
Him. The man is a serious man. You made him sad. Look at him.
It's an argument that I've heard.
I think everyone's a citizen.
It's an argument that I've heard from lots of people who've criticized this president's approach to taxes. But by the same token, I think during this campaign, you heard a lot of people from the right speak as if you're poor, it must mean you're lazy. It must mean you don't work hard. If you don't have health insurance,
talking
and
about
you
the
need
47%.
Yeah, but even if
I'm not saying that at all.
I'm not saying that you are, but I think that it's even broader than Romney's 47% gaffe. I really do think that there's this energy coming from the right wing of the country that suggests that poor people are somehow unworthy and don't work hard, and I don't think that's true either.
And it's not necessarily black or white. A lot of people still blame George Bush, the second George Bush, for the economy and thinks he should have longer. Obama should have 2 terms to fix it. I'm looking at a national exit tracking poll. 39% of the people think the economy is getting better. 31% think it's getting worse. So that's a surprising edge for the president right there.
That's exit polling of people. All right, we are, again, 270. We haven't had, the only states we've given so far are Vermont to Obama, and Indiana and Kentucky to Romney. These are all as expected. There you see on the map that we have up there, the yellow states are the key 9 states. That's, of course, we see Colorado and Nevada, of course, Ohio. What's the story on Pennsylvania? What happened there? They were campaigning late. It was supposed to be Romney. It was supposed to be Obama country, and then Romney spent a lot of money there in the last week.
Go ahead.
First of all, Romney had so much money that there was no media left to buy in Ohio.
It was pretty close at the end. They were only like a
But there was nothing left
apart.
to buy, number one. And his internal polls were showing he was losing Ohio. He needed another state where he would at least have a chance. As you said, it's the mathematics.
Yet we don't know any of this yet.
You know, Larry, I want to say 2 things. One is, as far as the economy, President Obama, who I voted for, did not...
You voted for him?
No, I voted for him in 2008, said that he doesn't want to raise taxes because he goes, it's a bad idea to raise taxes in a bad economy. And my point is the economy is still bad. The second thing is whoever wins, if you know, I hope that their plan works. Nobody, you know. And the third thing is, when you call these elections, people are still voting. And, you know, we're out in the West in California, and people watch TV and they go, whoever's going to win, they haven't voted yet, they're influenced by that. They want to vote for the winner.
I agree.
And I think it's a bad idea to announce state by state
doing
who's
that.
winning.
Oh,
no, I'm not saying you are, but the
state
news
by
does.
state?
Who's winning until all the polls are closed, because people get really
Well, then what would you be
influenced by that.
watching? We might as well not go on until midnight.
I will.
Yeah, right. But I'm just saying, but that's what happens. If whoever, it was Romney or everybody, whoever was winning the East, and people haven't finished voting in the West yet, they're going to start voting for that guy. That's what happens.
That might happen. By the way, the polls just closed in battleground states, North Carolina and Ohio, as well as West Virginia. There have been more poll closings in New Hampshire, too. The spotlight this hour is on Ohio. 18 electoral votes, crucial to both candidates. Obama won Ohio in 2008. It's part of the 2012 firewall. No Republican has ever won the White House without winning Ohio. If Romney is the winner in Ohio, it could indicate that the Obama ground game isn't all it's cracked up to be. Ohio could generate a lot of voting process controversy. Both campaigns already have scores of lawyers in place just in case. And keep an eye on North Carolina, 15 electoral votes, the most conservative of the battleground states. Obama won it in 2008.
And you're not going to see a repeat of that, I don't believe. North Carolina was a bit of an anomaly in 2008 because of the extremely high turnout. The wave, as everyone has come to call it, the change wave. Let's go back to 2004 for a minute. When you're looking at the Ohio, I actually got put on a plane at midnight to fly to Ohio in the middle of the night because everyone was expecting a recount in 2004. And then Senator Kerry ended up conceding the next morning. But Ohio is as important as everyone's saying it is. It's one of those places where not only the math but the demographics, right? Governor Romney really needs Ohio, but I think we're going to know about other places before Ohio. Ohio doesn't count its provisional ballots until 10 days after today. That's a really interesting development because I think it's
how many provisional ballots?
I think they said they have a couple 100,000 provisional ballots in Ohio.
That's people who didn't live in the county they lived in.
Any administrative address issue, if you show up and you're not on the list, you can cast in a provisional ballot.
And why do they wait 10 days to count them?
I don't know the answer to that. Do you know? I don't know.
No, it's just a peculiarity of the states.
So in other words, if this is, we don't have a winner at midnight, 1 o'clock, they'll wait 10 days.
10 days,
before,
yeah, before they even start counting them. Now, going back to his point about the media networks, I don't think anyone on the Republican side will ever forgive, I believe it was CBS, for calling Florida when everyone in the Panhandle hadn't even gotten off work yet. I really do think everyone likes to argue over the hanging chads and the 527 votes. 80% of the Republicans were in the Panhandle still at work when they called the election for Gore. So also about 2000, another interesting note is in Wisconsin, New Mexico, and several other states, there were the states were decided by less than 5,000 votes. They just didn't have automatic recounts. Today, there's legal teams on the ground in all of those states. So if you have neck and neck statistical anomalies in those states, you're going to have some serious legal battles.
David?
Some last-minute election texts that are actually going out from the Obama campaign. Get a look at this. People in Virginia getting this text message. Volunteers are needed right now to make sure everyone who's still in line gets to vote. Reply with VA polls and an organizer will call you. All day long, both campaigns, Obama and Romney, have been using Twitter and Facebook to really get votes out there, get people to the polls to not only vote, but also help. You may have heard that President Obama was not campaigning today. Governor Romney was. President Obama, it turns out, was playing some basketball, and he did it, according to the Huffington Post, with this guy right here, former NBAer Scottie Pippen. It was Paula Ferris who tweeted, President Obama plays basketball at Chicago's Athletics Center, at Chicago's Attack Athletics today. His team wins by 20 with a little help from this guy named Scottie Pippen. So it was more of a relaxing day for the president. He played some b-ball, but the governor was really, there was actually an incredible picture, Larry, we'll get it for you, when the governor flew into Pittsburgh today and he got off the plane. There was a parking garage near the airport that was completely filled with people. 3 stories of a parking garage for people who wanted to see the governor today. So he truly was working down to the minute.
Biden also stopped in Cleveland today.
Indeed, it was a surprise visit, not expected.
Right.
You know, I think another issue here is the Electoral College, which I happen to know about because I happened to debate it in high school. But the fact is that, you know, you could win the popular vote and still lose the vote. And that's never seemed right to me. And also the electoral, you know, like say California votes for these electorates, and they're supposed to vote the way whoever wins, you know, like
the
Democrat, but they don't have to.
No, they don't.
So I don't understand. Can we talk about that? What is the point of that? I think
what it really does, I mean, I think that one of the big problems with the Electoral College is that it dilutes my vote. So my vote as a California resident is worth far less to the country than the vote of somebody in Vermont or Kentucky, and I actually just don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair.
But that would just be flip-flop, Tanya, and I understand what you're saying, but just because you're in L.A., and most people in New York and L.A. do see themselves as a little more important, but
that would... I knew you were going to go there.
It would be
the theory is so that everyone gets represented equally. But the fact is that, you know, it should be the electors. They don't have to vote the way they're pledged.
But if it was the popular vote, they would just campaign in the urban centers, and there'd be about 30 states whose votes didn't matter at all. So it would just reverse the problem. It wouldn't fix it. It's always, was it Winston Churchill who said, this is the worst form of government except for every other kind?
By the way, if you're online you have to vote, right? As I understand.
Yes,
right?
if you're in line,
then
so you have to be.
What happens if you live in Richmond, Virginia, and you rush to the line now? Can you vote, or do they put a barrier sign up as to the last
I believe
man
if you're in line,
standing?
you get to vote.
So you can run to the line.
If you run to the line and you get to the line before the polls close, then
What if the polls have closed, and now you're still online? You get the vote.
You're
Yes.
still
So
online.
they put up a little stand and say you can't come after that?
And people from the campaigns are there, particularly the Obama campaign, to make sure people will
There's
stay
watchers.
in line.
Trust me. There's people from both campaigns policing these
But you
places.
can't join the line.
Not
after the polls
not after the
close,
polls
you
close.
can't.
So there has to be someone there saying
And
the line
both
is-
campaigns are certainly going to have a very aggressive operation around this. In New Mexico, I was actually in New Mexico as one of the lawyers who was dispatched to watch polls during the Kerry campaign when, again, I mean, you just said, Larry, that we talked as if this was over. I remember being on the ground in New Mexico thinking that it was over and then crumbling up into tears late that evening. So, I don't think any of us
I don't think anybody knows.
Yeah, I think that we,
I would have said Larry crumbling.
I think
You asked me earlier when you mentioned if we were talking if it was over. I think you have to step back and say, are we talking? You have to say, are we talking in terms of probability or possibility? I believe absolutely Governor Romney can win this race. I believe if you're in Vegas betting, then Obama's odds are better. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah, he was the favorite, like 8-5. You can't bet in Vegas, but you can bet on.
But every time someone asks me, do you think President Obama is going to win? I say yes, and then they say, you're telling me you don't think Romney can win? I say, I didn't say that. It's very possible Governor Romney has a good chance of winning.
But another issue is why, like I texted a friend in Colorado, I said, have you voted yet? She goes, no, I've been in line an hour. People in New York or New Jersey, they're in line 4 hours, and they say, oh, you can't vote here. That's ridiculous.
What do you mean?
They've changed the polling place. I mean, people are very frustrated. And like where I live, where I went to vote, there's no line. Like I went right in, voted, that was it. And why are there not more polling places?
I think we sound like spoiled babies when we talk about this. In Iraq's first election, they had things blowing up and people shooting at them, and they had 65% turnout. We can't barely get above 60 here. I think having
but it's 200 years of this country. Why are there 4 hours of people waiting in line to vote?
Why do you have
That's
to vote only
ridiculous.
on Tuesday? Why can't you vote over the whole weekend?
I don't think I've been given the authority to answer that.
Why is Tuesday sacrosanct?
I don't know the answer to that.
Does anyone know why?
Well, because it would be extremely difficult to get anyone to agree on an alternative. Have you watched Congress lately? I'm just kidding.
Well, it isn't. There's early voting, so it isn't just.
There is early voting, but why can't you just vote over a 4-day
The historical reason, I think, was working people couldn't vote as much, whereas the landowners and the business owners could vote. And it was an elitist move, I believe, in its historical origins.
Because other countries, they vote Saturday and Sunday.
I don't know. Let's find out. We got a computer.
And then I think that if you look at some of the tactics that were used or that were attempted to be used, some successfully in this race, to limit participation, I think that it would be really difficult to make it easier for people to vote. I think ideally in a democracy like ours, where people are busy and most people have jobs and kids and families, we should be giving people the day off to vote. We should make it as easy as possible. But what we saw instead during parts of this campaign were people who were trying to limit access, who were trying to keep people from showing up. And so I think that there's really a tension here between people who want to encourage access and those who want to limit it.
But I know you're smarter than that. There's just as many attempts at fraud. I mean, I don't think it's voter suppression to require people to have an ID. Every time someone tries to get people to vote legally, it's considered suppressing the vote.
It is when you know that the people who don't have IDs are predominantly older African American students who are precisely the demographic that you want to suppress. And even more so, this whole idea that before we started having this conversation about voter fraud, about
who wants
voter
to suppress?
There's been no real evidence of voter fraud. I mean, that's been the biggest made-up boogeyman by folks on your side of that. That was never a real
We're
problem.
We're gonna hug after this, but what you just said.
Voter fraud.
Chicago,
Hold on.
Chicago when Kennedy went.
Hold on just a second.
I'm talking about in the last three presidential
Let's just go back to 04 and 08.
In the last three presidential elections.
We're going to call another winner. Romney has won West Virginia, no surprise there, 5 electoral votes. And Bernie Sanders, the only independent in the Senate, was reelected as senator from Vermont. He caucuses with the Democrats. Joe Lieberman is not running for re-election. That's a tough race in Connecticut, by the way. So West Virginia to Romney. So far, we have had no surprises. But again, they're still online in Virginia, so we're not gonna have a count for a while.
I can tell you about Tuesday now.
Okay.
Originally, they let the states decide their own days, and then Congress said we have to get together. Because it took a long time to travel to the polls, they said they couldn't do it on Monday because people wouldn't want to travel on Sundays, their church day. They couldn't do it Wednesday. That was a day for farmers to bring their goods to market. So Tuesday was the compromise that was reached to accommodate farmers.
But no one ever brought up why can't we vote over 4 days to accommodate?
The internet didn't work that well back then.
Why can't we just vote over? David?
Larry, we're taking a look at some of the tweets that are actually coming from people who are watching online right now. We want to welcome you if you're watching on your laptop, maybe your iPad. Chadwick just tweeted us, streaming Aura 2012 on my iPad. Yes, the electoral system is bad. You can watch, Ricky, this is kind of cool. He says, just discovered Aura 2012, so decision made. iPad viewing, radio listening, laptop tweeting. Sounds like a good plan for tonight. Check out this, Larry. It was a picture tweeted by Mike Thies from earlier today in Florida. Huge voter turnout and long lines there. You can tell people brought their chairs to hang out because they knew the line would be long. D.G. Jackson, Mitt's body man. It's the personal assistant for Governor Mitt Romney. This is that photo I mentioned earlier, Larry. Look at the people parked in that packed in the parking garage there. That's in Pittsburgh when the governor landed earlier today to see him. An incredible photo there. We also have this from Kate, who tweeted you at King's Things, 500 people in Miami voting lines and 1 scanner. What gives, Governor Scott? And then we saw this tweet. This is another photo, getting closer, almost 2 hours in line. Ohio loves Obama. So that is what it looks like. 2 hours in line in Ohio right now, and people are still waiting to vote.
Ridiculous.
I don't have that kind of patience.
No, people
I
probably
was the
thought,
first
"I'm never
person to
gonna
vote.
leave."
I was the first person to vote in my Beverly Hills district today.
I think
7
that
a.m.
we should
first
harken
online.
back on a serious note, because Reed is my favorite Republican with whom to agree. That 2 hours in line is really, yeah, it's inconvenient, but we're protecting democracy. I mean, this is the work that we do as citizens to keep our democracy in order. My goodness, I said this before when I was on the show. My mother grew up in Mississippi. There were people who would be shot for trying to wait in line for 2 hours. Right. So we should be very glad that we have it. It's convenience. We should make it easier. I think at the end of the day, we should just be glad we have the right.
Have you followed First World?
Well, we're glad to have the right, but it's completely disorganized. It's completely horrible planning. It's absurd. Someone has to wait 4 hours in line to vote. You need more polling places. You don't want it for fraud.
No one's arguing.
The way to do that is to have more polling places so everybody can.
We're all in violent agreement.
Or give us longer time to vote.
And how do students, people not have an ID of any kind? That is impossible. You have a Social Security card. You have a student ID.
Social Security is not an ID, I don't think.
So something with your photo. I mean, how can you not?
I think we're all.
That's impossible.
I think we're all in violent agreement that it could be easier and more seamless to vote. But I do think if you look at that Twitter handle, First World Pains, where he's like, I'm too full and my dishwasher's broke. I think, standing in line with our Starbucks, and having to wait to vote, I think peaceful transmission of power is one of the most inspiring. I think it's one of the greatest contribution America will ever make to the world. When America is a small colony of 75 years from now, a peaceful transition of power is an amazing thing, that you have rival political powers handing off power without a shot being fired. The Bush people stayed behind and helped the Obama people. The Clintons stayed behind and helped us when we moved in. It's an amazing thing.
South Carolina's they call on electoral votes to Romney. So far, we have had no surprise in the early voting in the states. Romney, that electoral college in South Carolina, I think that's wrong up there. It says Barack Obama 75.
Just what's in so far.
Black people in the state that showed up, and then everybody else is going.
That's the current voting, and then the projected.
That was one shul.
The thing everybody's waiting on, of course, is early Virginia. They start announcing results, and Florida, and of course Ohio is now closed. But if you're online, you can still vote. So it's going to be a while. But so far, there is no surprises on the board as well. David, do you have something?
Larry, we got to remember our friends on the East Coast who were ravaged by Hurricane Sandy. Just coming across this tweet from Ryan. He says, text my brother out on storm-ravaged Long Island, quote, I have no TV or internet. Let me know who wins the presidency. You got to remember there are people in New Jersey who are voting by email because their polling precinct has either been displaced or disassembled, if you will. So
you can vote by email?
By email in New Jersey, and they've actually extended that until Friday. That you can actually vote via email. But we were also getting problems, tweets that were coming in from people who were saying, I tried to vote by email, but the email got kicked back to me. So there are clearly some issues that are going on. Also, the governor of New York, Governor Cuomo, allowed people in counties that have been affected by the storm to vote anywhere in the state of New York. So say you went to a relative's house in the northern part of the state, you could vote there, even though you were out of your own polling area. So a lot of people not even able to watch the results. Some people not even able to vote, depending on their situation.
We're with our panel. You're watching YouTube and our coverage. I'm Larry King, the host of Larry King Now on Ora TV, distributed by Hulu. That's on daily, and of course our specials here on YouTube. Let's go up to the war room upstairs and Jim Moret.
Thank you, Larry, and thanks for letting me join you tonight. This is my first time with you here on Ora, and I'm really happy to be
This is live.
We spent a lot of time together on CNN, as you remember, and I've got with me Eric Stern, a Democratic strategist, senior counsel to Governor Brian Schweitzer of Montana, and Heidi Harris, a conservative radio talk show host who I listen to every day here in Los Angeles on The Answer.
Thank you very much. A man of taste, clearly.
Yeah,
thank you.
You know, you've got two co-hosts,
I do.
And I'd just like to listen to you.
Well, thank you.
But I need to ask you both. The early results are in. So far, no real big surprises. We have Romney with Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, South Carolina. That's 33 electoral votes so far. Obama has 3 with Vermont. But the numbers don't really tell a big story because there's no surprises, right?
Nothing.
Not
Nothing
so
yet.
far.
Unless we don't know what counties are reporting in Florida. We just got.
You mentioned Florida because right now Obama is running ahead in early returns so far in Florida, but we have to issue a caveat that we don't know where those numbers are coming from, and they could change dramatically. Also, you've got an absentee ballot vote. We saw Florida as a huge nightmare 8 years ago. We're hoping that doesn't repeat itself. Heidi, what can you say so far? There are certain key states that you're looking at, and when you hear Indiana, not surprised. Kentucky. Not surprised. West Virginia, not surprised. South Carolina. Romney knew he had those states in the bag. So
I think Florida will be interesting to see what happens ultimately because millions of people voted early, as you mentioned. That's going to be a huge factor to see those numbers.
Without Florida, Romney can't really make it to the White House.
Well, he could, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult. It would be good if he had Florida. They thought he had it. What happens tonight, obviously.
And Eric, what do we look for? You know, so many polling places around the country are still open. And here on the West Coast, obviously, they're going to be open for a number of hours. And every vote counts. Many people feel like, oh, the race is over. Obviously, if you're a Democrat, you want people out there going to the polls voting for Obama.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we don't. There was a time in American history when sometimes exit numbers were released before the polls closed, and it caused a huge problem because it suppressed turnout the further you went west. But the reality is that we have, you know, tonight on the East Coast, it's Florida, New Hampshire, Virginia. It could be, it's quite possible that we will know that Obama's the next president when those polls close.
Heidi, have you seen a shift in momentum? We saw the hurricane give an edge, if you will, to President Obama because he looked presidential. He said and did the right things. Governor Christie came out, almost embraced him. Well, he did embrace him on television. And that helped the president. And it seemed for a time that Governor Romney had a great deal of momentum moving forward. And that seemed to stop it. It was the October surprise that no one really saw coming. It was a gift for the Obama campaign, perhaps, even though it was obviously a devastating occurrence for millions of people in this country. Do you see a shift? Did you sense a shift in the last few days of this campaign, one way or the other?
Well, I think it's interesting because the press used Sandy as a way to stop the momentum for Mitt Romney. Because had a Republican been in the office, we would have seen constant video footage of gas lines and people getting out of dumpsters, food out of dumpsters.
We did see that.
We're seeing very little of it compared to Katrina. We heard President Bush didn't care about black people in New Orleans. We heard that all day long. Now we're not hearing a thing about President Obama and the people in Staten Island because the press is being very quiet about this.
Your own guy told him what a great job he was doing. What are you talking about? What more do we need to know? What Christie's opinion?
But the point is that there are a lot of people still suffering, and it's not fixed, and it's not going to be fixed anytime soon. And the press is not making as big a deal about it as they did in Katrina because of a Republican president.
The question isn't whether there are still people suffering. The question is, was the federal government negligent in some way? Did they not do their job? You'll always have people suffering 5-6 days after a catastrophe.
Right, but they didn't say that in Katrina.
What did
that's
you
the
make
point.
Because it was evident negligence.
What about Governor Christie? This is a man who spoke at the Republican convention with such passion against this president.
Right.
And he gave him a bear hug and a kiss on the lips.
Oh, no
and
kidding.
Boy,
It was awful.
it was like a commercial.
Yeah, it was. It's one thing to say, listen, the president and I have to work together. You've got to be bipartisan. You need that money from the president. It's another thing to embrace him as thoroughly as he has. That's gotten a lot of people on the right very upset.
And Eric, what do we look for in the next couple? This is going to be a long night, isn't it?
It could. It might not be. It actually could end very early. My guess is it'll certainly be a long night. The Senate will be long. We're not going to know till tomorrow morning whether, potentially some of these Senate seats, they're just going to be too close. But the reality is, as I said, if it's New Hampshire, Virginia, and Florida, I would say that I'd put all my money on an Obama victory.
One thing I love about this election and about all political reporting, I cover a broad variety of news: crime, entertainment, politics. So I admittedly know less than you do. However, nobody is able to call this election because this is serious. This seems to be an extraordinarily close going in, and that's the only thing everybody can agree on.
Oh, yeah.
It's too close to call, period.
And pretty much every poll I've seen is within the margin of error. So nobody is calling it right at this point.
But I want your prediction.
My prediction is that Romney wins by a lot more than people think. Like a very clear, decisive victory. 5 points, maybe. I really think so.
5 points electoral.
No, not necessarily electoral, but as far as the popular vote, I think he will, because I think the momentum is in his favor, and a lot of people, a lot of the polls are skewed toward Democrats, and a lot of people I didn't answer the phone once for polling in my house.
I just met Eric, but I think he disagrees with
No,
you.
I don't smoke pot. I don't smoke.
Special stuff they have here in California.
I don't smoke that stuff.
Because
I don't
he's
smoke
not going
that.
to win by 5 points.
I think he is. I think he is. I think it's going to be.
There is no data to suggest that going into Election Day.
Heidi
So
doesn't
kind of a
need
surprise.
data. You don't use data. You use intuition.
Well, that's part of it, and also I look at the enthusiasm. My neighborhood where I live, tons of Democrats. I don't see any Obama stickers. I don't see any Obama signs.
Maybe you don't
4
live
years
in
ago,
a Democratic neighborhood.
I do. 4 years ago, I did see Obama signs. Now I don't see them. I see people being very quiet, a lot less enthusiasm. There are lighter crowds for the Obama events. When he did a couple events recently in Vegas, he has to throw concerts to get people there. Pretty sad. I think that there's a lot less enthusiasm, and the press is making it sound as if there's more.
She's making me all upset. She's causing me to sweat.
Yeah. I have not seen one poll. Most of the polls are within 1 point and a 3-point margin of error.
Right.
Adding everything up, that's only 4 points. You say 5 points. Where does that come from?
Because I look at the independents, for example. He's doing very well among independent. A lot of independent voters have swung toward Romney instead of Obama.
Hold on. That's the last thought. Larry, we are going back to you in the main studio. We're going to be back up here a bit later.
Thanks, Jim. Jim will be with us throughout the night, by the way, and he'll be up in the war room. Also, when we get some breaks, he'll sit in here. We're going to take a 60-second break now just to take care of some technical things. Mark Geragos has joined our panel. We'll be right back. Stay with us. We'll be back in 60 seconds. we're back with YouTube's coverage of the 2012 election, and with us on our panel now is Tanya Acker Remains, the Democratic strategist, Reed Dickens, who was White House Assistant Press Secretary for George Bush. Hold on, they're talking in my ear, I can't hear at the same time. John Lovitz, the actor and comedian, the famed district attorney, my God.
Yeah, all of a sudden, don't do that. That's calling me names.
Mark Geragos. They're now calling Georgia for Romney. No surprise there. 16 electoral votes. Georgia for Romney. Again, we're waiting on the big projections, of course, to come from Virginia and Florida and then Ohio. Those districts of those states have already closed. And, of course, the votes will be slow coming in, and the key here, Reed, is knowing where they're coming from, right?
Yeah, the key is the counties. I mean, everyone is watching Prince George County in Northern Virginia very closely.
That is a Democratic county?
Yes, it's somewhere where Obama needs to carry pretty heavily. President Obama needs to be, I believe, in the mid-50s for it to be a positive indicator for him.
So in other words, if he's in the mid-50s there, that tells you a trend that he might win Virginia.
Based on past elections. I mean, it doesn't tell you anything definitively. I think there's been a lot of pundits on today making definitive predictions, and I get a chuckle each time. We don't really know anything, but it is a positive indicator for President Obama. If he comes in a little lower in Northern Virginia, that's a sign of life for Governor Romney.
You mean that pundit who was just on upstairs who said it's Romney by 5? She's wrong?
She sounds too confident.
Yeah. Can we get some bets down? Friendly bets.
Geragos, are you a political activist?
I've been known to be political on occasion.
Yeah, because we've never discuised politics with you.
No, it's been about
someone on trial that you're defending.
Well, you had me on speedy dial when it was a dead baby or a missing white woman. So other than that, I usually didn't come on the show.
People in trouble call Geragos, right?
That's right.
I understand, Lovitz, that you do an imitation of David Gergen.
Yes, David Gergen is I think it's important. He goes, I don't know who's going to win the election. You can't tell, but on the other hand, I think it's important. I can just get some water there that's flowing out of my throat. Hello. Well, I'm David. Anyway, I think it's important. Yeah, those guys on CNN, I watch it, but they say, who knows is going to win? You can't tell, but it's this. And with all due respect to the guy upstairs, the Democratic strategist, he goes, well, but if he wins these 2 states, then I think you can say he won the election. And that's exactly what I was talking about earlier. People saying that, and then it's going to influence the rest of the country that hasn't voted yet. It's so obvious to me.
But
it's obvious to me.
What else are we supposed to do for hours, before?
Well, I'm just not a fan of manipulation and lying. I'm just not.
Yeah, but you know what you could do? You know what was the second greatest skit on Saturday Night Live of all time, political skit? Had to be Lovitz as Dukakis. Do you remember that one?
No.
Where he's in the debate. And he doesn't remember
rude.
it. And he turns as Dukakis to George Herbert Walker Bush and says, I can't believe I'm losing to this guy.
Right.
And it went viral back before there was a viral. And tell him who wrote that skit. I just found
the head writer, Jim Downey, and Al Franken. Well, now he's Senator Al Franken.
Senator Al Franken to you.
Wrote that skit.
Yeah, he and Jim. Yeah, that was one of the best, I think, political sketches that Saturday Night Live ever did.
Last Saturday, they did a good one of Christie.
Well, that's...
Christie
you
with
do a Christie
Obama.
imitation?
No.
But when Christie says, I'm still voting. I'm still voting for Romney, but I love the president. David Begnaud.
As we come to you now, 16 states polls have closed. Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts. 4 others are closing right now. You have some more information, Larry?
Yes, so we'll go over that again. The long list of poll closing at the hour. Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Kansas, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri, New Jersey, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, and Washington, D.C. We'll be getting some early results, hopefully, from some of those states. And again, Governor Christie has extended the voting time in New Jersey. I think you can vote through Friday. Voting is also, as we're reminding you, ended in Florida and New Hampshire. Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes. New Hampshire has 4. Michigan, 16. We're all rated toss-ups going into Election Day. The GOP did make a late push in Pennsylvania. If Romney pulls that state out, it could be an ominous sign for Obama. You agree?
Pennsylvania?
Yeah, if Romney wins Pennsylvania.
I think James Carville said today if Romney wins Pennsylvania that he thinks the election's over. Now, to your point, I think that's a bit of an overstatement, but I think it's more than just a good sign for Governor Romney. If Romney wins Pennsylvania, that means he's going to be overperforming projections in a lot of other states.
Agree, Mark?
I don't see that happening.
Absolutely. I don't see it happening.
I don't see it happening, though.
One of the things that they do when they make these predictions, they look at whatever the polls say. They look at the margin of error. And in Pennsylvania, Obama going into this was over the margin of error. So it would require a massive shift for him to win.
But we don't really know what people are going to do we? I mean,
I don't know. You're the huge.
No. I mean, I don't remember because I'm too young to remember, but Truman had a surprise. I mean, there's always a surprise
the great thing.
Well, they wrote the headline, Dewey defeats Truman.
There's a lot more real time.
They did the same thing in Florida with Gore. You know, CBS.
Look, you're a huge baseball fan.
The election for Gore.
You're a huge baseball fan. Moneyball, the whole bit. You see somebody like Nate Silver, who has taken all of that statistical analysis and now translated it in politics. At least in 08, 49 out of 50 states he was right on.
Well, he bet a lot of money on Obama.
Oh, yes, he did.
Today, I think his projectile was 92%.
I bet a lot of money on Obama.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question of something you just raised. You just said Governor Christie is extending voting in New Jersey till Friday. Well, today's Tuesday, so what does that mean? Does that mean that we're not going to know the results of all those votes
unless
until Friday?
Someone's distinctively ahead in New Jersey by such a margin that if you know that 80% of the registered voters have already voted and someone has a commanding lead, you can pretty much assume how Jersey's going to go. By the way...
But why extend it till Friday then?
I don't know.
So just one quick update.
You don't know?
I don't know.
But you're Larry King.
Correct. Maybe I should know. Let me think about it and I'll give you a no answer.
So to your point about...
Hold on, well, let me just one other thing. Florida, 29 electoral votes. Obama won that state. Romney needs it in 2012. Yes, Reed.
I was going to say, I just got a message, a Survey Monkey saying that they have Pennsylvania up by, Obama up by 6 in Pennsylvania, which is consistent with the data we've been seeing. So I think the important note here is we can't definitively say who's going to win and who's not going to win, but there is so much real-time data now that when the early exits start affirming that in a consistent way, you can make fairly intelligent projections.
I can say who's going to win.
And so, it's not about...
Yeah, well, you can say, but of course, but the networks...
What are they going to do?
Will not project it.
So the one point I was going to make is, I think we're flattering ourselves as a bunch of hot air blowing pundits to think that the country's sitting at home watching us. Typically, people get off work, they go to the polls. So I don't think we're as affecting as many people as some people might think. That's all I was going to say.
No, but except with emails and internet and all this, Ron Stein with the internet, right?
Yeah, and then John's point, I think you probably made it before, is if you're calling the election before all the voting stops,
that's different.
Then that's
different.
Well, they're basing it on the exit polls, and then they go, but the exit polls can be inaccurate. So the whole thing is like, well, then what are you doing? You know, they keep burying themselves in a hole.
Every network, for some reason, having been at CNN for 25 and have you, CNN, I don't think ever fell victim to this much, although they did make a big mistake on the Supreme Court ruling on health care.
Citizens United is unbelievable.
Yeah, I know. That they try, the network likes to be the one that beats the other network. So I want to say Romney wins before you say Romney wins. Right. And that's important. I don't know why that's important.
Which is a short-lived victory that carries way more risk than reward because because you don't want to taint the pool.
I think that the other reason why people want to talk, to John's point, some people just want to know. I mean, we've been living with this election for a long time. I think there are people who at noon want to have some sense of where the country's going. It may spoil it for some people, but a lot of people have been nervous and anxious, and they just want to start getting news sooner rather than later.
The key in Florida is that I-4 corridor. Having lived in Florida for 20 years, that's Daytona to Orlando to Tampa. Yep. That's the I-4 road, connects those three.
But given all the problems there, you think you're going to know definitively tonight what Florida is going to do?
I think you will.
You think so?
I do.
And what about Ohio?
I don't think, in Ohio, if they really have 300,000 provisional ballots like they say, if the electoral spread between Governor Romney and President Obama is less than 18, and the spread in Ohio is less than 300, we're not going to know anything for 2 weeks.
Yeah, and then the question becomes, I think Virginia will know fairly soon. And Virginia...
By 8:30 or so.
Yes, by 8:30. And then that decreases possibilities for Romney to be able to win.
Yeah, he almost pretty much has to win Virginia.
Right. He has to. I mean, Virginia becomes.
It's turned out to be a lot more important than
people were talking about. Everybody
Yeah.
focused on Ohio so much. I think they've lost sight of
Well,
how
because
important Virginia is.
Ohio has that historic weight
Yeah,
that no
it does.
Republicans ever won without carrying Ohio. So it carries that historic weight.
David Begnaud?
Larry, we're just getting this in. Virginia is now delayed. The Virginia Board of Elections has paused the reporting of their results until at least 8 p.m. Eastern time because there are still so many people in line waiting to vote.
It's now 5 after 8
To vote their second time.
Well, it is
You got to
still-
go around and vote again.
There are people still waiting. Look at this line from Manhattan. They've
That's what they
Instagrammed
said.
it. But chaotic lines on the Upper West Side of New York City. People still waiting to vote. Also, we're getting this from a reporter at Politico, Emily Schultes, who tweeted, another exit poll post, 6 in 10 voters favor tax increases, a sign that the Romney tax cuts for the rich narrative stuck. And we're getting
Where?
tweets from people who are watching.
That's national?
That's exit polls nationally from a Politico reporter. And John, someone just tweeted you and said, I agree with John. How can you call this election until all ballots are in, including military ballots? And I guess the question with that is, do military ballots have the ability to affect the race?
Depends on
That's
where.
a great question. Let me take you back to 04. In 04, from what I heard, the military ballots, after the election had been called, the ceremonies and parties were being had, the military ballots had never been touched because the spread was so large in the popular vote
And it
that
didn't
they
matter.
never even counted them. So.
There are 3 interesting Senate races going on tonight, and we'll be following those as well. In fact, if they move the teleprompter, I'll tell you about them. But, okay, those Senate races are too early to call. But I know that there is a female, or a key female running in Connecticut, the female looking to be reelected in New York.
Right, Linda McMahon in Connecticut, who
The
apparently
wrestling
somebody said today
impresario.
was saying, passing out flyers that said, vote the party line, Barack Obama and Linda McMahon. Last time I checked, she's a Republican.
Is Obama's forecast to win Connecticut?
Yes.
So then Linda McMahon's trying to.
It would seem there'd be a lot of pull there. Let me say something about, just while we have a lull, about the media network polling. They are using such small samples.
Yeah.
There is such a low level of precision, and I will say, to John, to your point, the way they're being portrayed by the media networks is that they carry this level of precision that they absolutely do not have. They're using I quoted SurveyMonkey earlier because a lot of these internet services are having 20 times larger samples. Like instead of 3,000 people, they'll have 45,000 people. The margin of error is 2 instead of 5. So I just got a message saying Ohio is dead even right now. That's a pretty interesting, especially when they're putting out their raw data, which the media networks would never do.
So if it's undecided tonight, we might have to wait 2 weeks on Ohio.
If the spread of the total electoral votes is less than 18, absolutely.
Right, and then you get recounts and things of that nature. I mean, there are teams of lawyers in virtually all of the battleground states.
By the way,
just waiting.
he's been on our regular program on Aura, then I moderated a debate of third-party candidates. Joining us now at the Google Hangout is Gary Johnson, the former governor of New Mexico, the Libertarian Party candidate for president. Gary, are you with us?
With you, Larry. Thanks for having me on here tonight. We got a big blowout planned in Albuquerque. That's where I'm at right now.
Okay, in what state do you think you will have the most effect?
Well, on Saturday, I was polling by a CNN poll at 6% in Ohio, which I think obviously makes the Libertarian Party, me, a spoiler in all this, if that really turns out to be the case. So, Ohio, first and foremost, just because so much attention has been drawn to Ohio. And like I say, on Saturday, 6%. Now, CNN ends up reporting it 50 to 48 Obama, but then in the fine print, when Gary Johnson's name is included, he's at 5.6%. So,
But is that one of the states that Governor Romney tried to keep you off the ballot?
No, he tried to keep me off in Pennsylvania. There were plenty where he tried to keep me off the ballot, but that was not one of them.
Why do you? I know we've asked this before, Gary. Why do you continue this fight?
Well, just to give voice to issues that aren't being given a voice to. The whole notion that I'm more liberal than Obama when it comes to civil liberties, more conservative than Romney when it comes to dollars and cents. Where's that combination between the two? And I do have a resume that more than suggests that, you know what, I could do a good job as president of the United States. And there's a whole lot of excitement that has been generated. And, you know, you tie that back to Ron Paul. Ron Paul wasn't going to be the nominee of the Republican Party. Well, where does the Voice go for this movement? I saw the Voice being the Libertarian nominee for president. I saw myself potentially being that nominee.
Gary, David Begnaud, I think, has a Twitter question for you. David?
For the governor. Governor, welcome, but also for the panel, Larry. Dominic is watching from Portland, and he tweets, what are the prospects for Governor Gary Johnson getting 5%?
Do you think you can get 5% of the national vote, Gary?
You know, Larry, that would be knocking the cover off the ball, really knocking the cover off the ball. I mean, that's the pie in the sky, absolute most optimistic. If that were to happen, that would make the Libertarian Party a player going forward. If that were to happen, there would be no ballot access issues. Right now, a lot of time and a lot of money goes into getting on the ballot in all these states. And I am on the ballot in 48 states. It also would make the Libertarian Party eligible for federal matching funds, which would be a game changer also. Right now, I think at the end of the day, we're going to end up spending about $1 a vote as opposed to Obama and Romney that are going to end up spending about $14 a vote.
Reid, the Constitution never mentions two parties. Why can a third party? Well, we had a chance with Perot.
Right.
And there's been some noises made at John Anderson many years ago.
Right.
Why can't a third party make an impact in this?
Well, I think there's two reasons. I think there's philosophic reasons, and then there's very practical reasons. Having worked on 2 presidential campaigns, let me start with the practical reasons. I'm sorry, the philosophical reasons.
Well, first off,
let him finish.
Every
Hold it.
face on Mount Rushmore at one point was a third-party candidate.
That's true. Reid, all right, let Reid continue. That's true.
I wasn't even about to go anywhere close to saying that it's not allowed. There's nothing in the Constitution that doesn't allow for a third party, which is why we have disruptors every few elections that actually do have an outweighed impact on the election for no real good reason other than to have a voice and be on television quite a bit. Ross Perot pretty much cost the election for George Bush Sr. Bill Clinton probably, I don't know if you would agree with this or not, Bill Clinton may not have won that election if it weren't if it weren't for Ross Perot. I mean, I don't know that.
Well, he got 9. He wound up with 19.
19, yeah. And so now here
once had 33%.
Here you have a candidate in Ohio who said it's knocking the cover off the ball to get 5%. So no plausible chance of making of winning other than to make an impact on the.
Well, I don't know. I would ask, isn't he going to get 5% in Colorado? I mean, everything I've seen has indicated that it's entirely
He's gone
possible.
now, but yeah, I think he might.
And if he does that, I mean, Romney was trying to keep him off in most places, but I think it plays the opposite in Colorado. I mean,
Sure.
Colorado, I think it siphons off of Obama, and a lot of it has to do with the marijuana prosecutions. Colorado has got more pot shops than virtually Starbucks there, and people have not been happy with Obama's pot policy.
Tanya, what do you make of these long lines in Virginia that they can't release any voters yet? What do you make of that?
Well, you know,
we don't know where the lines are.
We don't know where the lines are, so I don't want to speculate and propound conspiracy
We're doing that for 5 hours.
theories.
You don't want to speculate.
John,
what the hell are we doing?
Because I want John to like me because he thought I was beating up on him. So I'm not.
I don't dislike you. I
was
know
joking.
you.
No, actually, I don't care. But the point that he made that was accurate is that part of the reason we're seeing these lines is that we just don't. I agree that we shouldn't complain about it. We should just get up and do the work. But we really don't have a really good voting infrastructure here. You know, you've got some places are using these electric machines. Some places really want to see their ink ballots. Like, we just don't have a good infrastructure. We don't have enough polling places. We don't have enough people doing the work. So that's why I think.
But part of that is deeper. It goes back to the Constitution, giving the states a lot of power. We found out after 9/11 that there's like 50,000 different birth certificates in this country, right? So that there's when you go out to the states. And I shouldn't have even said those words.
I was going to say birth certificates.
I didn't even mean it in that context. I'm saying, but we found out post 9/11 there was a lot of complications in things that states had control of, voting, voting machines and voting processes, and there's a lot of power in each local community on how you actually execute the vote, and I think that's going to take a while to fix.
You know, you want fair voting. Well, there's a lot of senior citizens that live in Florida. What senior citizen in their 60s, 70s, 80s is going to wait in line 4 hours to vote?
A black one who wasn't able to vote for years and years and years, they'll wait.
Well, okay, but I think they should be able to vote, but I don't think they should have to wait 4 hours.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing
not right.
with you.
Interesting thing about America,
it's not
though,
right, but people will do it. They'll
America's
do the work.
got a very rich tradition of suppressing the vote. I mean, when you go back,
Absolutely.
you go back to the framers suppressed the vote by no women, no minorities, basically. And the history of America has been...
There was a long time they only wanted the Senate to vote, right, for the president.
Right.
Well, this was
landowner. You had to be a landowner.
Well, if you think about it, and I'm not disagreeing with you, this was not supposed to be a direct. Benjamin Franklin, I believe, was quoted when they came out of the Continental Congress, and they said, "What did you guys decide?" He said, "Representative democracy, if you can handle it." So from day one, there was never a lot of faith in the masses. And today, as I was listening to some people in line talk about how they were Googling the candidates to see who they should vote for as if it was an NCAA bracket, it made me agree with Benjamin Franklin for a few seconds.
Well, H.L. Mencken said no one ever went broke underestimating the intelligence.
Exactly.
But I think that's really our whole challenge. I mean, our whole challenge as Americans and as a political community has really been how to expand the franchise, how to bring more people into the system, how to be more and more inclusive. I mean, Mark's absolutely right. We started out just letting white guys who own land do it. And now this is a right that has gradually expanded.
Right, now we've evolved to the point where we just have white guys who fund the election.
Right.
So we've come kind of full circle.
What was
Guys,
the
we have Barack Hussein Obama as president. I mean, let's
Because a lot of
wealthy white guys on Wall Street wrote checks. Now the wealthy white guys on Wall Street are writing checks for Romney.
The only Protestant in this campaign is Obama.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
Right?
That's true.
You have a Mormon and 2 Catholics.
Well, although there's plenty of people in the South who would dispute that and say he's a Muslim. So
you have an interesting dynamic going on here. When I was in 2004 on President and John Kerry, George W. Bush, I was on a kind of in a group.
You were against each other.
Oh, we were.
Yeah, but we love each other.
During that campaign, there was the social conservatives, Ralph Reed, and the SoCos, as they call them, were a powerful, potent force, and they still are a force to be reckoned with. But if you look at the numbers, there's a huge transition going on right now where people who claim to be, Christian in this country is now below 50% for the first time. You have a Mormon candidate on the side that Christians, they won't talk about it, but Christians have historically thought to be a cult. You have Barack Obama, who is in a biography said he sympathized with Muslims more than Christians. So you have a huge transition dynamic going on right now.
There's a term we have not mentioned tonight. What's the effect of the Tea Party on this election, or we don't know yet?
Who wants to come to the defense of
I was going to say,
what's the effect?
If you could have a psychological exam for somebody before they voted, I think it would be a good idea.
The Tea Party has defeated some major senators.
They have, but look what's happened tonight. Michelle Bachmann.
I mean, I wonder what Reed would say about this, but because I think they have really weakened the Republican Party. I think that there are plenty of dispirited Republicans who think that their party has been endeared to extremists.
I think it's the spiral of silence. I think what you have is, I always use the example of when George W. Bush won re-election and went into the second term, thinking he had quite a mandate and obviously got our hats handed to us when it came to Social Security. The support for Bush and Iraq went from the mid-50s to like the low 30s. I don't think a third of support all of a sudden changed their mind about something that philosophic. I think what happened was you get dispirited and you feel like it's not something defensible anymore, right? I think the Tea Party so loud and so irrational and so unreasonable that your normal, moderate, everyday Republican with kind of the spiral of silence.
Any Ellen's quit, right?
Right. And like I said, but maybe there's a reaction to that. We'll see what happens.
But you do remember on the other side, I've always said, and I'm outnumbered here 3-1, but I've always said there's as many wackos, irrational, intellectually dishonest wackos on the far left as there's the far right. It's just that I think you have a situation.
Yeah, but we, and speaking as the wacko on the left, have not commandeered the party. And that's been the big complaint about Barack Obama in the Democratic Party, is that he has not spoken to his base, as opposed to the Republican Party. And you watch those people in the primaries and the things they're talking about. I mean, this is a party that now doesn't believe the polls. They don't believe in evolution. They don't believe in climate change. I mean, they don't believe in any kind of science or reason.
They think that women's bodies do weird things to rape sperm.
There's some new biological thing that can automatically reject sperm.
We're calling some more states being called now. out. Connecticut, Obama, 7 electoral votes given to Connecticut, Obama. Delaware, Obama, 3 votes. Washington, Obama, 3 votes. Illinois, Obama, 20 votes. That's his home state. Maryland to Obama, 10 votes. Massachusetts to Obama, 11 votes. Maine to Obama, 4 votes. Rhode Island to Obama, 4 votes. Oklahoma to Romney, 7 votes. Alabama to Romney, 9 votes. All of those as expected. David?
Klein at ABC regarding exit polls, Larry. As it pertains to Virginia, Rick tweeting Romney carrying independents in Virginia by about 12 points, according to the exit polls. Of those who approved the auto bailout in Ohio, 3/4 of them supported Obama, according to the exit polls. Also, Rick tweeting vote rolling in fast in Florida. Obama has a slight lead, but early numbers are heavy on the early vote. And finally, his most recent tweet, Romney pulling ahead in the actual vote in Florida. But remember, he tweets, early vote already counted. Also want to point this out. This is kind of interesting. Mitt Romney on the plane today, as he was flying, told the press pool he had written a speech, but he didn't write a concession speech. He wrote a victory speech. In fact, as the Washington Post reports, about 6 p.m., Mitt Romney said he only had one speech prepared. It wasn't a concession one. Quote, I just finished writing a victory speech. It's about 1,100 words, and he said he would keep on working on it. The president, by the way, has 2 speeches, one concession and one victory.
Well, I promise you, there's some 25-year-old speechwriter who has written a concession speech. It's
if that report about the independent voter in Virginia,
so let me
Florida,
address that
highly for Romney. Doesn't that indicate an important thing to you, or was it Virginia?
Virginia. Yeah. Let me address that. I've been saying for about a month, and I think some of my fellow Republicans agree, that in 2004 you had some Hispanic and women weighting issues in the model. There were some flawed assumptions, and that made them start, people were calling Senator Kerry saying, congratulations, Mr. President-elect, and because the model was really off. I think the underlying assumption that's really off in the model that the networks are using, and the internet model like SurveyMonkey, they have twice as many independents as the media network, undecideds. I think the independents and undecideds are being underrepresented in some of these polling models.
They said they're ahead now.
Right, and what I'm saying is if there are more than the models are reflecting, and Romney is ahead in that could be significant. I don't know how significant, but that could make a big difference.
D.L. Hughley's on the phone with us, the well-known stand-up comedian and actor, political commentator. He's a supporter of Obama. How did the early going look to you, D.L.? Is D.L. Hughley there? Is D.L. Hughley with us? Okay, we lost him. They kept telling me, go to him, and we lost him.
Hey, I have a quick question. How are Illinois and Michigan supposed to go with Romney or Obama?
Illinois, Obama is his home state. Michigan.
And I'm telling you, the economy sucks, and those towns are hurting bad, very bad, everywhere, every city. It's bad.
We got D.L. Hughley back. Let me check with him. D.L.
We're trying here. He's got a little phone issue going on. I don't know where he is.
Oh, okay. We'll get back to you. I don't know who that is.
It's not my crowd. I've been a Democrat my whole life, and liberal, and I don't agree with the Republicans hardly on any. Well, I don't know. I can't think of anything I agree with them socially. So.
You're just commenting.
And I was on Saturday Night Live. I'm saying my crowd is liberal. I'm just telling you, that's what the crowd.
You're reporting, yeah.
So just to finish the point I was making, number one, I think there's possibly more undecideds. I think we have an American Idol society now. There might be more undecideds than the polling models are stating. And number two, I think that one of my mentors used to say there's nothing more difficult than getting an undecided to get up on a cold Tuesday morning and go to the polls. If they're undecided at this point, they're clearly uninspired by both candidates. If they do go to the polls, they seem to be breaking heavily for Romney. So that's kind of an unknown, as Rumsfeld used to say, an unknowable unknown.
Can I just say, I'm looking at these projections, and it seems that 50% of the votes in Florida, and the vote is split 50-50.
Meaning?
Meaning it's close and tight.
So what happens if it comes down to Florida again? Do you think there's going to be a huge recount and everything? It's going to be a big mess again?
Trust me, if it is close enough, and this is just my opinion, if it's close enough that you're going to have a recount, I think you'll have multiple recounts in multiple states. I was told today by one pollster that there were 5 states right now within 1%. That is within recounts area. I'm telling you, if there's a recount, there's going to be multiple recounts, and it is going to be a legal circus.
Yeah, you could have Florida, you could have Ohio, you could have potentially Wisconsin and Virginia. I don't know about what would be the 5th state that potentially is within 1%.
Well, the states have a law, right? If you're within...
Some have automatic.
Maybe Colorado.
I think
maybe Colorado.
They could be making work for the lawyers for months.
Oh, right, the lawyer. This is the lawyer's full employment act.
I don't know why we're here.
There's nothing like counting hanging chads at $800 an hour.
How long does a recount take?
Well, it has to be over by December 18th. So the Constitution requires the electorates to vote on December 18th. That was the reason why the Supreme Court ordered Florida to stop counting. I'm sorry, I've got 2 lawyers sitting here. I apologize. But
you're right. I'll correct you if you're wrong.
Okay, that's it. I'm done.
So we around till December 18th.
I don't think the problem with it is the electoral math. And that's everybody keeps talking about, well, if it's close in this state or close in that state, but there's certain states that make or break it. I mean, we'll come back. Virginia is more important than I think anybody.
You mean where Ohio might not matter?
Ohio could very well not matter. If Obama takes Nevada and Obama takes Colorado and he takes Virginia, Ohio may not matter. And Florida may not matter. It all depends. I mean, you can play the little game in terms of shifting the electoral votes, but the electoral math is really what matters.
I think he's right. If you had John King's magic map behind us, I think no matter how you swap the states around, what you end up seeing is Obama's probably, he's trending ahead in Colorado, he's trending ahead in Nevada, he's trending ahead in New Hampshire, he's trending ahead in Pennsylvania. What you end up with Governor Romney, you keep coming back to...
Well, it's close. If it's just under 2 or 1%, you're going to have recounts.
Yeah, but historically, and again, lawyers chime in if I'm wrong, historically, if you go into Election Day ahead, the person that goes into a recount ahead, there's a huge psychological impact of overturning that. Usually the person that goes in ahead wins.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I mean, empirically, that's true.
Yeah,
I don't know why that is or what the phenomenon is. But, and we should put in that last calculation Pennsylvania. If Pennsylvania goes Obama, and if Nevada goes Obama, which it looks like it will, then Virginia, and he gets Virginia, it doesn't much matter how else the table is played.
John King's been saying for a month, Virginia, Florida, Ohio, for Romney. Virginia, Ohio. It's what it boils down to. And I think his travel, I think in his staff movements, in the last week of the election, I kind of went on a poll fast and ignored the media for about a week and just watched where are the candidates moving their staff, where are the candidates traveling and changing their travel schedule to, and where are they spending their ad dollars, the media that's available. And for Governor Romney, it's Florida, Virginia, Ohio. And I think we're going to be sitting here watching those 3 states for Governor
And I
Romney.
wonder, what about Pennsylvania? Why all of a sudden the late push in Pennsylvania? I thought it was because they realized they've got problems elsewhere, and if they're going to make a play, that was the only place that could go in, and if you flipped Pennsylvania, then it takes away kind of the common pathway.
Earlier, I think it was said that Governor Romney had a lot of money left over, and Pennsylvania was the only place with ad space available. I think that was a spot-on accurate. That was a spot-on accurate comment.
How much money was spent on this whole thing?
Approximately $2 billion. USA Today reported $2 billion this morning.
Well, so that's a stimulus plan.
Could have cured cancer.
Right. I'm wondering, yeah.
Well, that's, as some say, that's the First Amendment at work.
No, that's
corporations.
Five justices said that.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with you on that, Mark.
That was not a 9-0 opinion.
Until we do something about Citizens United, until there's a real effort to enact true campaign finance reform, you're going to see this kind of money in elections.
But Obama spent almost as much as Romney.
It's not, and he had to.
I think it was very close.
You have to understand the dynamic that goes on with that decision. I mean, that decision opened the floodgates. Everybody knew exactly. I mean, there was panic in the White House, so to speak. Everybody knew exactly what was going to happen. The dissenters knew what was going to happen, and it unleashed a situation where you had to deal with it. Because how are you going to say, I'm going to live within the limits, but then there's this kind of otherworldly, as we'll go back to the bunch of rich old white guys, a cabal of 17 of them, who are going to spend endlessly.
But let's be honest here, I'm not even getting into the philosophic debate. On a practical level, you can keep making laws, which Democrats love to do. You can keep legislating things, but smart people, it's like tax loopholes. Smart people are always going to find a way to influence elections. Always.
Yeah, but smart people in this case basically use the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn, about 100 years worth of precedent in order to get there.
The polls have now closed in Arkansas. It is now 5:30 in the West. And let's check in with James Rainey, the political and media reporter for the Los Angeles Times. He's joining us by Google Hangout. James, good to see you. You've been covering
Hey, Larry.
Good seeing you. Politics has been your main theme here through this past year. What's your early read here tonight, or is it too early?
That's too early. I do want to jump in on something I heard your guest talking about earlier, though. There was a little snit there about voter fraud and is it real or is it created? I just wanted to weigh in on that because after the 2000 election, there was a group formed at Caltech and MIT, group of scientists and technologists to look at all our voting problems. And these folks are nonpartisan. They're trying to look at the science of this rather than at all the mythology. And they found that voter fraud is largely as Archie Bunker liked to say, a pigment of the imagination of some political activists. So I know there's a lot of talk about it. Certainly anytime someone goes in, tries to vote more than once, none of us like that. None of us want to see that in our election system. But really the constant discussion of this is a distraction. It's not real. If it is real, someone should bring forward some evidence more than isolated cases. It's just something
in other words,
kind of distract us from the real case at hand.
Why would someone wait online 4 hours to vote illegally?
I wouldn't, Larry. Would you?
No, I would not.
Well, but I think that's a little unfair what he just said, because today there was one instance of a machine screen malfunctioning, and I've seen it about 100 times on television today. This vote was changed from Obama to Romney. It's been played all day on every station.
Yeah, they posted that on YouTube, but it's a pretty interesting thing. And now they've got the conspiracy out. You know what the conspiracy is? That Tag Romney is an investor in the voting machine company, and so therefore they've done the
and the Bin Laden sit on the board of Carlyle. I know there's a lot of conspiracies, but what I will say is that you don't hear anything about in 04 and 08. There were a lot of instances of poll workers going home early, people trying to vote multiple times. You don't see the coverage of that. So I think it's a fair issue to discuss.
A lot of instances. Well, it's good to bring up anecdotal cases. I actually agree with your guest there that video today is another distraction, because if you turn back a week ago, there were multiple reports going in the other direction where Mitt Romney voters were going into early vote in several states, including Ohio. They were hitting the Mitt Romney button on a touchscreen vote, and it was popping up for Obama. That's simply a calibration problem until someone proves otherwise and brings forward some evidence that there's actually fraud. So that accusation has been made on both sides. I don't think it's going to be in any way dispositive. It's not going to affect the outcome here. If someone wants to prove otherwise, they should bring forward the evidence. I totally agree that this one today, the video goes all over. Everybody on the left is having a tantrum about it. It's much ado about nothing.
James, on another area, what are you looking at tonight? Do you agree with our guests here that Virginia could be the key here?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've thought all along, I mean, Virginia is very important, but I think as others have talked about, the real firewall, the so-called firewall for Obama is in the Midwest. I think there's a pretty good reason to believe that President Obama is going to win in Ohio. And I think that's largely because of the auto bailout, which we've seen a lot of polling is viewed very positively by people in that part of the country. I think he's likely to win there. He's likely to win Wisconsin. If he wins those two states and manages to win Iowa and or Nevada, he's going to be reelected. And so it would be nice for him to win in Virginia. I think that's going to be a tougher go for him. But I think the Midwest is really where his biggest strength is. It's largely because of the auto bailout. Some other reasons I don't think that whole 47% video helped Mitt Romney either in that part or anywhere in the country, frankly. So I think the real place that the race is going to come down to is the Midwest.
Thank you, James. You do an outstanding job.
All right. Thanks, Larry.
James Rainey, great reporter.
I don't think so. The challenge for Governor Romney, and I've been saying this for months, the challenge for Governor Romney is running the table. Winning Virginia, he may win Virginia. He may win Florida. He may win Ohio. Winning all three is the challenge.
Right.
Now, I don't think the 47% comment was his big downfall in Ohio. I really don't believe that. I think the overreaching on Jeep in China was a miscalculation. I think he got lucky. I've heard a lot of Republicans whining about how the storm made President Obama, gave President Obama a bounce. I actually think the storm helped Governor Romney because it covered up the Jeep China. He overreached so aggressively, making.
Why did he do that on it?
You know what? I don't know who made the ad. I hope
Did someone give him bad information?
Well, I know Governor Romney. I don't know whether he had good information out, but whoever made the ad and bought the ad, it was patently false. And anytime you overreach like that, and President Obama has overreached before, but anytime with a week or two to go in the election, when you overreach like that, it creates a distraction in the state where you need to be having a message discipline.
I think we have D.L. Hughley finally on the phone. Are you there?
Forget that? 400,000?
We're going to give up on D.L. Hughley, I think.
Yeah, where?
All right. We're having a D.L. Hughley problem tonight. It's because John Lovitz wishes to be the only comedian on this show.
That's exactly what I'm
Therefore,
No, I love DL. We've done shows
You're
together.
suppressing
He's a
the
great guy.
comedian. You're suppressing the comedians.
What did we decide? Dinner or 400,000?
Dinner.
Dinner. Okay.
what are you talking about?
I honestly think Romney. I would say it. I think Romney's going to win, based on just you have a 50-50 shot. It's ridiculous, but I think because of just me traveling around and just seeing how bad the economy is, and I just think people are going to get in there and vote for jobs. And for me, though, it's a real quandary because, like I said, I don't agree with anything they say socially. And so that's the question. Which do you vote for? Thinking it's going to help the economy or socially, and people go, oh, you're choosing money over social issues. But if people don't have work, it's like, what does it matter?
I think, though, that's one way of posing the question. I think that for some of us...
I'm saying it's confusing.
No, I hear you, but I also think that for some of us, it's not as easy to separate social issues from economic issues. I'm interested in making sure that women have access to the marketplace and are paid the same as men, and that's an economic issue that crosses over into a social issue. And so I think that...
But I agree with that.
You know what I mean?
100%.
And so I think that it's harder to kind of piece up the issues in the way that we're used to, because everything is really connected. And I think that, when people are voting, they've really got to try to put together a totality, however you do that. And we have all of these biases and assumptions we make about people and why we gravitate to some people and some folks like this guy for reasons that make absolutely no sense. But, maybe it's just what they do historically.
But you have liberals, I don't know if this is social or economic, that disappointed that Obama did not close Guantanamo, although the Congress
Patriot
may have
Act,
had something to do
interrogations.
with that. How about drones?
Yeah. If you
Liberals
look,
don't like drones.
if you look
Shooting
at-
drones, killing people.
If you look at-
we killed an American citizen.
there's a difficult...
Well, I don't think anybody likes killing people, but if it's your enemy and they're going to try to kill you, you can't go, oh, leave them alone.
But I think there's something we're leaving out here, just if you don't mind.
I still didn't get an answer to my question. Is it dinner or 400,000 bucks?
What are you,
You guys
talking
just
about?
bet 400.
Hold on.
You sound like
Mitt
Romney.
He said, I said, I think Romney's going to win. He goes, you want to bet? I said, yes. So he goes, what do you want to bet? Dinner? And I said, $400,000.
Right.
Romney will bet you 10
Right,
grand.
I think I can at least get.
And then I said, you know what, forget it.
I'm
Dinner.
going to try this one more time, Reed,
Okay.
and you'll go.
Okay.
I think D.L. Hughley
It
is
was a
with us.
joke.
Are you there, D.L.? That's it. We will no longer
we're not
call
talking.
on D.L. Hughley.
No more
again
Yeah, I'm
tonight.
DL. I can hear Larry.
Okay.
Hey, now.
Is that you?
It is. How you doing, Larry? What's going on?
Where the hell have you been?
See, I told you.
We've been calling you for minutes here anyway.
Hey, man, you know what? You sound like my wife asking me where I was. What is all that about?
Well, I got John Lovitz here.
I was in a horrible cellar. I kept picking the phone up and I couldn't get service.
All right, D.L., you got any early reaction here, or is it too early?
No, No, I think nothing surprised me so far. Romney's winning in the states. The reddest, also they have the reddest next. Nobody's shocked by that. I think I think we're to the interesting part. To me, it's really kind of simple. I think that the only way President Obama wins this is if somebody does something unprecedented. I think I was in Florida, and they have long lines to vote, and places in Ohio have long lines, and it seem to be in areas that are most heavily Democratic, and I don't think that's an accident, but hopefully that won't come into play here.
Well, what are you saying? I don't know. You think it's going to be unprecedented?
I think that the only way that President Obama doesn't win is somebody cheats.
Oh, doesn't win. I thought you said does win.
No, if he doesn't win, I think that by all the polls that were, the aggregate of all the polls, the averages of all the polls, I think even some of the early exit polls, I think, are really encouraging. So I think if something happened today, that it would have to be some kind of sleight of hand.
Ah, Reed, he is questioning whether something might be underhanded.
Well, I can't see why it takes when you look at some of the things that have happened in Florida and Ohio to date. I mean, it looks like some people are voting in Iraq or a third world country somewhere. I think we should be to a place now where it's easy to vote, but it would be encouraging to vote, and that there shouldn't be this many complications. And I think obviously that people have a vested interest. Some people have a vested interest in making sure that everybody who can vote doesn't, and some people have a vested interest in making sure that everybody that can vote does.
Reed, do you think there is chicanery afoot?
There will always be no shortage of people who think so. I don't think so. I think.
But in this bitter campaign, on both sides.
Let me ask you something. Why are the lines so long in places where black people are voting? Why is that happening?
Because a lot of black people are voting, I guess.
Well, I don't know. We'll look at all of the Republican efforts to eliminate early voting, make it extremely difficult on early voting.
He's implying they're making it hard for them to get...
You make it harder. I mean, look, one of the great things that Florida had going for it at one point is they were going to do the early voting on the Sunday before the election, and you saw what happened this Sunday.
Cancel that.
Right, the governor cancels it. They pass a law, make it even more difficult. They want to do voter ID. I mean, some of this stuff is obvious. I mean, the people who are engaging in it are almost always Republicans, and they're very upfront about it. When you put them on the stand, they admit, well, we're trying to suppress
if there
the
are
vote.
long lines of blacks online in Virginia that something is holding them up?
Yes.
He says that.
I think there's no doubt about it.
To me, I think that the only way, which really kind of thwarts the will of the people, I honestly believe that the only way he doesn't win is if they do something underhanded. And I think if you have a message that resonates with most of the American people, you encourage everybody to vote. If you feel like you don't have a message that's going to resonate to most of the American people, then you have to resort to other kind of tactics. And I think, a voter ID I can live with. You have to have an ID for a lot of things, but cutting off early voting and making it more difficult to vote are deliberate attempts to kind of minimize the vote and minimize voices. And that, to me, seems very third world.
Well, and by the way, it's not like he's sort of making this up. I mean, this isn't just crazy speculation. Well, there have been GOP.
There'd be no reason to cancel early voting. Why would you cancel early voting?
But there's incompetency and lack of infrastructure everywhere. Let me just out myself here.
There's long lines in New Jersey, too, isn't there?
But hold on, guys.
Everywhere.
I stood in line for several hours in Beverly Hills, California today, and it was all white people. And so there's a lack of infrastructure and incompetency.
But I think that it would be,
by the way, we have a break here. Tennessee goes to Romney, 11 electoral votes. New Jersey goes to Obama, 14 electoral votes. Governor Christie made news praising Obama about that. And even though they've extended the voting to Friday, see, John, they've already called it. So if you want to wait till...
that's my point.
They had
a lot of people in California.
They had voting groups threatening to sue in New Jersey if they didn't extend it. So it was a reactive move. I don't want to give them too much credit.
But that's my point. In California...
Arkansas to Romney, 6 electoral votes.
In California, a lot of people go, my vote doesn't count. What's the point?
Well, they knew that this morning it didn't count. Because
but California is one of the most populous states in the country. And are you saying that it's like 15 million people, their votes don't count?
What are you saying? Hold it.
Unimportant, and so few wouldn't try to their best to make sure that so many didn't have access to vote. So I just, even though I live in California and have my whole life, I've always taken, ever since I was old enough to know what things were about, I always held that right to vote as a precious thing. And I think that I think anybody who thinks differently, you vote one way or another. Either you're doing what you want to do or you're doing what somebody else wants you to do. It's the same thing.
Well, I just wait. There's one salient point. Name me one Democratic Secretary of State or one Democratic governor who has tried to eliminate early voting or extending voting hours. Name one.
And I will give you one more. I'll take your point one step further. There were actually GOP voting officials who said very explicitly, we are not going to try to help the African-American turnout machine. If there were some voting officials in Utah that said, we got to do what we can to stop the Mormon advance for Romney, then there would have been, like, all hell would have broken loose.
It's all flat. I was watching ESPN and Romney came on and said that the first thing he would do if he were, if he were involved in sports was to stop performance-enhancing drugs. And I just, FYI, because it's cheating, voter suppression is the steroids of the election process. So it's the same, it's the exact same thing to me.
How do you respond to that, Reed?
It's hard.
Why would you?
It's hard to speak in this room on behalf of all white people and all Republicans.
All white Republicans.
just stick with Republicans.
It's very difficult. No, I personally think there are infrastructure and competency issues. This is my personal opinion. I don't think there's a conspiracy out. I do think there's a...
Just answer my question, because you follow this stuff, you live this stuff. Name me one Democratic Secretary of State or governor who has done something to eliminate either early voting or access to voting. Name one.
Well, of course not. I agree. Obviously, they know where their votes are coming from, though.
Well, then what is the point? Well, then what are we arguing about? I mean, it's clear the
I think
Republican
the key question
Party
is just simply, why would you stop anyone?
Because the Republican Party knows.
Let me go on the record and say.
You know what? I'm just going to be Reed's lawyer for a second because my heart's going out to him right now. I think that what he's trying to say is that you don't think that every Republican everywhere is out trying to stop.
I want to go on the record and say I have personally never suppressed a vote. I just want to say that.
And I think that's all that you can speak to in terms of your party.
Didn't you say Florida is supposed to go for Obama?
So you're the minority of that party.
He's the
Republican Party.
Touche, DL. I have been called a lot of things.
You are the flavor of the Republican Party.
You're so black.
I think I'm going up to the war room now. Is Jim Moret going to talk to Marianne? Oh, I see. Marianne Williamson is up there with some folks. Marianne, we'll throw it up to the war room.
How you doing, Larry? I'm talking to two very interesting gentlemen here, Tyler Oakley and Mastin Kipp. I want to begin with you, Tyler.
Sure.
You're all involved in social media, and Tumblr and Twitter. Talk to me about how you see this election compared to the role of social media 4 years ago.
Sure. I think it's a whole different ballgame this time. I think, especially within the different campaigns, you see different people getting involved in the campaigns. And I think there's a big difference between how Mitt Romney is running things on social media and how Barack Obama's doing it. Especially with, the involvement on Tumblr, you see just a whole different type of sense of community with the Barack Obama Tumblr. And he's getting involved in a whole bunch of different kinds of groups of people. And you don't really see that with Romney.
So is that because the people themselves are sort of hipper and more community-based, or because the campaign is more hip to what's happening?
I think it's both. Honestly, I think it's both. And I think whoever is running the Barack Obama Tumblr knows the internet, and they know what they're doing. And I think that people are really responding well to that.
Well,
and
later tonight we'll know how
we'll
well.
See. Hopefully,
we'll know how
hopefully
well.
It translates.
What about you, Mastin Kipp, thedailylove.com? You're all about love, but obviously we all know that a lot of people who consider themselves very loving had a hard time not hating somebody during this campaign. Yes. A lot of people are going to be angry when this race is over. What are you going to be saying to people who say, Mastin, I try to live a life of love, but I'm so angry about this election? What's your message to them?
Well, I think first and foremost, anger is a wonderful emotion because it's better than powerlessness. And when we're angry, we can channel that into something productive. But most importantly, I think that, I've seen it on my own Facebook wall, that I'll be posting things about what I believe in this election, who I'm voting for. And there are people who believe, like I'm voting for Obama, other people vote for Romney, other people vote for Jill Stein. The idea is that we should be able to disagree with each other and still respect each other. And that really is the number one thing that's most important in this election.
And that's why it's so important that the vote itself be legitimate, Larry, so that we can all psychologically make the shift to whoever won, it's our president. Back to you. By the way, we do want to mention that you can find Tyler Oakley online, and you can find Mastin Kipp online as well. A bigger question that we have, as I was mentioning before, has to do with the legitimacy of the election itself. When we feel confident that one of these guys actually wins, if the nation can feel at the end of this evening that it was a fair vote, Romney won, or it was a fair vote and Obama won, we will be in a completely different place psychologically and emotionally than if there's so much talk about voter suppression and so much talk about voter intimidation that a lot of Americans are wondering what really happened. We can't have another one like that. We went through that 8 years ago. And so that's it. That's what we have to say right now.
And actually, I would say an important thing is, you know, we're going to have a whole bunch of more involvement with people on Facebook and Twitter, and the conversation is going to keep going. Whereas before, you didn't really see that. You'd see it on the news networks. But so many people back then, I think, were ready for it to be done. You know, people are like, I've heard it. I'm ready for the election to be done. But, you know, it's going to keep going on Tumblr and Twitter, and the conversation's going to keep going, for better or for worse. I think for better, because at the end of the day, no matter who gets elected, somebody's going to be held accountable when something happens.
Well, that's a great point, because that's democracy. And democracy should not be a conversation that we only have during election season.
Totally.
And when you know, it's not okay for our candidates and our lawmakers to only hear from us every 2 years or every 4 years, especially since corporate lobbyists are talking in their ears every single day. So that's a very good point. And how does the kind of conversation that you have with people, Mastin, how does that relate to this new impulse of citizenship and democracy that hopefully is just taking off tonight and will be continuing after the election?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that social media, at least for me and my generation, you know, I'm 30 years old, has helped me, empowered me to understand more about what's going on, because growing up, quite frankly, I sort of tuned the political conversation out. And I think that with the inundation of the information on Facebook, on Twitter, and all the social networks, that it's present, it's there. What's Prop 36? What's Prop 37? What are these propositions all about? That information is there. And there's such a conversation that's being had. I've made friends because of this election. I've, you know, forgiven. I have a new mantra. One of my mantras on social networks now is forgive and delete, because there's just some people that just don't, you know, belong on the conversation because of the way they hold themselves, not because of who they believe in.
Right.
But I really think that the most important thing, again, is how are you showing up? How are you engaging? And I think that that is what social media is doing in general, is it's allowing us to engage and be so much more informed than we were before.
I think one of the most important things is that we learn to honorably debate. Too many people say, well, we're not going to talk about politics, and that's not what we want to be. It's only in a totalitarian society that we all have to have the same views. But I think that people are realizing how important it is that we learn to argue honorably. And I see that on my own Facebook page. If you want to argue and express your opinion, that's fine. You're going to get hateful? Delete.
And the interesting thing is, with social media, you don't just have your own community that you grow up in or the town that you're in.
Right.
You can connect with all these people all around the country that maybe you are growing up in this area where you don't feel like anybody agrees with you. You can connect with people and have these conversations on Tumblr with people hundreds of miles away, and you know that wasn't anywhere around in anybody's election prior. So now it's a whole different ball game. These conversations can be had, and you can be following the people that you want to follow and see the conversations and partake in the conversations that you want to be involved in. Whereas before, I don't know if that was necessarily the case.
I think no matter who wins the election, what's important for the history of the United States, for the future of the United States, is that we continue the activist conversation. We continue the conversation having to do with what's going to happen with child poverty, what's going to happen with mass incarceration, what's going to happen with Citizens United. There are so many subjects we need to be talking about, not just tonight, but as we go forward.
Thank you, Marianne. And for those of you just joining us, I'm Jim Moret from Inside Edition, filling in right now for Larry King, who's on a well-deserved rest, because this is live, and as you know, there's no commercials here, and Larry's only used to 60 minutes in a row. Of course, we know that. We're following this race, and it's you know, look, the night's going to be a long one, and I'm going to just get a quick survey. Anything stand out to any of you so far?
Not yet. I mean, I haven't seen anything that's been surprising or shocking. I think that we're seeing a lot of what we've been expected or told we'd likely see at this point in the evening.
The wins and losses have been very predictable, and all the info we're being fed from the field right now is dead even in Florida, dead even in Ohio. There's some murmuring on other networks about people being ahead in Florida, but the data we're receiving from the ground is dead even Florida, dead even Ohio. I think we're in for a long night.
Okay, we're going to go on this side here. We've got Eric Stern, Heidi Harris, Reed Dickens and Tanya Acker, for those of you just joining us. And Eric, first to you. Well, Reed, we talked just before we came on. There's a threshold that the president has to achieve with respect to the breakdown of white-black vote in order to hit a line and succeed.
Right. Tanya and I were just discussing this during the commercial break. Or during the break, President Obama polled extremely high, as you would expect, in 2008. I think the upper 80s with the African-American vote. But this election, and I think he was around 40, but just below it, but it was okay because he made up for it in turnout with the African-American vote. This election, generally, the Democrat candidate has to be above 40. It's kind of that, historically, that magic line, above 40 with the white vote and above 85 or so with the black vote. There's been some reports recently, I don't know how accurate they are, we'll find out in a few hours, that he was dipping lower than he needed to be in the white vote, which could affect Ohio and Virginia, but again, we don't know. We're just talking about historic trends.
And Tanya, is there anything that's really, I mean, is Reed right? Is it shaking out poorly for Governor Romney so far?
Well, it's shaking out poorly with Governor Romney and African-American voters. I mean,
right. That's not, is that a surprise?
Well, no, but...
It's about turnout. This is about intensity and turnout.
Yeah,
it's about intensity.
The point that Reed was making wasn't so much about voter appeal and who's going out for whom, but it's about who has to show up
on the margin.
And who has to show up on the margins and tick the ticker and see how it's going to play out. Absolutely.
It's about the undecided people who actually go to the polls today.
The country's
and
on the
decide
margins.
who's going to be their president today. And how many people do you think that could come down to? Tens of thousands of people are going to decide this race?
I think it'll be a little more than that.
I think it will be too.
It's going to be more than that.
I think it's possible that in a few states you could have be below that 1% threshold that triggers a recount. I mean, that's possible. But I think right now, I think by 8 or 9 o'clock tonight, you're going to start getting some information out of Virginia and Ohio that tell us something.
Well, Eric, if this president is to be successful, does he have to hit more than 50%?
He's not going to get that much more than 50% no matter what happens. So he's not 50. I think he did 53 in 2008. I mean, those days are gone. That's not going to happen again. It's just not in the cards.
So no matter where we end up, the country will be divided tomorrow as it is today.
Well, I don't know that it makes the country that much more divided because he does 51% as opposed to 53% last time. I mean, that's still pretty much kind of a half and half scenario. So no, look, he's got a new slate. He's got a new term if he wins, and his obligation as president, his job, is to bring people together and find compromise.
Heidi, you've been checking Real Clear Politics. You've been checking websites in the green room. Your mood shifts as the numbers come in. They did. I've been
just
watching you. You're going, oh, I can't look. Oh, this is good. But there's always a danger with these early numbers because they don't necessarily tell you the whole story because you don't know which precincts are reporting. We may be getting 40% of Florida, but we don't know which 40%. Right. So as you look at the numbers and you try to see a trend, you've been looking at the states as they've been breaking, and so far there are no real surprises.
No real surprises. But it astounds me that that half the country seems to still like President Obama in a lot of these polls. I mean, some of the southern states, obviously, that's not the case. But in so much of the country, it's been dead even. And it just astounds me as a conservative, even if it were a conservative president, with the economy being as bad as it is, that 50% of the people want to continue what Obama's done. I'm just amazed at that when I look at these numbers.
I think that part of that is because 50% of the country doesn't think that Obama just did it by himself in 4 years. Because it tends to take more than 4 years to create a mess. Well, so I think that the country, I think that a lot of folks in the country are really grappling with how you interpret this economic data. What does it mean, and how do you get out of it? And I think that most Americans are really bypassing a lot of the really flip analyses that, I'm not just pointing the finger at you. I think that a lot of what we do when we do this type of TV or talking is we try to come up with these quick answers for why things are the way they are. But I think that voters, they sometimes do a deeper analysis than we do.
Sometimes I think we flatter ourselves with how smart we are and all the data we have access to when people sometimes, the emotional realist, they're making a decision in the emotional part of the brain. I can't tell you, I traveled with the president to 48 states, and I can't tell you how many people I've heard say, I disagree with you on this or I disagree with you on that, but in my gut, I trust you. So I think
that's okay. And the problem I'm seeing, and Heidi, we were talking about this in the green room as well. The problem is that there's such a polarizing effect And what I've seen is you're one side or the other, and God forbid I don't agree with you, you call me a traitor, or vice versa. And the fact is, most people aren't all on one side or the other. You may be socially liberal and fiscally conservative, or maybe a mix, and it may not come down to one issue.
Obviously, the internet and cable news has made things extremely emotional because the parties are trying to rile up their bases. They're trying to energize their bases, and anytime you're trying
this isn't a reality show. This is the country.
I'm saying that's what's happening, though, is the parties are trying to rile up their bases because every percentage point that you increase turnout matters.
Right.
What I would say is, I know for Tanya and I, we were discussing a few minutes ago, we all want our kids to get a good education. We all want to be safe. We all agree on the fundamental issues, right? I think for me as a conservative, it comes down to the role of the federal government. I don't think the federal government necessarily knows how to raise my children. I don't think the federal government should meddle in local education. So I think there's a healthy debate that started in 1776 about the role of federal government, and I think that's a fair and healthy debate.
Eric, you want to weigh in?
No, by the way, you make it sound as, first of all, it's not just they're trying to rile up their bases. They're trying to anger persuadable voters. They try to piss them off. That's what politics has become. They try to make them as mad as possible. It's pure incitement. And I don't believe it's both sides doing it equally. Excuse me, it is now, but it wasn't. Obama made a tremendous effort to sort of reach over and work with the Republicans.
Yeah, when he passed Obamacare in the middle of the night with just Democrats, he reached right across the aisle and smacked them in the face.
He spent a year asking them to present a proposal,
and
they didn't bother to do it
because they want. I got the power. Boom.
All they wanted to do was have some. All they wanted to do was deny him.
This debate is going to continue. Let me just bring people up to date. It's 6 o'clock on the West Coast, 9 on the East Coast. Polls are closing in Arizona, Colorado, Louisiana, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, Wisconsin, Wyoming. I said Nevada, correctly?
Yes, Nevada, like banana. Yes.
Heidi goes crazy if you say Nevada. Additional closings in Kansas, Texas, Michigan, North Dakota, and South Dakota. Toss-up state, Colorado, with 9 electoral votes on the line. That could be the closest swing state in this race. Heidi, when you look at these swing states, and we've been hearing that this could be a domino effect, one way or the other, and I know that both sides are very confident, which is really shocking, how confident. We just heard that Governor Romney has written one speech, and one only, I'm being told, they want me to keep going. Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes, also highly competitive. Obama won this state by only 4 points. Back in 2008,
14,
Wisconsin.
14.
Is it 14?
14, yeah.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something I don't do on television.
Go ahead.
Wisconsin has a bitter race for an open Senate seat. Republican former Governor Tommy Thompson is battling Democratic Representative Tammy Baldwin. If she wins, she would become the first openly gay U.S. Senator. And in Nebraska, Democrat Bob Kerrey is pitted against Republican Deb Fischer in a tough race for the Senate seat now held by Democrat Ben Nelson. Kerrey is a former senator, also former head of the New School where my younger daughter goes, former governor and former presidential candidate. We have a call to make. Angus King, the independent candidate and former governor, will be going to Washington to represent Maine in the Senate. He's expected to caucus with the Democrats. This is a seat being vacated by retiring Republican Olympia Snowe. And we have him on the phone? Is that yes? I'm not hearing anything? We do not. Okay. So, Heidi, back to you. We were talking about these swing states. And what is the likelihood that as one breaks, they will all break?
Well, it'll be interesting to see. When you look at states like Ohio and Virginia, of course, these are, coal places. And it's amazing to me that those are even close when President Obama has come right out and said that he's not for coal. He talks about clean coal, but he's actually come out and said...
I don't even know what clean coal means.
Okay, but when he's actually come out and said that he's going to make it's so difficult for these coal plants to start that they're going to go bankrupt. He actually came out and said that a couple years ago. No one talks about that. And so when these states that produce a lot of energy have to be very concerned about this kind of thing. So I'm surprised once again that it's even close there. I know it's a lot of union membership and that kind of thing, but still.
Reed, you're supposed to agree with Heidi.
Well, I think we're debating things. People have voted. I think it's not that I disagree. It's just that right now it really boils down to turnout. I just got some numbers in from the field. Wisconsin and Colorado are trending really strong for Obama from people who said they voted and people who said they wanted to vote.
That's Wisconsin and
Colorado?
That's
Wisconsin and Colorado. I bring that up to say, going back to a point we made earlier, Romney has to win Virginia. He has to win Ohio and Florida. Virginia, Ohio, and Florida. He has to win those if those are not trending his way.
And what about Colorado? Is that as critical?
Well, I'm saying if this is accurate, if Colorado is trending Obama as well as Wisconsin and Iowa, I think it just keeps affirming what we've been discussing.
The latest numbers I've seen for Virginia show Romney at 53 and Obama at 44, and that's with 44% of the precincts reporting.
Yeah.
So
he's got to run the table.
Right.
Tanya, we were looking at the early numbers of Florida, and they were showing an Obama lead of several points. Is that what you're seeing still?
I saw it by the last time I checked, it was maybe just a point or two.
And the early votes, it's so dangerous, I guess, to look at some of these early numbers. Reed, do you agree? Because you don't really know.
It depends on where they're coming from. If you don't know where they're coming from, let's use Virginia, for example. If they're coming from Northern Virginia, you're going to see a big Obama spike if they're coming from the rural areas. So it all depends on where they're coming from and when. Sometimes it takes longer for the rural votes to get in, and those are going to be the ones going for governor.
And right now, what I have, Florida is dead even with 73% in. Dead even.
That's amazing.
Dead even.
By the way, are the early votes in terms of early voting, those are counted right off? Those are usually counted. Right. If it's 73% reporting, that means the people who voted early. And Obama is expected to have had a huge advantage of that have been counted.
Now, I will say this. I was in North Carolina and in Florida, the early voting numbers in terms of quantity have flip-flopped since 08. I think you had in the low 50s for Obama and the mid-30s for Romney, and this time, for McCain, and then this time you've had a flip-flop. So you've had about 50% of the early votes have been coming in for Governor Romney. So Governor Romney's had some good signs early with the early vote.
But if you look at Florida, for example, 50-50. Yeah. With, what was it, 70-odd percent?
73%.
73%. Right. 50-50. Is that shocking in and of itself?
Well, again, I hate to keep saying this. It depends on where they're coming from. The Panhandle, where the military bases are, the Panhandle's kind of a part of the Bible Belt. The rest of Florida is not. Remember, CBS called the election before the Panhandle last time. So the Panhandle, it depends on how many of those votes are coming from the I-4 corridor. The I-4 corridor tends to be more pro-business, more tourist. South Florida tends to be mostly Democrat. I think about 90% of the Democratic votes come from South Florida. So it just all depends on where the votes are coming from.
Heidi, have you seen a shift in the last couple of days? Because we talk about momentum, and for a time, certainly after the first debate, you saw a momentum shift in Governor Romney's favor. Then we saw him ride that wave until the hurricane hit. Then Governor Christie made his dramatic bear hug kiss to the president, which I think has angered a number of Republicans, certainly those on the eastern seaboard. Have you noticed any shift in the last couple of days that gives you any confidence for Governor Romney's victory?
Well, I would hope that, obviously, I want him to win, and I haven't seen a lot of enthusiasm on it, certainly with people I know who are Democrats in the past, and they have not, either they're not going to vote for Obama at all, or they're not very vocal about it. There seems to be lagging response, and a lot of people showing up for Obama rallies. Certainly that's an indicator. I hardly see any Obama stickers, even here in California anymore, as opposed to 2008. I mean, take it for what it's worth, right? But just as an observation.
By the way,
so those things encourage me a little bit.
It should anger Republicans that Christie did that. He didn't just say that Obama did a good job. He put 6 teaspoons of sugar into the coffee.
Yeah, pretty sickening.
And the fact is that this is the...
I'm sorry, but why is that sickening? I mean, I think that the reaction to that is really a part of why we're in this hyper-partisan place. Governor Christie is managing a state where people are suffering and in despair. And the President of the United States does a good job trying to respond to that crisis.
But he didn't just say he's doing a good job.
He said it wouldn't be on that.
Let's be honest. Governor Christie loves him some Governor Christie.
Yes, he does.
So this isn't about Governor Romney at all.
He was getting on the train that was passed. I think it's good to be bipartisan. Absolutely. You've got to listen. The President's the commander-in-chief. He's in charge.
I listen to you on the radio every day, and I only hear one side from you, and I love that. I really do. I listen to you every morning on The Answer. I'll give you a plug.
Thank you very much.
But you have 2 Republicans on your morning show.
I have 1 Republican and 1 liberal.
Well, but you're a Republican. So
I am too. Right.
So I just wanted to hear you say that again. You like bipartisanship? I want to hear that as I think about you in the morning.
Here's why I do. I think all of us would agree. We want both parties to work together for our benefit. But the problem is they work at cross purposes a lot of times. So I understand that Chris Christie has to deal with the president. It would be rude for him to. What's he supposed to do? Be rude to the president?
He could act like Governor Brewer and be totally insulting to the commander-in-chief, which is apparently very okay.
Chris Christie, having gone out as a conservative surrogate, a Republican surrogate in this race, he's got to shore up his support for his reelection.
Because he's got a reelection. That's a huge factor. That's exactly right. He's not stupid. But here again, I like bipartisanship. But remember, Harry Reid just came out last week and said that if Romney gets elected, he's not going to work with him. He's come out and said that. Harry Reid. So talk
Tanya,
about
Tanya, you're saying
bipartisanship.
no matter how much praise Christie heaped on Obama, it would have been acceptable and appropriate and expected at some point. It's too much.
I'm saying that if you flip the switch, I mean, let's forget part of the reason why Republicans are so upset that Governor Christie acknowledged the great job that the president did.
It's not acknowledging, it's slobbering. It's different.
The part of the reason they're so upset about it is that they remember how George Bush bungled Katrina, and so they don't like anything that reminds them
Right.
of
George
that.
Bush didn't care about black people dying in New Orleans, but all of a sudden Obama cares about people starving and freezing in Staten Island. No one's talking about that. People are freezing and starving.
I think if you go back to the Republican convention,
it's just as bad.
Wait a second,
Governor
stop.
Christie.
One second. It is completely disingenuous, and I'm not going to let you get away with saying that what's happening with that the response to Sandy is as bad as the response to Katrina. Obviously, in any natural disaster, some people are not going to get help as quickly as they should get it. But to suggest that there's some comparison between how Bush handled Katrina and Obama handled
There's a comparison to you if you're in Staten Island and you're freezing to death and your house is still flooded and there's trash in the streets. It's an individual thing. They're still suffering, and nobody's saying Obama doesn't care about white people like they said Bush didn't care about black people.
I worked for President Bush, and I can say that we're comparing apples and oranges here. Everyone learned a lot from Katrina. FEMA was an organization with a few guys sitting in cubicles that wrote checks before Katrina, and I think we all learned a lot. I'm not taking anything away from President Obama. I'm not saying George Bush shouldn't have landed in Jackson and driven to Louisiana. What I'm saying is we all learned a lot, so President Obama is benefiting from the lessons learned. Governor Christie, I think, knows enough to know that he captured the news. Anytime he captures a news cycle for himself, he considers it a win. So I don't think we should let ourselves get sucked into that.
Well, listen, I don't think
it's a false debate.
No president can go in there and wave a magic wand. I don't expect President Obama to be able to stop all the suffering in Staten Island any more than any other president could. You simply can't do it. And when it comes to disaster preparedness, it begins with you on an individual basis. If you don't have a week's worth of food in your house, and most of the people who went to the Dome in New Orleans went because they didn't have a couple of days worth of food in their house. That's not President Obama's fault. I'm just making the comparison to how Bush was lambasted after Katrina versus the press saying nothing about the people suffering in Staten Island.
We're going to go to David Begg now. David, you got some numbers coming up?
Well, we're still seeing people waiting in line. Get a look at this. WPLG in Miami, as of 19 minutes ago, reporting 40% of Miami-Dade precincts remain open at this hour. In fact, in one of the precincts, 13 more staff members have been dispatched. The cool thing about right now is that people who are actually waiting in line are using the hashtag #StayInLine, and the president's account actually tweeted, get a look at this, from Barack Obama. He says, if you're waiting to vote in Florida, stay in line. As long as you are in line when the polls closed, you can still vote. So again, we're hearing in Ohio, Florida, and Virginia, in fact, we've even got some pictures that people are still standing in line, literally waiting to have the opportunity. And again, legally speaking, if you're in line, like this one right here, this is Virginia from about an hour ago, they're serving water, coffee, and food to hundreds of people, these folks waiting to vote in Chesapeake, Virginia. Also getting this, more than 11 million tweets, a record for people using the hashtag #election2012. So again, if you are standing in line right now, if you're perhaps watching us on your phone or your tablet, if you're in line, it's your right to vote. And again, the president's campaign, he's got more than 21 million people following him on Twitter. They are very active, and he is still trying to mobilize them tonight because even though the polls have closed, people are still waiting to vote. Back to you.
Thank you, David. And Tanya, I know this is anecdotal. When I went to vote this morning, I think I got my sticker right here. When I went to vote, there must have been, 150, 200 people waiting. And I was thrilled. And I tweeted out, there's a long line here, good for us, something to that effect. And David just gave us some figures coming out of Florida where people are standing in line. And one encouraging thing, looking at this race, is that people have to overcome a great deal, many of them, to place that ballot. And we recognize the privilege, and it's not just our right, but we have to exercise it, and it's a privilege to do this, regardless of who you vote for. My feeling this morning was I didn't care who they were voting for. I cared that they were voting. So what are you seeing out of this election that's positive?
I think that there's been a lot of talk about how divided we are and the hyperpartisanship. I think that we've really always been divided. We're a divided country. We fought a war with each other, not very long ago. So I think we've always been there. I think that it says two things. One, there is more engagement in this race than a lot of people thought that there would be early on. I think that it did take some time for the president to really get the enthusiasm back with his grassroots base, because he didn't have a primary, and we were just sort of sitting back watching Republicans battle it out with one another. I think that we started having an interesting conversation about voting infrastructure and how, we just may not have enough polling places and enough polling workers, and we need to do things to make it easier. And this is really something that we grapple with as a country, because the franchise is something that is only expanding. I mean, it starts out narrow. It started out very narrow, and as it expands, we have to figure out how to accommodate that expanding electorate.
Yeah, fast food restaurants can walk out in the parking lot and ask you which value meal you want. You may not get the right order, but at least they have the technology to do it. I definitely think that between these elections, there should be a little more progress in terms of the efficiency of the voting process. But let's not
so darn long.
But let's not get lost in the bigger, not lose the bigger picture of what a beautiful process this is. It's a beautiful process that we, like I said, the peaceful transition of power. We let the people elect the leader of the free world. I remember in 2004, President Obama, got a lot of criticism because he didn't engage in campaign mode quickly enough. Well, in his defense, he's president. It's a really tough job. George W. Bush, in 2004, he got a lot of criticism by, you have this campaign building full of young kids, people raising money, people working around the clock going, why won't he engage? Well, because he was president. And so George W. Bush didn't start actually engaging in the campaign till almost May of that year. And so this is a really interesting thing.
Reid just complimented the president. I want to go on.
I'm a huge...
Reid, see, I feel like Reid is an example of how, look, you and I will probably never vote for the same candidate for president. I think that's quite unlikely.
You have a dialogue.
But we have a dialogue. Like, I love this guy. We've been doing this for years.
But I'm more of a fan of
But
the
you couldn't
office.
win a Republican primary if you're complimenting the president.
He would never get. They would eat Reid for lunch.
And I'm not joking about that.
In a Republican primary.
No chance.
But that's
you're
out.
out.
Never get out of a Republican primary.
If you're running for office, I don't know what you're. I'm just saying.
What I was going to say is I'm a big fan of the office of the presidency. The office of the presidency is an amazing thing. And so what happens and I watched this process up close, being in the inner bubble of a president and at a historic time. What happens is you're a candidate, and then you get elected, and then you go get this 15-hour briefing from the CIA, and you go, what was I thinking? Why did I want this job? It's, the application process is so disconnected from the job. So in order to be a good candidate, all the skills that it takes to be a good candidate are totally disconnected from being the commander-in-chief. So we have a really screwy process, to be honest.
But how are you going to know? You're not going to know until you get in there. That's why Obama made a lot of promises about foreign policy that he went, oh, that's what's really going on?
No, but can I add to that really quickly? President Obama campaigned against Guantanamo. He campaigned against the Patriot Act. He campaigned against interrogations. He campaigned against 4 or 5 things. He kicked Bush's teeth in. The moment he got in and actually started getting adult briefings and realizing how scary the world is, he upheld the Patriot Act. He upheld the interrogations. He made the interrogations tougher. And I'm not criticizing him. What I'm saying is, when you get in office, you realize it's a grown-up job. You have to make really horrible decisions every day.
It's reality,
and it's totally disconnected from the campaign, which is why I think during this process, we shouldn't listen to their talking points. We should just make a collective decision. Which person do I trust to make decisions? It's a decision-making job.
That's what you have to know. You have to know what they stand for, so that when the facts are presented to them, they can make a decision based on their character, their integrity, and what they believe. Because the facts, as you mentioned, and you're very clear about that, the facts that they know during the campaign are not the facts that they know when they get taken into that little room after
I do. I agree. I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree with what Reid is saying. I want to go back to Ohio. The notion that this is something that we have to figure out how to fix. That Ohio and Florida have Republican leadership that intentionally made it more difficult to vote and created a situation where there would be long lines to deter people from voting. They either get to the back of the line and they wait a few hours, then they leave because they don't have time to sit there for 8 hours, or they don't go to begin with because they were led to believe that for some reason they can't vote. This is not some sort of accident. This is not incompetence. This is malfeasance.
Tanya, what do you think about that?
I think that, look, I don't think that in every instance it's malfeasance, but I do think that, I don't think that's what you're saying, by the way. I think that Eric makes a great point. There are GOP operatives and GOP voting officials who've been very explicit about the fact that they were not going to enact voter rules, or that they were going to try to change voter rules because they wanted to, one person said, stop the African-American Obama turnout machine. If that script had been switched, then Heidi and all of her folks on the right would have gone ballistic. But here were people who said very directly, we do not want these people to show up and vote.
I think that's exactly what
I don't mean malfeasance. I don't mean anybody's breaking law.
Oh, no, I'm agreeing with him.
I mean the Republicans in the Florida legislature, for example, at the request of Governor Scott, basically shrank
absolutely.
voting hours.
That's absolutely. I agree with you.
And there's only one
completely.
purpose. There's only one reason they did that. And we all know what it is.
Absolutely.
And we already know.
I want everybody to be able to vote. I want everybody to exercise their franchise.
Well, then you'd be a Democrat in Florida.
But we already know that both sides have teams of lawyers ready.
And they should. Both sides should. If there's any kind of question of voting irregularities, they should. I want both sides to have their lawyers
Well, I'm not
ready.
even talking about voting. I'm just talking about getting ready for the battle.
I can't
If
believe
there
I
is
would
one,
ever-
sure.
I can't believe I would ever go back to 2000 because it was a nightmare. I don't think I slept for 36 days. But listening to you, you make it sound like Republicans are the only ones that scheme to let their people
No,
vote.
I don't.
Let me
The
finish. In 2000 in Florida, I was there. In 2000, the Democrats only wanted to count the three Democrat
I got
counties.
that, Reed.
I know, but I'm just saying, let's not be naive.
No. But this is about passing laws to either make it easier to vote or harder to vote. And the fact of the matter is that Republicans pass laws and sign laws to make it harder to vote, and Democrats do the opposite. And those are not just two things. This is not a moral equivalency where both things are the same. One is right and the other is wrong, and Republicans happen to be on the wrong side of it.
Democrats also hand out a lot of stuff to try to increase their votes.
Well, didn't
they
you?
use their office.
What does that mean?
Well, didn't you love it that the other day the FBI arrested a woman and she?
Wait, we've got two big
announcements.
announcements to make. Are we going to David for this? David, you got two. Oh,
okay.
Oh, okay. I'm getting some information here. I'm waiting.
I'll take it if you want.
Pennsylvania, one of the swing states, President Obama is being called the winner.
66-3.
Also, another swing state, Michigan, going to, I'm waiting, to Obama. President Obama, Michigan and Pennsylvania. We were talking just, 15 minutes ago, Heidi, about a possible domino effect.
Yeah.
And does it already feel...
Can I just have a moment here?
Yes. Let me let Heidi
Somebody
gather her
bring her
thoughts.
a drink.
Could you just give me a second? Because I've been watching on the Twitter feed.
Reed,
now that you've said
put
it
this
out
in
loud.
context
Just give me a second.
from a Republican perspective, I guess the potential disaster that's looming for.
I remember sitting in the headquarters in Austin, Texas in 2000, watching Pennsylvania go for Gore, watching all of these same states go for Gore, and everyone was saying then, just like in 04, just like I've been saying tonight, it's going to come down to Florida, Ohio, tonight, Florida, Ohio, Virginia. Every time a state gets announced for President Obama, it just raises the stakes in Virginia, Ohio, and Florida.
No
So you're saying don't count out Governor Romney?
No,
No,
not yet.
absolutely not. If he wins Virginia, and he's looking very strong in Virginia, Florida is tied. I don't know how it happens every election, but Florida is 3,500,000. They're like tied. So if Governor Romney does win Florida and he wins Virginia, then all eyes will be on Ohio. Probably not for 10 more days will they count the provisional votes. There will be more lawyers. There will be a lawyer per provisional ballot in Ohio.
Well, we already know. We already know based on what
Job creation.
what is
We're all about job
$14
creation.
a vote already spent in this race, which is insane when you think about it.
But if someone's going to make $800 an hour watching provisional ballots get counted, I hope it's Tanya. That's.
Oh, Reed.
Yes,
See,
David.
there's your stimulus right
We're
there.
going to go to David
Perfect. I
Begnaud
love
right
that.
now at the board.
It's incredible, Jim, these pictures that we're continuing to get in. Look at this. This is Miami-Dade County. It's dark, and there are people still in line to vote, and they've been waiting for almost 2 hours, and they're still there. We're getting another photo. We got to remember our friends on the East Coast who have been affected by Hurricane Sandy. They don't even have power to watch the television, so what they're doing, look at this guy. He's got a radio in his hand. They've lit a bonfire, and they are standing around listening to the results as they come in, as the presidential results roll in. We are continuing to get reports of people who are standing in line and actually using their Twitter to communicate. They're using that hashtag stay in line. And again, if you are watching us on your iPhone, watching us on your iPad, if you are in line, you have the right to vote. This could be, I mean, the polls have been closed for 24 minutes now on the East Coast. This could go another hour and a half, Jim, before people have the chance to vote.
You know, I'm thinking about that Kevin Costner movie that probably 4 people saw. However, it came down to that one guy who hadn't placed his ballot. And, you know, and you look at these pictures.
Can't believe you saw that.
Would it be, I know, yeah. But, you know, it was late. I didn't know what. I can't even imagine, but the scenario, that when you see these pictures, it makes you feel good and bad at the same time. You know, bad that people would have to spend this kind of time in a line, and yet good that they persevere.
It's a privilege.
But yeah, listen, we live in a country, how many people are in the country? 200 million, 300 million? There are going to be lines in some places. I mean, a lot of us live in very congested communities. And please understand, this point is separate from the malfeasance that Eric was talking about. You know, everything is not easy all the time. So you have to stand in line, as Reed said.
With cookies
They wait in line for 3 days for an iPhone. I think they can handle a couple of hours
People
voting.
can wait in line for a little.
I know, I have an iPhone. I get it, I understand. They'll wait longer than that for a roller coaster.
I would wait 5 days in line.
They'll wait for a roller coaster. How long did they wait to go in the neighborhood haunted house just weeks ago, right? Come on, give me a break.
I think we can all agree it's a privilege to get to vote.
Right.
You have people getting to choose the leader of the free world, and I think, you know, there's a lot of things.
But for the last, few weeks, we've been getting these poll numbers that go within a margin of error, and they're either tied or up 1 or down 1. I mean, the fact is, this is coming down close, but if it breaks in one party's favor, 2, 3, 4 states, does that momentum? I mean, is it?
Sure, it does.
There's a momentum to these things.
Of course, I think there is. I think we saw that in 2000 when CBS called the election early for Gore. The whole panhandle hadn't gotten off work yet. I think that absolutely has a momentum, but I think people have factored all of that into their calculus. I think people know nowadays that an election got called early. I think people know that people know that.
And it's good to be gun shy on this. And we're going to be gun shy. We're going to take a little bit of break. We're going to go up to the War Room. Marianne Williamson is upstairs with some guests.
Hi, we are here with 2 of those proverbial youth voters. I've got Michael and Darby with me. Both of you are 21 years old, and both of them are students at UCLA. Now, both have said that they voted for Obama, although you, Darby, said that you were undecided for quite a while. What ultimately made you decide to vote for Obama?
I was, and honestly, it was the last debate that really got me, because I felt like Romney really didn't know much about foreign policy. He doesn't have the experience, and Ryan didn't have the experience that he was bringing into it. So here you have 2 men coming into office, and we know that foreign policy is such a big deal right now, and with everything that's going on in the current issue, we need someone who can do that for me.
Of course, it could be argued Obama didn't know about foreign policy 4 years ago any more than Romney does.
But who he brought in as his vice president, that's what did it for everyone.
Well,
that's what did it.
I think it's an excellent point. Michael, what about you? I know you're a student in international relations,
That's right.
and you're also a Muslim American, and an Iranian American, even more importantly. What are your views as a student of international relations? We have an issue with Iran, with their getting a nuclear bomb. Would love to hear your thoughts.
Right, so like Darby, I also put a lot of emphasis in foreign policy when choosing the president. I guess I would say that Obama hasn't been doing the best when it comes to foreign policy, both when it comes to Iran as well as the Israel-Palestine peace process. But I feel that Obama has actually done some things that have been beneficial to the United States. For example, coming out of Iraq, slimming down on forces in Afghanistan as well, whereas Romney seems to be insulting our friends abroad, as well as making racist remarks to the Palestinians, not conducive to sort of our country's role in the world.
I totally agree. What would you do about the issue of Iran and the nuclear bomb?
Well, you know, it's a very complicated issue, and I don't think anyone wants Iran to have a nuclear bomb. But I think we should respect the fact that Iran, according to international law, is allowed to enrich their oil reserves to 20%, which would allow for civilian nuclear capability. I think this is something that Iran needs, especially given the sanctions that do not help the Iranian people, but rather affect the livelihood of these citizens in the country. I have family in Iran who are struggling just to make ends meet because of the sanctions. These sanctions aren't affecting the Islamic Republic, they're affecting the people. And I think that's something that really needs to be emphasized in this election.
I think most Americans hear the word sanctions and have no idea. They don't really allow themselves to realize the level of human suffering that usually lies behind that word. Cuba is a perfect example. We talk about sanctions like it's no big deal. It's a very big deal, but like you said, not necessarily to the government, but to the people. And you, Darby, you were talking about the fact that you are a student not only of international politics, but domestic issues are very interesting to you as well. What's, to you, the most important domestic issue that we face?
Honestly, I think we have, looking at our props and looking at what's being put on the ballot, there's some things that I don't necessarily agree that's been put on, especially with like the food labeling. And
so what do you mean when you say you don't think it should be on? You think there should be or should not be a labeling of genetically modified food?
I'm also, I don't think there should be, and I'm also a student of environmental science as my minor, so I understand the implications of genetically modified foods. I just don't see that that's a necessary thing for California, and that's going to be helpful.
Well, you'll have to explain that to me, because I don't quite understand that. If you're saying that you are a student of environmental studies and you understand the implication of genetically modified food, then you said, I don't think it should be an issue for the people of California. Please explain.
Of course, I don't think that there is an issue with it, as most of our foods are genetically modified, and most of them are not labeled right now. They're not required to have labeling. So I don't see where our cost is really coming into play and why we should be putting in all this money to have labeling on things that, you know, most of our food is genetically modified.
Yes, but you know, you're childbearing age. I'm not. We're talking about your children here. The vote's not in on what kind of effect these genetically modified foods are going to have on your children. And that's what the effort has to do with. It has to do with preventing possibly horrifying consequences that have to do with the human body and genetically modified foods. With you, when it comes to Israel and the Palestinians, one state, two-state solution.
I mean, well, I would say a two-state solution, which is supported by the United States government, is the solution that is the most viable. However, I think we've been much farther than we've ever been as far as the two-state solution is concerned, given...
I'm really sorry to have to do this to you. We have to go back to Larry, but I will say this. I'm sure that everybody agrees with me. You're both great. You're doing the kind of thinking that we like to think our young are doing. Back to you, Larry.
We're back. We thank Jim Moret. He'll be circulating in and out throughout the evening. We're going to be here a while. And we have an outstanding panel with us now on Ora TV, distributed by Hulu, and tonight we're with you on YouTube, following all the selection results. It is close, and that's as expected. Our panel now is Stacey Dash, the popular actress who's a supporter of Romney. Returning is Howard Bragman, the vice chairman of Reputation.com, a PR and communications expert. Returning with us is Heidi Harris, the conservative talk radio host. And staying with us is Eric Stern, the Democratic strategist, senior counsel to Governor Brian Schweitzer of Montana, and the son, by the way, of David Stern, the commissioner of the National Basketball Association, who's retiring next year. He's been one of the best commissioners in sports history. And, of course, our own David Bagno at the social desk. Well, Stacey, you're new to the panel.
Yeah.
What's your read on the early on here?
Well, you know, I think it's not over yet. It's not over till the fat lady sings, right? So I'm still hopeful. You know, I'm still behind my guy.
Is something concerning you?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Mm-mm.
Howard, what's your view? Now, you've been looking at Florida, which is very interesting.
Yeah, Florida, about 80% of the votes in, and it's a virtual tie. It's within 15,000 votes, which is a virtual tie. Most of the Democrats in Florida are on the Gold Coast, on the east coast of Florida, Dade and Broward County. Right. Those two counties only have 24% of the vote counted. Those are huge counties for Obama. If we're reading the numbers correctly, as you and I looked at them, Obama could very well walk away with Florida tonight.
If those numbers are true, then he would, if those numbers are accurate.
Yeah, I don't see how Romney's going to make it up, because there's just not enough population in the rest of the state.
Heidi, what's your early read here? Are you disappointed? What's your...
Well, yeah, I'm disappointed because I wanted this to be over quickly. I wanted the massacre to be as quick as possible.
There is no massacre.
Okay, there's no massacre, but I can be hopeful. That's what I was hoping for, and it hasn't quite been the way I'd like it to be. But I'm looking here at the latest numbers from Virginia, 57% reporting, and Romney's up 51 to 47. That's Virginia, and he clearly won West Virginia, which was expected. But I like the Virginia number, so I'm clinging to that. But Obama's doing better in Ohio, so that concerns me, obviously.
Yes.
David, what's your early read?
Eric.
We're still early. Oh, I'm sorry, I've got your father mixed up. I know your father well. Eric.
It's the early read is, I think that it's being confirmed is what Nate Silver of the New York Times has been saying all week, and that is that it's likely that there was basically an effort by the press to make this look closer than it was going to be.
Stacey, what do you make of these incredible turnouts and these people still online in all these states?
Well, I think it's good. I think it's very good that everyone has, come together and realized that change needs to happen in the country and that we need to become more integrated and united in what we're doing and our future. And that they're waking up to the fact that there's something wrong and something needs to be done. Whoever wins, they
wants
have to
change.
Yes. Something
even if
has
Obama
to be done.
wins, they want him to change.
Something has to be done.
Any Senate results officially?
Yeah. Scott Brown, the Republican who took Ted Kennedy's seat, was defeated by Elizabeth Warren in Massachusetts. That's the second pickup.
Scott Brown was trying to run almost as not a Republican. He was in a tough spot.
That's what you have to do in
that state.
Massachusetts, right. And Linda McMahon lost in Connecticut. She ran a very expensive race and now lost 2 Senate races
She's
in a
the
row.
mogul of world wrestling.
And so with the Scott Brown loss and the loss of the seat in Indiana, the Democrats have 2 pickups.
In the Senate.
In the Senate.
David Bigno over at our, it's been a long night, David, and we just started. It's been a long night. It's been
We
2.5 hours already.
You know what's interesting, Larry, is yesterday, you may or may not have seen this on Twitter, but actress Melissa Joan Hart tweeted this yesterday. She said, "Finish the sentence for me. Being a Republican in Hollywood is like ... Then she tweeted, "Can't get too political in 140 characters, but for those asking, I'm voting Romney Ryan." Now, when Hollywood tends to go Republican, it tends to blow up on Twitter. And I have a question particularly for Stacey Dash, because the same thing happened to you.
Yes.
When you went on Twitter and you said you were voting for Romney, it went crazy.
Yes.
Did you get death threats? Did you get hate? And what's your reaction to Melissa Joan Hart?
Why is that?
I commend her. I got hate because I'm supposed to vote for someone because of the color of his skin, not the content of his character. And I find that absurd. And because I didn't do that, I'm being persecuted.
So who's mad at you?
Mainly, a lot of black people are mad
Really?
at me. Yes.
But that's not the Hollywood community, right?
It's not just Hollywood, but because I'm a part of Hollywood, my platform gets to a lot of people, right? So, it's not because of Hollywood, but a lot of people in Hollywood don't want to say they're Republican because, there's some kind of stigma attached to it that I don't understand. But, the point is our country, our economy, someone who can get in there, get through the partisan bickering, and get to a solution, right? And Romney knows how to do that.
Well, that's unfair that people would attack. That's absurd, don't you think?
I think everybody has, everybody has the right to,
Of course they have the right, but I think it's absurd.
You know what? I've learned a long time ago as a PR guy, we live in a feedback society now. I've had death threats. I represent a lot of controversial clients. They've had death threats through the years. That's how people express themselves. And no, seriously.
Oh, really? I never have.
I'm going to kill you.
Ugly. I've never threatened anybody's life because they just...
People have they've shot at congressmen. They've called in death threats to people. I think we live in a much more violent and because
so you're saying
of things
it's acceptable?
like... No, I'm just saying it's a trend. Of course it's not acceptable.
It's a trend?
It is a trend that it's a feedback society. It's a trend that people have more outlets for making their voice known than ever before. And there are some people who take it to the extreme.
This was not near the angriest election in American history. Do you know what Jefferson called Adams?
Oh, yeah,
Adams
much
called
worse.
Jefferson?
Hermaphrodite and all kinds. They called each other all kinds of things.
Prostitute lover. It was insane. Nothing's new.
That was one of the worst elections ever, 1800.
What we know now, it would have been really interesting what he would have called Jefferson. But
no kidding. But it's interesting what you say about how people can say what they want to now, and a lot of times be anonymous. What they can say on Twitter, what they can say on Facebook. It's interesting. For example, if you're in traffic you can yell and scream at somebody inside your car, but roll that window down and you get real quiet, right? Because you don't want to have to face them. And it's the same thing with dealing with social networking. People are just, the things that they said to Stacey, most of them you can't even say on the air. We talked about it on my radio show. It's outrageous.
What
it's
is
vicious.
There's a danger in all this, isn't
Yes.
it? I mean, the advancement produces danger. I mean, if we didn't have airplanes,
We've
there
seen
would
it.
be no
We
airplane
saw
crash.
Gabby Gifford shot. We've seen more public
Gabby
shootings
Giffords was
than
shot
ever
because some
before.
guy was a nutcase. It had nothing to do with social media. Come on,
Well,
Gabby
no,
Giffords.
it has to do with the
Come on.
society
Oh,
we
it was
live
Sarah
in.
Palin's fault,
Let
wasn't
me
it?
get some breaking.
He was a nutcase.
Let me get some breaking news in. CBS and NBC are declaring Wisconsin for President Obama. Wisconsin, another toss-up. That's the third toss-up tonight. It's gone to Obama, although they say Pennsylvania and Michigan were toss-up states. I never considered them toss-up states. But Wisconsin was, and that's now called for Obama. It's close on the vote board, but that's the way these things work sometimes. Let's get the first reaction from James Rainey of the LA Times. What's your reaction to Wisconsin to Obama?
Hey, Larry, how you doing? As I think I said earlier, I think the key 3 states for Obama were going to be this so-called Midwestern firewall. One of them is Wisconsin. So now he's won that, as I think most of the polls had predicted. So now the next 2 that are key, of course, are Ohio and Iowa. If he holds those 2, if he wins those 2, he's going to be president. And I think the polls were positive in both those places, so it's way too early to say. But I think, put it this way, I'm hearing more optimism from his side at this point than I am from the Romney camp.
How big a disappointment, Jim, was this to Ryan to lose his state?
Well, I'm sure it was very disappointing, partly because, of course, it is his state. Also, we had the big fight there over Governor Walker and his crackdown on the unions, and a lot of folks felt that had sort of mobilized the Republican base there, and that between those 2 things that they would be competitive. But it just didn't break that way. That it also energized and mobilized the union members in that state, and that's quite a powerful force. And so that entire sort of Rust Belt is so far looking strong for President Obama.
Howard?
Tammy Baldwin was just announced as the projected winner in Wisconsin for the Senate seat against Tommy Thompson. The first
former governor.
She's openly lesbian. That's a first. The first openly lesbian, openly gay lesbian.
Tommy Thompson was a moderate Republican.
And popular in Wisconsin up until leading into the Senate race.
That's surprising.
Well, I think Obama's coattails had something to do with it. I think she ran a very well-funded and a very wise campaign, I was told by a lot of insiders. It's a big, and there's 4 gay marriage initiatives on the ballot. And understand, 4 years ago, those of us in California, Prop 8, we were hurt by that. It said gay marriage was not legal in California.
You are openly gay.
I'm openly gay, and I'm one of the people who got married before, and I'm legally married. We have never won the right to get married by popular vote. And we're going to win at least 2 out of 4 tonight, it looks like. So it's very encouraging.
Sure?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Never had before. Be a first.
If you look back in the last 30 years or so, when a president has chosen a running mate who comes from a state that's even remotely competitive, they have won it. Mondale, Gore. This tells us that Ryan probably was not the pick. The Tim Pawlenty, maybe.
Tim Pawlenty or Foreman or Martinez.
But
I think there were better choices for.
And wasn't he looking at Heidi? Wasn't he looking at the Tea Party's effect on the Republican Party in selecting Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, you look at some of the other people who were considered, Rob Portman, people like that. There were other people who were considered, and Paul Ryan energized the campaign quite a bit. I mean, Chris Christie, I like some things about him and some things I don't. No one's going to elect that guy as a vice president when he's as big as he is. I'm not picking on fat people, but I'm sorry, that's reality. The guy doesn't look healthy. Okay, and he's not going to ever be elected president or anything else. That's an issue. Paul Ryan gave a lot of energy to the campaign. I don't think he was the wrong pick, but I think it's a shame that he didn't win his home state.
If you have to worry about your base going into the general election, you're not going to win the election. That was back at the position he was in.
David at the social desk.
We're getting this from Rick Klein at ABC, Larry. He's tweeting, Obama getting 60% of the Latinos in Florida better than he did 4 years ago. And there are people still standing in line in Florida right now In fact, in the Miami-Dade area, the Elections Commission has sent more poll workers to the polls because there are people still waiting, and they have been waiting for the last 2 hours. So we're still monitoring that coming out of Florida, but promising news for the president in the Sunshine State.
Stacey, where did the Republicans go wrong with the Latino vote?
Well, I think not addressing, the immigration reform.
It never really came up in the debates?
No, it didn't. Not for either side.
Yeah.
Okay, so be fair, not for either side. But I think someone has to stand up and say something about it if you want the Latino vote. I'm half Mexican, so, and I know that Romney's father lived in Mexico, and, he's very pro...
Because?
Excuse me?
Because?
Well, Romney was more pro-immigration before the campaign.
Yes,
than
and
in
he's
the
also,
campaign.
but he's also wanting to, trade more and use Latin America more for manufacturing and all of that. So I don't understand why he's not.
Heidi, as a conservative, what happened? Because when I lived in Florida, I remember the Cuban vote was automatically Republican.
Right, because the Cubans understand, because they most recently have had no freedom. They have a whole different perspective than people who come from Central America, South America. Not that they have a great there, they wouldn't be coming here. But it's a little different than people who lived under Castro. But when it comes to the immigration issue, I've got 2 words for you. Rick Perry. He was done as soon as he said we didn't have a heart, those of us who didn't want to pay for illegal kids to go to college. The minute he said that, we all looked at the TV and went, oh, that was the end of his campaign. So obviously Romney didn't want to address that. He carefully treaded around that whole issue. He didn't want to deal with it.
Eric?
Yeah, it is.
By the way, they better perform. They better perform better than they did last time, because this convention was literally, it was an enormous emphasis on Latinos. The DNC was, was everything. It was Eva Longoria. It was Julian Castro.
Everybody cares what Eva Longoria thinks.
Well, but it was a concerted effort to reach out.
What about
to
Susana
Latino voters.
Martinez? What about other Latinos?
What has he done in 4 years? What has he done?
What has who done?
The President of the United States.
Oh, the youth vote with the Latinos.
When he controlled Congress, he did nothing.
Yeah,
and Latinos aren't stupid. And first of all, they don't all think that way. All Latinos don't think anything. But he could have passed a comprehensive immigration reform. He did not do it.
No.
He had 2 years.
He didn't.
And you think the Republicans would have supported him in that?
Doesn't matter. They didn't support him.
It does matter.
He got Obamacare through. He didn't get
very important.
Yes.
Jim Rainey, what are your thoughts about the Latino vote and the Democrats?
Well, yeah. A few things here. One, the Latino vote in Florida is no longer just a monolithic Cuban vote.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a very mass influx of Puerto Ricans into Florida. That vote is going heavily to Obama. In terms of immigration, I mean, one thing that isn't being discussed here is Mitt Romney came across as very harsh about immigration during the Republican primaries. He said he would put such an emphasis on restricting services to Latinos, to illegal immigrants, that he would force them to self-deport. The other thing you're saying that has got to be remembered is you're saying that Obama has done nothing to distinguish himself for Latinos. Well, one huge thing he did just in recent months was he passed the measure, I believe by executive order, to allow younger immigrants to stay here in this country to not face deportation. That was huge in the Latino community. So to say he's done nothing, you can disagree with that action. But that landed with a resounding positive for President Obama in the Latino community. So he wasn't able to pass comprehensive immigration reform. I think there were folks on the Republican side who would even concede that there's not a lot that can be passed with a Congress who's opposed to a lot of what.
So they're staying here. Job. Okay. They don't have a job. They don't have a place to live. I mean, they're struggling. They're having to do work below minimum wage.
Do this political space, because really,
what has he done?
So the solution is you extend unemployment, definitely, to pat people on the head so they have a full
And
sense.
give
Things
more,
are okay because I still have my
and
EBT
more
card,
federal,
my
more
apartment.
government help.
Right, my
And
unemployment.
No,
Sure.
No, that's not going to grow our economy and make our country thrive. I'm sorry. That's, you know.
Giving people a check's not going to make the country thrive. And a lot
No,
of these people
they
are lulled into complacency because they're getting something from the government. I wouldn't want to live in unemployment, okay? None of us would. But it's better than nothing. And there are people who prefer that to working. I mean, that's just reality. Not everybody, but there are tons of people who do.
No, there are people.
At least it puts money in their pocket, some kind of money in their pocket.
But the thing is, you have to incentivize people, and you have to encourage people.
But
and
a
you have
political realist fact
support.
is in 2020, the Caucasian will be the minority in the United States.
Right, so do I get benefits?
You have to face it.
I want some minority benefits then.
You might.
That's fine. Then we're going to change. Then we'll change the way everybody's.
You'll learn what it's like to be a minority.
You know what? It doesn't bother me. I don't care what color anybody is. But ultimately, then if I'm going to be the minority, I want to benefit from it. I want all the affirmative action. I want all the benefits.
And Stacey and Heidi, you don't think there's anything wrong with the tone that conservatives take on immigration?
What tone is that?
You don't think there's any...
What tone is that?
Coming legally?
You don't think there's any incitement? You don't think they bash them? You think that there's nothing wrong with the way that the right wing talks about...
How about the tone that Mexico takes when Guatemala and sneak in? Huh? How about that?
What's the, you know, I'm just curious.
I want to know what you're being more
asking you. So
specific
you
about the way you're saying they talk about us. Are you Latino? No, you're not Latino, right?
No.
No, I am. So what me?
Okay.
So how do they talk? What are they saying about?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. So you to be clear, you're perfectly okay. You've never heard, you don't hear a nasty tone on the far right as it concerns immigrants.
Are you talking about the Tea Party, or what are you talking
Tea Party, the right wing.
Did you hear any of the Republican debates, the primary debates?
I don't understand what
you
didn't
hear anything wrong. Nothing struck you as sort of anti-immigrant or insightful language. It just I'm just curious. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking.
I know it's not a trick question.
You don't think there's anything. You don't think there's any hateful language.
Hateful? No, I don't.
If it's not true, then
hateful
why are they doing so poorly with the Latinos? Why are the Republicans doing so poorly if you don't see any antagonism?
Mm-hmm. Well, I just think that
It don't compute.
Oh, well, I also think it doesn't compute that, nothing's been done for the Latino
So still
community.
they continue. So you're saying they're stupid?
No, I'm not saying they're
Well, then
stupid.
what?
I'm just saying I hope that they would want something greater.
But apparently they don't.
Well,
a lot of people don't.
We have talked in some of our earlier post debates and post conventions about some of the structural issues the Republicans have to address. And I was with a very powerful Republican senator's political aide, and we were talking about the facts that Florida, Texas, these states are getting much more Latino. In order to be competitive, and the Republicans are going to have to question some of the structural issues they have. And I've heard a lot of predictions that whoever's elected tonight president, immigration will have to be addressed in the next 4 years.
It's just a fact of life, isn't it, Heidi? It's just a fact of life.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen,
You have 14 million illegals. You're not going to deport them.
No, listen, I believe that people should be able to come here. I have no problem with people coming here. We all did, somehow.
We're all
some way.
fellow immigrants.
We're all immigrants,
Yes.
sure. But I think people should come here legally.
But we look the other way and let people in, and they're here.
Everybody agrees with that. But you're at odds then with about 30% of the Republican Party if you think that the 14 million shouldn't be deported. Because I got news for you. A good chunk of Republicans believe that they should.
Yeah, but I don't speak
it's nice for us to talk about this right now, but that is not the main issue of our country.
Yeah, but
the main issue of our country is the economy.
Right.
Okay? Everybody needs to work.
You know what?
We all
the
need
economy
to work.
Unless, it's the economy unless you're gay or you're African American or you're Latino and you feel like you're going to be deported if you're Latino. You feel like you're gay and your marriage is going to be annulled because the person running for president has promised. There are other issues too. The economy is a huge issue.
So you think that's the first thing he's going to do?
I don't think it's the only thing that has to be done, but I think it's an important thing.
If he is voted president, Romney, you think that's the first thing he's going to do is make sure that gays can't get married?
You know what? I take him at his word, which is probably silly with
But he
how
said
his word
that that's
has
not the
gone.
first thing he's going to do.
But he did say he would do it, and he signed a pledge
Okay,
that
but
he
you
would
know
have
what?
a marriage amendment. Is he lying like he has been?
No, but the point is the economy is the main problem
Right,
of
and
our
the economy
country.
has gotten better. I own a
And so
business.
you,
I've watched the economy.
As a gay man,
I watch
me
my
as a black woman and a Latina, we should all care about the economy.
But we
and
can't
all
just
of
care
us-
about the economy.
But if we don't have an economy, we can't have a country.
My economy's getting better. My business is growing
Okay,
stronger.
but what about everyone else that supposedly the Republicans don't care about?
Well, everybody's got issues that matter to them.
Of course.
Everybody does, no matter both sides. Everybody's got issues that are extremely important, and sometimes
I
people
think
vote
women
for
and
only
choice
that issue.
and-
Women and choice
Who's
and the
a woman?
economy.
I'm tired of women past menopause telling me about abortion. If I hear one more person, Nancy Pelosi's age, tell me about abortion rights, really? When's the last time she had to worry about it? Really? That's not a woman's issue. My
does
women's
that
issues
mean?
are the same as everybody else's issues.
So if she personally
National
hasn't had
security?
to have an abortion, then she can't have
That's
an
not
opinion
the
on the
point.
issue?
I just think it's laughable. I mean, when people like Sandra
we
Fluke
have
are talking about birth control.
we have some significant calls to make. New Hampshire, its 4 electoral votes go to President Obama. We have a pickup in the Senate for the Democrats, as mentioned a little earlier here. Elizabeth Warren has defeated the Republican incumbent Scott Brown. Brown won that special election in 2010 to fill Ted Kennedy's Senate seat when Ted passed away. He's been a somewhat independent, but he's going home, and Elizabeth Warren is going to Washington. We have another Democratic pickup in the Senate. Democrat Joe Donnelly has defeated Republican Richard Murdoch in Indiana. Murdoch, a favorite of the Tea Party, defeated incumbent Dick Lugar in the primary, which it appears now was the wrong choice. Over at the social network desk, David.
A few weeks ago that in cases that pregnancy from rape is something God intended to happen. And that started a firestorm, to which one of the pundits just tweeted, "Sorry, Richard Murdoch, it was God's will." As you said, he has gone down tonight. Now, I want to give you a kind of a flavor of what it's like inside the Romney room right now at his campaign headquarters. Ashley Parker, a journalist there, says, cheers went up in the Romney ballroom when CNN said it was 50-50 in Florida. This state is a must-win for Romney. But then watch this. A little while later, let's see, where did my other one go? Right here. No, it was right there. Staff at Romney's party has now switched from network cable TV with its slightly dispiriting results to a live band. So they had all the monitors on the news networks as they were watching the results come in, but they've silenced all of those.
And somebody texted me, they have a pay bar at the Romney party.
Anyway, I mean, if Fox News couldn't cheer him up, that's trouble.
What is Jim Rainey, you still with us? No, okay. What so far to this minute, starting with you, Stacey, is the most surprising thing tonight?
The most surprising thing tonight, I think, is that we think it's over because it's so close.
I'm not saying it's over.
No, but a lot of people think
Yeah.
it's, that it's in the bag.
That surprises you that they think that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised because it's not in the bag yet, It's
Howard,
not in
what's the
bag.
most surprising thing to you?
I think Florida is very surprising to me, how
That is so
competitive the
close.
president is, how many votes are left to count in Dade County, and I think Obama's going to pull it out by looking at the raw numbers.
Heidi, what's surprising you the most?
Well, I'm surprised that it's still so close. I mean, obviously I want Romney to win, so I'm bummed about that if he doesn't. But I'm astounded with everything that's gone on.
Well, then,
The 4
as a
years
good
of people
analyst,
that it's that
Ms.
close.
Moore, what's your read on it? What do you think, if this trend continues, what went wrong?
I think
What do you think?
Well, obviously, the Democrats continue to push Obama's agenda, and there are a lot of. I got to wonder, Larry, if the takers in this country outnumber the makers. Really.
Isn't that a 47% remark you're saying?
No, but the reality is there are there are always people who want to live off others. All of us do. It's human nature. But our government is allowing more and more people to live off government and look to government to provide all the solutions to their problems. And I really think that's at the core of all this. And we're getting to that tipping point where there are more of them than there are of us. And when I say them, I'm not talking about a color or a background. I'm talking about an attitude that somebody owes you something because you're breathing. And that's really scary to me. Ultimately, forget about who the president
Taking a
becomes
large
tonight.
lump of people there, though.
Well, right, but we're talking about an attitude.
That's
Once
what's
again, not a
scary.
background, not a pigment. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about an attitude. People think that they're owed something,
Do you
and it
think-
scares me how many of them are.
Do you think that Romney may have made some mistakes?
I think he ran a pretty clean campaign. I mean, he was not my first choice because I'm far more conservative socially in a lot of ways than he is. And I was glad that the right embraced him. I knew a lot of people who supported people like Herman Cain and Santorum and others, and they embraced Romney when he was their final choice. I'm glad they came together for him. I think he ran a pretty clean campaign. I would have liked to have seen him go after Obama more in the last debate on foreign policy and some other things. I like a little more attack dog in my GOP
He came to the center in that debate.
Right. But see, that's how Romney is. He's the kind of guy who, remember in the primary debates, rising above the fray, just kind of standing there looking presidential. He's not a street fighter. He just really isn't. So that's not his nature. But I'd rather have somebody, like an Alan West in there, street fighting. That's what I like.
What's the most surprising to you, Eric?
I'm honestly, I'm trying to think of something, but I don't have anything. I'm not surprised. I thought Romney was a weak candidate. He was the best they had in the primary.
Well, it's not over. I don't want to think that
well,
we don't have an election called here.
No, but what Florida is showing me right now, if in fact the outstanding vote is Broward and Dade, and it's tied going into that, I don't see how it.
Dead heat
well,
right
you
now.
never know.
Dead heat.
I don't want to eat my words, but nonetheless, I think he was a weak candidate. He is the best they have.
We're 3 hours into the evening now. 3 hours in. I guess some polls are closing now in some mountain states. Idaho is closing right now. Iowa is also closing. That's a big one. And Montana is closing. Eric, what about Montana?
We have a very competitive Senate race there. We have a competitive governor's race, too, but the Senate race is big news. I think they've spent something like $40 to $50 million.
Who's running?
John Tester, who is a farmer from Big Sandy, which is a rural place, and against Dennis Rehberg, who is an incumbent congressman, 12 years in the House.
He's Democrat?
He's the Republican. John Tester is the Democrat. Tester is the incumbent senator. So Rehberg has given up his congressional seat. We only have one congressman in Montana, so it's the whole state. So a congressman is a little bit like a senator because he's known to everybody.
Yeah.
It's going to be incredibly tight. There was no polling that really gave anybody an indication as to who was going to win. It is one of given we only have 1 million people in Montana, and I think $40 million is spent on the race. So per capita, it's probably the most expensive race that's ever taken place in America, or at least one of them.
Is this race costing $14 a vote? Is it coming to that based on $2 billion?
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of money. And I'm looking at this headline here. Breaking news. Nevada voters pessimistic about nation's economy. Yet Obama is probably going to win in Nevada.
Yeah.
How in the heck can this be that people are pessimistic about the economy, yet they don't hold the man who's been in the White House for 4 years accountable?
Well, maybe it's the incumbent. Maybe it's the challenger.
But how long do you get before you own it? Your dad.
But Nevada was.
Basketball
I was with the Republican governor of Nevada, very nice guy.
And he's all right. Sandoval,
yeah, he's a very interesting guy.
Yeah.
And he thought Vegas was really coming back, and that the economy was picking up in Nevada.
Well, a lot of the major casinos are bankrupt. I mean, people are still willing to put their last dollar in a slot machine, but nowhere near what it was like before.
David.
You were talking about Montana just a moment earlier. This is what the line looks like right now, Larry. It's 2.5 hours after or not quite since the polls have closed. This is what it's looked like since 7 o'clock this morning. This is at Expo Park, and people are still.
I bet everyone in Montana who can vote is voting.
It's a very, very
big
high
turnouts, right?
Extraordinarily high turnout.
Wow.
Yeah, well into the 70s.
This is the line in Virginia Beach right now. You still have people lined up 2.5 hours after the polls closed there.
Wow.
And we're getting another picture from Florida. They are still standing in line. One man tweeted, "It's great to get to know your neighbors when you're standing in line." Look, everybody's using the hashtag on Twitter, stay in line. If you are in line, you have to be allowed to vote, so stay there.
Boy, what it says for us, the people wait in line.
I think, well, once again, they'll wait in line for an iPhone, they'll wait in line for a roller coaster or a buffet. They might as well wait in line to vote.
Go to an Apple store.
Well, that's exactly
necessary.
right.
It isn't necessary.
What isn't necessary?
For a little bit of extra expenditure, we can accommodate voters, and they shouldn't have to wait hours and hours in line. It's inexcusable.
Well, I don't understand why we only vote Tuesdays.
Well, there's a lot of early voting. Imagine what would happen if upwards of 40% of the people hadn't voted early in a lot of these states,
You're not
right?
kidding.
I was starting to ask you, here's your dad, NBA commissioner, all right? When a team fires somebody, let's say it's football, Jerry Jones. When somebody gets fired, the coach is expected to win the next Sunday, the new coach. He doesn't get to come in and go, you know, it's that lousy offensive line you stuck him with. That's why I can't win. No, when you fire somebody and you put somebody in, whether it's a program director in my business and radio, whatever it is, a new director on a movie, you're supposed to fix the problems. You're not allowed to look in the rearview mirror. We know there were problems. That's why you got the job.
But if you have a basketball team that wins 5 games one year and loses the rest, you're not going to expect them to win 60 the next year. It takes a while to build it back.
Takes
and the
time,
fact of the matter is we had the worst economic crash in the nation's history, or one of the worst in the nation's history, certainly the worst in half a century. And the notion that Republicans are now complaining that things aren't getting better fast enough is just silly.
Well, they should be getting, they're not can't be better overnight. Nobody said that, but they should be getting better, and they're not.
Romney's been campaigning for 2 years, so actually, when he first got in, he was basically saying, only a year and a half after the crash that things weren't better and therefore Obama needed to go. Well, so that was overnight.
But decisions that he's done, stimulus has not helped. I mean, listen, you wanted the job. Quit whining about how bad it was when you took the job. Obama campaigned to be president, and then he went. It's a terrible economy. You wanted it, buddy.
There's not one credible economist who didn't support stimulus. Okay? There's not. That's why the Republicans voted for it. That's why John McCain said he was for stimulus.
I criticized John McCain for being on the campaign trail for, 18 months? And then waltzing into Washington, D.C. to vote for this first package? I was against that, by the way, just so you know.
There was plenty of waste in the stimulus. I'm the first to agree. But the fact of the matter is that when you have a crisis, the object is to do what you can to stop it.
But how did it help, though? I don't know how it helped.
It's not something you can prove or disprove, because the fact
of the matter is, why do you spend the money if you can't prove it?
You need it at the time. This country was on the verge of a collapse. And the fact of the matter is that the president had to act quickly and do something. To instill confidence.
The wrong thing. But you can't just do something.
Keep the markets alive.
Where's the evidence that it worked? I love when he said we're going to create or save jobs. How do you define save jobs?
Have you seen the charts? Have you seen the job charts?
How did he create? I love when he said create or save jobs. Whose job did he save? How can you quantify that?
Well, number one, the auto industry, being from Michigan. Number one, he saved the auto industry jobs.
They could have gone into a bankruptcy, which is what
there was nobody who would loan them the money. It's been proven again and again.
Mitt Romney wanted to go into corporate bankruptcy.
There was nobody who would give them money.
So do you think that nobody? Okay, so all those people who work for the car industry.
Yes, I think nobody would have done that.
They would have all gone out of business. They would never have worked again.
Absolutely. I represent a car company.
No one would have bought their cars.
That's absurd.
That's ridiculous. Because people still needed cars.
It's so good to see, no matter how this comes out, that all the adversity will dispel.
I wore my purple tie.
Peace will prevail in the land.
Red and blue together.
Harmony will return. Let's go up to the war room and Nicole Lapin. Nicole, what's happening?
Yeah, Larry, the two students I'm standing with are not wearing purple. They were actually very much red earlier today. They both voted for Romney. But we were just talking about the gridlock that we are seeing right now, 158 to 154. How does that factor into the morale in this country, no matter who wins with the gridlock? Does that concern you?
Yes, it does. I feel like no matter which way it goes in the election, one side always says that, well, the other side was playing dirty tricks and that it wasn't fair. And I feel like with the two-party system as it is right now, it creates so much polarization. And people assume, oh, if you vote for this one person, if you do this one thing, you're 100% in this column, 100% in the other. And I disagree with that.
Do you disagree with that, Elizabeth? Because there is a lot of polarization, and you're coming up in this economy. You're out there looking for a job.
I mean, I think that there's more polarization now between the parties than there used to be. And like what you were talking about with it being so close, I think that there's, a lot of people have been saying that there's a good chance Romney's going to win the popular vote and then Obama's going to win the electoral vote. And I think that what that can do is cause people to really take a step back and question the democracy system that we have, because they're thinking we wanted Romney, but Obama's going to take the presidency again. So I think that it just causes people to sort of lose faith in the system that we want to be proud of.
I know you remember the last time this happened with Rutherford B. Hayes and Tilden, you young pups you. So Ryan, talk to me about the polarization. Do you actually feel that, or is this just something to talk about on election night coverage?
Well, I feel like it could be a bit of both, because of course during the election, that's when all the polarization comes into play. But I feel like, during day-to-day situations as well, people just, as I said before, everyone assumes that there's these two camps, and they either have to be fully in one or fully in the other. And for instance, I myself, I'm a registered declined state voter. I'm not 100% in the Republican camp. I casted my vote for Romney based on his economics. I believe that he would do a great job in leading the economy based on what I've seen over the past 4 years. I'm not sure if that's the right direction to take, but on social issues, I would say that I'm socially liberal.
And that's what I hear from a lot of young people. Do you feel like there's a party for you socially liberal and fiscally conservative? Were you torn in that way?
Yeah, like pretty much like him. I can say good and bad things about the Republican Party, and I can say good and bad things about the Democratic Party. Like, I don't want to establish myself as either one. I think that, like, for me personally, like, I like to consider myself a libertarian, but not really like a Ron Paul libertarian. Like, I'm not that extreme, but I think the party as a whole does a good job of combining, like, fiscal conservatism with liberal social policies, which is, like, what I'm about.
Is that what you're about? Is there a party for you, really?
Well, at this point, I would say not, because as we were just mentioning earlier, there's so much polarization on both of these sides that you could actually, this week, if you look at Gary Johnson's campaign, his campaign this week was get me 5% of the vote. 5%, because with 5% of the vote, I would be able to get onto the ballot on the next election, or be able to receive funding and more support with the other parties as well. So I think that was really interesting. That was the campaign he was trying to push forward, because if you look at the way the election system is set up, it's very challenging for a third party to fully have a full campaign, not just to get in the ballot, but also to equal access to funding and other opportunities as well.
And that's an interesting thing to talk about funding, because Larry was just talking about the idea that we're spending $14 a vote in this election. What do you think about that, Elizabeth?
I mean, I think that in general, I think it's a bad thing, because there's like a common question is, can the common person run for president in our country? Like, is that even realistic? And like the way it is right now, like I understand that like the parties are contributing. It's not like the person in general is doing it. But when you have these two powerful parties that can throw just unlimited amounts of money into their campaign, it takes away the opportunities for like a common person who might have really good ideas to get their voice out there. So I think that's a bad thing.
Well, I'm not going to call you a common person, Ryan, but you have ambitions to run for office as well. You just got on your local, what was it, board?
That's right. I was elected to a seat on the Westwood Neighborhood Council last week in West Los Angeles.
Well, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
So is this night inspiring for you or disillusioning when we were talking about the idea that perhaps it's an old boys club, but you need a lot of money to run?
Yeah, it is disillusioning in a way, because when you look at the past, let's say partially successful third-party candidates, the last one, let's say Ross Perot, he was a billionaire. He had a lot of money to run. The last time there was a candidate who actually was not part of Republican or Democratic parties who defeated another party in the election was 1912, when Teddy Roosevelt ran as a progressive and got more votes than Taft, but still lost to Wilson. That was the last time that happened 100 years ago, and it's be hard to do today because of the funding issues.
I love hanging out with political science students because I become smarter by osmosis. So if there was a third-party candidate, would you consider voting for him or her, shall I say?
That was my problem, because like Gary Johnson, the libertarian, I feel like if I voted for him, I would just be taking a vote away from Romney. I wouldn't be helping Gary Johnson, because there's no way he's going to win. So if you have a third party, chances are they're going to be closer to one of the two major parties, and people that might identify more with like the Libertarian than the Republican is afraid to vote for the Libertarian because they would rather the Republican win than the Democrat.
It's the prisoner's dilemma.
Exactly, because that's the major dilemma. That's the major issue with voting for a third party. Everyone says, well, I like their issues, I like what they're campaigning on, but I don't want to waste my vote. I'm going to vote for either the Democratic or the Republican Party. So I feel like before a third party would have a very decent chance at winning, they would have to first, be able to get past that barrier.
So you are not the average 22-year-old. How old are you?
19.
19. You guys are obviously well-educated UCLA students who know more about political history, will perhaps forget more than I will ever know. But who did a better job, in your opinion, in reaching out to youth?
In reaching out to youth? I would say that President Obama put on a very great campaign on reaching out to younger voters. If you look at the outreach to university campuses, you can see the difference in the amount of outreach that was being done. And also, there's the issue as well with the two-party system that a lot of people say, okay, well, you know what, students' votes could be taken for granted by one party, or students' votes could be, or we're not even going to put on a huge campaign over here because we already assume that these votes are going this certain way. And that goes the same thing with non-swing states. Here in California, we want to see more. We want to see the candidates come out here more, but when you look at everybody's in Ohio.
And Larry's chomping at the bit. I think there are a couple of big calls to make. Thank you, Elizabeth and Ryan, both voting for Romney today, Larry. And the question is, did social media outrage by the Obama campaign potentially actually translate into votes, or did it just translate into more campaign funding? Remains to be seen.
Thank you, Nicole. It will take days to analyze this. Our new panel assembled, new, but they've all been with us. They are over on that. Stacey's moved. Stacey Dash on your left. Howard Bragman to her left. Marianne Williamson in the middle. Reed Dickens and Tanya Acker with us. But first, we're going to call a Senate winner in Missouri, right, Howard?
Yeah, Claire McCaskill has beaten Todd Akin. He was famous for his rape remarks. Another one.
Now, those are two that should have been early on, Reed, Republican wins, right? Indiana and Missouri.
You would think, yeah. I mean,
McCaskill was in big trouble, wasn't she?
Yeah. I mean, you would think, obviously, there was a little disruptive event, that's what a Republican would call it. So,
is the Tea Party having a bad night?
Gosh, I think they're having a bad night, according to what we've seen so far. That's all I can go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, Larry, the other sort of interesting factoid about how some of these swing states are shaping up is that Obama got Michigan and Wisconsin was really tough. But, you know, look, Romney's from Michigan, Ryan's from Wisconsin. They didn't carry their home states. Ryan is who made Wisconsin competitive. I don't think that the president's going to win it by the same amount that he did 4 years ago. But a few things are shaping up. I'm surprised that those states, I'm less surprised about Michigan. I'm more surprised about Wisconsin. I thought that was going to come down to the wire a little bit more.
I did too. I thought Wisconsin was going to be much closer.
Mariana, what are you surprised at tonight?
State, though. Huge union state.
The only thing I'm surprised at, but I'm pleasantly surprised, is that we're not hearing a lot of drama about voter intimidation and all those kinds of things. I was nervous, and I hope that the fact that we haven't heard about it is because it's not happening in the ways that many of us fear.
There's a lot more transparency than there used to be.
What do you make of these incredibly long lines? Florida and Virginia are going to be up till midnight.
Well, I think part of it is people being aware, particularly in some of the minority populations, that there was a concentrated effort at voter suppression and that there would be a concentrated effort at voter intimidation in some areas, and I think people were prepared. They knew it, the word was on the street, and I think they showed up and knew that nobody was going to take away their right to vote. Bravo is what I say.
Do we have a trend here, Reed? I mean, you were telling me before we started even tonight that your poll, you go to who's this you mentioned that you go to?
SurveyMonkey, right?
Never heard of it.
Well, it's an online survey company, but they take much.
Monkeys do it because monkeys can do it as well as humans.
Better. Here's the funny thing: they take much larger samples. There's much more transparency because they disclose their weighting and their raw data. And so I just like watching it in real time.
How does trends go? Oh,
go ahead. Here's what I see tonight, and you guys can chime in. Obviously, I'm outnumbered, so
you're not outnumbered.
Oh, that's right. Thank you, Stacey. Here's what I see tonight. I see that in 2000, I was sitting in the Austin headquarters, the Bush headquarters, as Pennsylvania, Michigan, as these states got called for Gore, and there was this despondent depression, and then all of a sudden, as you know, the rest is history. Then in 2004, on election morning, everyone calling the race for Kerry. So I think you're seeing a pattern of states fall that typically fall on the Democrat side. All it does is raise the stakes for Virginia, Ohio, and Florida. Romney knew going into today he had to win Virginia, Florida, and Ohio, and I don't think anything's changed to right now.
I think that is a good point. Nobody should get all excited like...
But what has changed is...
So if Romney wins all three, he's going to win, you're saying that?
I think he has to win all three.
He has to win all three.
What has changed is Romney had argued that there was a different path, and that path included potentially Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, and those were competitive, and I think he even spent some money in Michigan. And
you don't blame him for trying.
So he had so much money, there was no media left to buy.
If Romney wins Florida and Virginia and Ohio, he wins, right?
He can win. I think it puts him at about 272 or 279 if he wins all three of those.
So he'll win.
He should.
He could.
I mean, that depends on how the rest of the cards fall.
So why is there so much pessimism on the
I
Republicans?
think because obviously there's a little bit of emotional momentum when
path is narrowed.
the path gets narrowed. But for those who know how the map works, and I really mean this, for the sophisticated pundits who know how the electoral map goes, nothing tonight has happened that's been surprising. For the person sitting at home in their living room watching Pennsylvania, watching Michigan, Wisconsin, Colorado, a steady drumbeat of states fall for President Obama, I think it looks intimidating.
I lived in Florida for 20 years. If the Florida statistics are true, if 80% have been counted, and Dade hasn't...
About 50% now. 50%.
Only 50% of Dade.
But Obama's ahead.
If I were sitting in President
Florida,
Obama,
Obama will win Florida.
If I were sitting in Fluff and Axelrod's
look what hasn't been
1%.
counted. All the red
If you were sitting in
places
Fluff
have
and
been counted.
Axelrod's
Hold on, one at a time.
Biggest
Happy.
Democratic county.
Hold on, Howard.
I was just saying, if I were sitting in Fluff and Axelrod's office, that would be very encouraging.
Yes.
There's no way to argue with that.
You can't.
I mean, Dade County, I think it's 92% Democrat.
It is. I lived there 20 years.
Yeah.
Broward used to be Republican.
Yeah, so I think Romney needed a little more cushion going into Dade, and so I don't think there's any. There's at least for me, I can only speak for myself. We've established that tonight. I can only speak for myself. I don't think there's any doubt that if Florida goes for Obama, he is
They would call him the winner.
Yes.
Did New Hampshire surprise you going Obama?
No.
Wasn't that considered toss-up?
I think there had been a lot of talk about how it was competitive, but I think that was mostly talk.
Are you surprised?
As I said, I'm a little surprised that we found out about Wisconsin as quickly as we did. I thought that it was going to come down to the wire a little more. And yeah, Howard, you made the point. It is a big union state, but Governor Walker's made great inroads there. The GOP's got a very organized machine there. I thought that they were going to put up a bigger fight.
He had higher turnout for the recall than he had for his original election.
Yeah, I know.
I think that raised a lot of eyebrows in the Democrat Party. Like, whoa!
That makes tonight surprising.
It was. I think that's the one big surprise tonight for me too.
David?
This, and for today, there have been 20 million election-related tweets. It is the most tweeted event in U.S. politics ever in the history.
Well, because there's more. What Twitter was around.
Wasn't there Twitter?
If you're going to set a record, do it on a night like
I
tonight.
predict that 2016 will have more tweets.
Somebody tweet that right now. Larry King just said it. Here we go. Here's what's trending right now, Larry. Claire McCaskill, who defeated Todd Aiken, the Tea Party favorite, trending right now. Florida and Ohio, everybody is tweeting about that. Tammy Baldwin, who will become the first openly gay United States Senator, is trending on Twitter right now. And we're seeing a lot of Twitter traffic about Sarah Palin. Apparently on Fox News, she just said, quote, "I'm disappointed." And a lot of people are making that out to be that Republicans are maybe accepting defeat a little early. We'll have to see what happens. But that's a comment that's getting a lot of play on Twitter right now.
Stacey, you haven't given up.
No.
You still have that smile.
No. Like you said, it's going to be a close race. But we
Still
haven't
3
lost
states
yet.
to go.
Yes.
I wonder if
Florida is very important. Florida, yes, it's, I'm praying.
I think I would amend. The only thing I would say is I think it has a chance to be a close race. If Florida goes Obama, and then I think Obama could end up with a very comfortable margin.
Yeah. Because it would put them way over 270.
Yeah.
Sarah Palin said she's disappointed. I guess she sees that Democrats don't just shuck and jive 24/7. We actually...
I think there's quite a story here about the women who are winning these senatorial seats.
You don't quote her often.
From Claire McCaskill to Tammy Baldwin, openly gay, a lesbian senator, and also Elizabeth Warren in Massachusetts.
And I guess
this is a big
Gillibrand
night
will win
already.
in New York, right?
Yeah, but that was expected.
Yeah.
Stabenow in Michigan. But these that were not necessarily expected, and Elizabeth Warren didn't just win; she's winning quite handily.
Go ahead.
No, they're getting ready to call Maryland for marriage equality, which would be the first state in history to have a marriage equality approved by virtue of a popular vote.
Hello.
Huge.
It's interesting.
Can we go down, just since we have time? Can we just jump into the tactical campaign strategy weeds?
Yes,
well, I think the fact that so many women are winning is a bit of a story.
It is. We can talk about that next.
Okay. Well, we sort of were.
All right, Reed, you're the guy.
Your show.
Just thought I'd mention.
You and Tanya.
We were already talking.
You and Tanya have been involved in inside campaigns. You've been inside the White House.
I didn't mean to change
Give us your tactic. I will say this before we began tonight. Reed said to me, based on your monkey, and that you thought, barring some unexpected things, that Obama's going to win this. And you didn't think that he could carry those key states that he needed to
Well,
carry.
he has to run the table. He has to go 3 for 3.
So what's the tactic?
So what I was going to say was, I think one thing that's interesting is if you look at campaign strategy and campaign tactics, President Obama has done something very interesting, and I think this has been mentioned in news stories off and on. He took basically the Karl Rove, Ken Mehlman playbook in terms of electoral campaign strategy and added very effective campaign tactics. He's a very disciplined messenger, just like Bush was. That's the one area they have in common, right? I mean, Obama's a very disciplined messenger, and he has a very I would argue populist message for the masses. So you're taking a very effective messenger, a populist message, but a very Karl Rove, Ken Mehlman campaign playbook. I mean, I think Axelrod even said one day that basically they're just building on the 04 campaign.
What is the playbook?
Yeah, what is that?
Well, in terms of the way they're approaching the precincts, the ground game, the way they're building the ground game strategy, the volunteer base.
Things that we don't see.
Yeah, I mean,
from
in 2000 and 2004, on the Democrat side, you had paid door knockers, union paid door knockers with orange hair and nose rings in like Arkansas where they didn't fit. Like it was a very, and then on the Republican side you had over 2 million volunteers that weren't being paid. And now you see the Democrats have a volunteer army.
Very disciplined.
A volunteer army that very much is built upon the Bush model of campaign strategy. So I just think it's interesting what you're seeing in terms of the campaign evolution. Obama has run a very sophisticated, very message disciplined campaign, and it's made it an uphill battle for Romney. And obviously Romney's had some self-inflicted wounds as well.
I think that, and to Reed's point about the president's discipline and the discipline of this campaign, I mean, they did one thing that was incredibly important. It's why the Democrats lost Ted Kennedy's Senate seat. He would not take this election for granted. Any time there was a little bit of momentum for the president, Democrats were still getting these panicky emails. Oh my God, we're going to lose. We're going to lose. We're going to lose. Send us $5. So I think that they really kept up the pressure. Even
that was the Karl Rove mantra, though. Run like you're losing.
And I think there's something to it. Nobody said Karl Rove doesn't know how to run elections.
Right.
If we could go back to this women issue again. All right, so if you look at these women, it takes a while to get that into the conversation sometimes, but it's important.
Well, there are 3 women here to 2 men. So.
I would hope we could get there. We have Elizabeth Warren, Debbie Stabenow, I think was called, Tammy Baldwin, Claire McCaskill, and the 2 men who made those horrifying comments about rape both went down to defeat. So I think that this is something significant.
That's the way the system works.
Of course, it's democracy. It's a wonderful thing. But I think that it shows that women have really, I mean, Elizabeth Warren not only winning, but winning sizably. I think that there is something that went across the states. It wasn't just local in those states, about women rising up in this country and making very clear their thoughts about those comments about women.
David Begnaud, and then we'll go to John. David?
Marianne's comment, she won against a mostly moderate Republican, Scott Brown. To your point of the Senate, Ari Shapiro, who's a White House correspondent for NPR, just tweeted, tonight the Senate seems to be almost as big a story as the presidency. Democrats sweeping tight races in what should have been a good year for Republicans. And then he tweeted this. So, Larry, he's actually at the party tonight for Romney, and he just tweeted Romney event about half empty. People are starting to trickle out. So, look, the night is still early, and
well, I think they're seeing Florida realistically. I mean, I'm talking about someone who's lived there.
I just got to note that Joe Walsh, the congressman who famously called the president of the United States a liar, is out.
And Jesse Jackson Jr. just got reelected, and he's
by being in the hospital. With us on the phone is John Zogby, the famous pollster. John, are you surprised at all of the current events? Is John there? Are we going to have an C.L. Hughley here?
D.L. Zogby.
Okay. C.L. Zogby. Is that John Zogby? John, is that you? I'm a little lost. What did you say? Keep going to John Zogby or don't keep? Okay. All right. We can effectively do television better than we do phones. It's kind of backward to the way they were developed.
It's progress.
Alexander Graham Bell came before television, right? As I read it. A little pun there, but we've been here a long time, right? David.
Projection, but ABC News is projecting that Barack Obama will win Wisconsin, a key swing state.
They announced that already.
Yeah,
picking
we
up
already
10
heard
electoral
that.
votes. We did that?
Yeah, we did that already.
Oh. Maybe
Twitter is late?
Maybe I need a hearing aid. No, Begno's late. Twitter's always first. Begno's
late. Wisconsin. Now, what are we waiting on now? Florida's still online.
Florida, Ohio, and they're still in line in Virginia.
Well, how are you getting counts
Still
in
in line.
Florida, Howard? if
I'm
they're
getting
still-
them live on. They're still counting votes, even though people
Oh, I
are in
see.
line.
Tell us more Senate races.
They are.
Okay. Meanwhile, let's make a few calls. Utah and its 6 electoral votes go to Mitt Romney.
What?
That could have been predicted the day Romney got the nomination, and has now come to pass. By the way, the Salt Lake City Tribune
I
endorsed.
report something here? This is an interesting comment. My friend Chuck Todd, who I think is a very smart analyst, said that Florida, Ohio, Virginia update models in Florida and Virginia indicate less than 1% variance either way. And Ohio, it comes down to the provisionals. We could be in for a long night. So if there's automatic recounts in Florida and Ohio, I think it boils down to who's leading going into election.
Well, then we may have that Dade County thing wrong. You may have that wrong.
We may be missing.
No, it's very close, but
But if Dade County's the
But I
predominant
think
one, that's out.
don't you agree that even if there's an automatic recount, whoever goes in winning has the advantage, right?
Another expected victory for Romney, Montana, which has 3 electoral votes. New Mexico leaning Obama. It is now official. Obama gets New Mexico's 5 electoral votes. CNN is projecting the next president will be dealing with a Republican-controlled House. They will still have a majority, not sure what the final tally will be. But the Republicans will retain the House, and obviously the way the Senate's going, the Democrats will retain the Senate. So that's still a toss-up here, Florida, Virginia, Ohio.
So Ohio now seems to be within only a couple of points. I'm looking at some of these Democratic counties. Hamilton County, where Cincinnati is located, only 18% in. Toledo, 84% in. That's a blue county. But over in Cleveland, only 9% of the votes been counted in there. So I think that as we see, the rest of these returns coming in, as we find out where they're coming from, I think it's going to tell us a lot more about where we're going to end up. I'm not sure it's going to be as long as...
Something weird here, Reed. If that's true, what you just pointed out, why are the Romney people leaving the headquarters? Why are the fans leaving?
I think you're dealing with a bunch of volunteers and family and friends who are just watching media reports and don't really understand the way all this works.
Well, the media is not looking at the same thing you are?
Well, I think we're all diving pretty deep into to the metrics of the county by county. I think we're taking a little more sophisticated look at it than just the rest of the average viewer. I don't know. I can't speak for why the Romney campaign's leaving. I think they're probably pretty disheartened. I think they're probably feeling pretty dispirited. There's been a lot of announcements, big states.
Despite a 1% variance here in 3 key states?
They're down. They're down 2 points in Ohio. They're down somewhere around a half a point in Florida. They're expected to win this. These were part of their path to victory. What they know is this is all closing in on them. And
half a point is closing in?
They just have no path to victory left.
It's a narrow path.
I agree with
I don't
Stacey.
think
I think they're counting the chickens before
I
the
think
hens.
let me
That
just say
could be
this.
part of our plan.
I think
the secret plan.
It's chess, right? Not checkers.
I think this is just coming from my standpoint, and I think I've been saying this publicly for about a month. I don't think there's any fewer paths right now for Romney than there were yesterday. I think he had to win Florida, Virginia, and Ohio. I do. Now,
You're saying nothing tonight has surprised you?
No, I agreed with Tanya earlier. Wisconsin surprised me because, that was a quick and easy win for Obama. I expected that to be a fight to a photo finish. So I was surprised by that.
So if Romney had won Wisconsin, it'd still be the same story on these 2 out of 3? Or maybe not?
Maybe it would have given him a little breathing room, but I think he still has to win all 3 of those.
What's the total electoral vote count right now? Do we have that up?
That's not it.
163 each.
Yes.
But that's without California and New York and Texas.
I just got a message that as the rural and suburban counties are coming in, Obama's lead is trimming in Ohio.
It's trimmed substantially from what it was an hour or so ago. It's only 2 points.
But as Howard said, Republicans are sitting on pins and needles right now because they have to. It's a difference between wanting to win it. I mean, Obama doesn't need 300 votes to be electoral votes to be president. You know, it's all bonus. You just have to have a path to 270, and I think Republicans have a very, very narrow path.
Cincinnati will go for Romney.
Cincinnati.
That's a Republican.
Will go
Cincinnati's
for Romney.
Republican. Cleveland is Democrat.
Cleveland's got 9% in. Cincinnati's got 18%. And
yeah, those two are going to be the ones to watch. And remember, if there's a spread less than about 300,000, it's going to go to the provisional ballots in Ohio, if Ohio still matters.
Yeah. And Ohio will matter if
Florida
Romney
and
wins.
Virginia. Florida and Virginia.
And the Ohio Senate race is also very interesting.
Yeah, where's that going?
I think they called it for
Ohio Senate Sherrod Brown won.
He did?
Yeah, handily.
That's just great.
Handily.
That's just great.
Yeah, they've projected.
Well, we didn't announce anything on that yet.
And not to go back to my previous point about the campaign tactics, but I think Obama's ground game is not getting enough credit. He's a great orator, he's a great speaker, but his ground game, I heard them saying yesterday that Obama was taking the day off today and he was just going to trust his ground game. I could hear a lot of confidence in that statement, and I think he
did interviews all day, taking the day off.
No, but they mean traveling. No, I understand. He's doing phone and radio. He's doing.
Let's rush up to the war room and Nicole Lappin.
So official. Yes, we are indeed in the war room with a young woman named Casey who just voted for Romney and a young woman named Sarah who just voted for Obama. But the interesting thing about this is that the last time we were here during our debate coverage, Sarah was undecided. So what swung you?
Well, to be honest, Nicole, I mean, everything in my body was telling me to vote for Romney because of the economy, and I know that under a unified government, far more would get done. But that also led me to voting for Obama because I know that if everything would be able to get done, then, you know, things like gay marriage would be able to be prohibited and I would not maybe have rights to birth control. And I could not allow that to happen. You know, my uncle's gay and I personally want to be able to control my body. So I had to vote for Obama.
And everything in your body, my dear, told you, let's go Romney?
Yeah,
Why?
you know how it goes? Well, I totally agree with what Sarah was saying, that, you know, of course, I am for women's rights, but when it came down to it, I thought that this election was about the economy. I think that while every woman wants birth control and things like that, if we don't have jobs and money to pay for it, it's not going to happen. It's irrelevant. And so I, this summer, had worked with small businesses and seen how they're struggling and the types of pieces of legislation that they want passed, and I feel like Romney can get those passed. He's had private sector success, and although that is different than public sector success, he's used to succeeding, and I think he wouldn't stop until things were better with the economy.
So what happens? We're 163 to 163. It's so close. What happens the day after to you if Obama is elected? What does that mean for you?
If Obama's elected, I just have to trust that what he's been saying about changing things is going to happen. I think that he realizes that his 4 years did not go quite as smoothly as he'd hoped, that while he spoke of hope and change, we had a lot of hope, didn't see tons of change, and I think that he's ready to take a different approach, and I'm hoping he just will have the energy to make it through 4 years and enthusiasm to get us where we need to go.
So what happens, Sarah, the day after if there is a President Romney? How does that change your life, if at all?
Well, I know that there will be a greater chance that I'll be able to have a job getting out of college, and that's
always a good thing.
That's always a great thing. But at the same time, it'll be really crushing that I won't be able to see my uncles get married, and I will be really terrified about what will happen to Planned Parenthood and things like that. So, I mean, I would almost say it would be okay either way, but it's just like I physically really want Obama to win.
So social issues were really what tipped you over.
Yes.
Fiscal issues, what tipped you over. Do you feel like there was too much emphasis on one particular issue? Did you want to hear more about X? Jobs for young people, student loan forgiveness.
I think I actually heard what I wanted to hear during the election. I think a lot of time was spent on foreign policy, and for me, that's not a big ticket issue, although, because if it had been, I probably would have voted for President Obama, because when it came down to the debates, I just felt so much more comfortable with him. But for me, I'm really more concerned, because I'm a junior, about what's going to happen when I graduate, rather than the loans I'm paying now.
What happens when you graduate? Do you have a job lined up?
Well, hoping that things go the same way that they've. I'm just kidding. Well, I don't know.
No, but you're not kidding. I mean, the thing is that there is so much concern. Jobs is number one.
Yes.
Jobs is number two. Jobs is number three issue for a lot of young people out there. So what does that mean for you realistically? I mean, we talk about this in kind of anecdotes, and we talk about it tangentially. But does it change your job search?
Well, it would definitely change. I mean, thinking about the law, I would probably be, if the economy were better, it would be more of a possibility for me, and I would be more excited about going into the law because, I mean, it's becoming much more difficult to go into the law today. But it wouldn't, I don't think it would change vastly,
Well, it's not difficult to get secondary degrees, right? We're seeing a lot more professional students, so to speak. When you're talking to your friends, do you get the sense like, oh, I can't find a job, so I'm going to law school, or I'm going to B school?
Completely get that. I feel like in today's job market, you have to kind of go to graduate school if you're going to be able to get a good job, and that's kind of the sad reality. But I'm glad that both Romney and Obama are taking steps in addressing the issue. They realize it is an issue and want to help us, which I think is important. And I'm just hoping that, you know, the legislature is willing to help, because even if they don't necessarily agree, in my opinion, any pieces of legislation that are well thought out are better than none at all, because everything's worth a try.
Worth a try potentially, but as you were talking about the professional degrees that a lot of your friends are getting, yeah, it's a prerequisite to getting the job, but you're also now saddled with, what, $250,000 in debt?
Yes.
How daunting is that?
Oh, it's terrifying. Are you kidding me? You know, you're thinking about you're living in your dorm room or your apartment as a student, and then you think, okay, great. Well, one day I'm going to have this wonderful house, but how much am I going to have to pay for, you know, just my life, just to be able to have that house or support kids? That's scary.
When it comes down to it, though, everything's uncertain. We live in an uncertain world, and we just have to hope that that debt will be able to be paid off. And that's why we need to hopefully have a president who can help us. And in 4 years, there will be jobs for us to pay those loans off.
Yeah, but Obama is still paying off he just finished paying off his student debt.
Yeah. Which is a big
And you
deal.
voted for him,
I
with
did.
student debt being a concern. And, you know, they say a lot of young people in their dorms, as you were mentioning, ordering pizza. That pizza is going to cost you $100 to pay off later on.
Yeah, that is really scary, and that's why I'm applying for a lot of scholarships. Definitely, you know.
A lot of scholarships, and hopefully it will go, you know, toward...
It'll come back to us. Hopefully it'll come back to us, yes.
Hopefully it will go back to you and your job search. Larry, we will send it back to you. This young lady, she wants to be a journalist, so watch out for your job, by the way. Jim.
Thank you, Nicole. I'm Jim Murray from Inside Edition, filling in for Larry, who's taking a well-deserved break right now. And we're back with our panel, Tanya Acker, Reed Dickens, Marianne Williamson, Howard Bragman, Stacey Dash. I saw these guys in the green room, and I said, get Larry off for just a few minutes so I could join this panel. And they said, okay, which is good for me. David Begnaud, we have some developments, so let's go to you right now.
Well, NBC News called Wisconsin for the Democrats and Obama, but you got to look at this. The New York Times is now saying on their map in real time, they're saying that Wisconsin is leaning red. To compare it, Fox News is calling it for Obama, but this is in real time as it's happening. The New York Times is saying Wisconsin is leaning red toward Romney. NBC about 20 minutes ago called it for Obama, but could it be up in the air? It appears so. So we will watch.
ABC, CNN, MSNBC, and CNN, is that what you're saying, are all calling it? They've all called Wisconsin for Obama.
So it would be the New York Times, the only one at this point.
It's the first time the New York Times went red, and they were wrong.
Mark that one.
Mark that one. Reed, we were talking just while they were in the war room, and you were talking about two potential scenarios, and really only two. Break it down easily.
Yeah, I think right now, there are only two plausible scenarios.
Does Wisconsin fit into either of these?
Not really.
Okay.
I think President Obama is going to either win comfortably,
right.
he's going to be reelected, or you're going to have a messy razor-thin, automatic recount scenario. And let me walk you through, in my humble opinion, what that looks like.
And you experienced that firsthand.
I did. I was in Florida the entire recount in the headquarters, and it was an amazing learning experience. But that was before we were really ready for recounts. Now you've got legal teams on the ground in 7 states.
But we're not ready for recounts. The lawyers may be, but I don't think the country.
Well, the campaigns are ready. They've got full-blown campaign strategies. Well, remember, the media will eat it up too. I mean, so let me walk you through that. Okay. If we have right now NBC saying there's less than 1% variance in Virginia, Ohio, and Florida. If that's the case, and you end up with a potential, remember this is just hypothetical. Because if one of those states goes Obama, then Obama's going to win comfortably. So the scenario I'm walking you through right now is only if there's three close races that go to a recount. Ohio, if Ohio's close, it's going to go 10 extra days. They're not even going to start counting the provisional ballots for 10 days. So 10 days from tonight, they will just begin counting provisional ballots in Ohio. So let's set Ohio aside.
Wait, I'm going to interrupt. Arizona is now being called for Governor Romney. Again,
Arizona.
Not a big surprise. It doesn't play into the scenario you're breaking down. So continue.
So if we have three races, Virginia, Ohio, in Florida, that are less than 1% variance. If NBC's right about that, let's set Ohio aside for a minute because that'll go to a provisional ballot count in 10 days. Florida, we all know, is a professional at recounts, and that's going to be a situation. Then you have Virginia. So if you have 2 recounts right there, you're going to have every lawyer that's already on the ground watching every voting precinct. And what I will tell you right now, I'll make a prediction. Whoever's winning going into any recount is going to win the race. Because with all of the media attention and all the lawyers crawling all over those voting precincts, it's going to be very difficult. Let's say President Obama goes into a recount ahead by 2,000 votes. Every individual vote that gets clawed back for some reason is going to be a controversy. Everyone. So I think whoever's winning going into a recount wins the state.
Thank you for depressing us, by the way, because you're looking at days and days and days.
Weeks. It can't go past December 18th.
And I just, looking at some of these numbers.
As if that's a good thing, but okay, go on.
Looking at these numbers, I think it's important to point out, Reed, that you're not being histrionic about this. I mean, Florida started out with Romney with quite a nice lead. They're now separated by less than 16,000 votes, with 88% of the precincts in. The president started with a really hefty lead in Ohio. That's been dwindling substantially. Romney started out really strong in Virginia. His lead's been cut into substantially. So really, these 3 states
what
can go anywhere.
What Tanya's saying is, just to interpret, Reed's not crazy. No, it's a very plausible scenario I just walked you through.
The mathematical analysis is a fun game. It's important, it's significant, but it's not the only story on the table. There's a lot that already has happened tonight. And when you look at these Senate races, it's been a very good night for Democrats. Not only has it been a very good night for Democrats in the Senate, it's been particularly a good night for women. And it has been a bad night for some of the more real right-wing Senate candidates, particularly those men who said horrible things about women.
Well, and they brought this defeat upon themselves.
Right, exactly. So I think it's already proven, regardless what happens in the presidential election, I think the American people have done a strong denunciation of the real right-wing element of the Republican Party, whether they elect a Republican president or not.
Just to add on to what you're saying,
and
Howard, I think you'd agree with this, the Republican, not only has it been a good night in the Senate for Democrats, Karl Rove and Crossroads, a lot of very smart people with a lot of money targeted those Senate seats. So these weren't beneath the radar races. These were targeted races that they're winning. So
and that's why.
Yeah, and I will tell you, a year ago, as it was very clear that the Republicans were possibly going to take the Senate again.
That was the stated goal. That was the stated goal.
And it was doable at that time.
Yeah.
The issue of bringing the conversation back to the Senate is because of these deeper subterranean issues. As Reed said, Republicans put a lot of money into these races. And this whole idea, when you were talking about the targeting a year ago, this whole quote-unquote war on women, all of this conversation about reproductive rights, the really derogatory comments made about women, it's already obvious that despite all the Republican money put into these races, that there has been a loud denunciation of those kinds of tactics. This is a huge story
I would only
that
say
has
this.
already taken place.
only say this, the reproductive issue, obviously because of the huge self-inflicted wounds of the two members of the Republican Party, I sat quietly. But now that it's been mentioned about a dozen times, I will say there is a lot of data that shows women are first and foremost concerned about the economy and jobs.
Well, what about these races?
Let me say something.
What about these
Not to sound like
hold on. Let Howard.
Howard. And I think when we look back, and I think assuming President Obama gets a second term out of this, I think that Romney's laser focus on the economy was one of his problems because because there are other issues, and I can tell you from personal experience, from my female friends, from my gay and lesbian friends and family and such, that the economy is a huge issue, but anybody who thinks it's the only issue is kidding themselves.
But I also think, just to follow up on that point, Howard, that people who really want to segregate these social and economic issues, it's just not so easy to do. I mean, and Marianne, I'm so glad that you keep bringing the conversation back to women, because to suggest, but really, I mean, you know, one of the things that really became a lightning rod in this campaign, and I'm not just talking about the big gaffes by Aiken and Murdoch. You know, there was a real focus, for instance.
Those gaffes were so offensive.
But they kept them in the race. And they were competitive up until, I mean, they were in the race. It was not clear.
That's right.
Todd Aiken refused to drop out. It was not clear that this was going to hurt him.
The Republican Party repudiated that particular candidate, and he stayed in to the chagrin of the other Republicans, because he could have dropped out, but he thought of himself as opposed to thinking about the party or the country.
The other issue, but really, the bigger issue I was really making about how these issues are connected. So, for instance, you know, when you target Planned Parenthood, which is where most poor, I don't want to say most, a large majority of women who cannot afford reproductive services, they can't afford mammograms, they can't afford pap smears, this is where they go for a lot of primary health care. Sure. And so when you target Planned Parenthood, you are targeting the economic lives of women. It's not enough simply to say that this is a social issue or an economic issue. A woman who can't afford health care, who's not allowed to make her own reproductive decisions, is going to be hampered in the workplace. You know, so I think it's sort of a false dichotomy to suggest that we're all, you know, it's all social or it's all economic. These issues are really connected.
And women are more holistic thinkers. So to your comment, Reed, I'm a woman and I can walk and chew gum at the same time. So when you said it's not
that was said as if I said you couldn't.
No, Reed, let me finish here. What I'm saying is, when you said women aren't just concerned about reproductive issues, they're also worried about the economy. Of course we're worried about the economy, but we're also worried about any suggestion that people other than ourselves are going to decide what we are going to do with our bodies and how we're going to make medical decisions and so forth. Women are not just a special interest group. We're talking about half of the country who already tonight, this is big news already, when you look at these Senate races, when you look at Elizabeth Warren, McCaskill, Stabenow, Tammy Baldwin, this is an issue. An out lesbian is going to be a U.S. senator, and I find it interesting, and I think that there is something here to say about a woman's perspective and about how a woman's brain works, and for which we do not have to apologize. A lot of the conversation tonight is about looking at the numbers and predicting, and this
because it's election night.
But excuse me, it's also election night in these Senate seats. So for some of us who are just as concerned with the fact that it's election night, find the broader meaning and the broader impulses that are being made obvious by these wins just as important as the specific strategy.
We're going to go to the wall right now. David Bagno, you have more numbers and more tweets. What are you following?
Yeah, you know what's interesting is the great part about Twitter is that celebrities and politicians all have their own accounts. Jeb Bush tweeted not long ago, "Great numbers in Pasco and Volusia counties in Florida for Romney. I predict he wins." Compare that to what Al Gore just said on. Can we get out of my IFB, please? Al Gore saying, quote, "I am confident in saying President Obama is going to carry the state of Florida." And then you've got a CNN reporting that a source...
That's Al Gore.
Al Gore just predicted Florida. Al Gore,
you tell you what,
you got all of our attention.
Here's the great thing about the IFB. You can take it out. You can take it out. So I'm going to take it out so I don't get this wrong. Al Gore says, quote, "I am confident in saying Obama is going to carry the state of Florida tonight."
By 528.
Not Romney.
Hold on. And by the way, David, I'm getting static. So at least you're getting static. I want to just announce Minnesota, 10 electoral votes on the table, and it's being called for Obama, President Obama at this point. And Stacey, I wanted you to jump in because your body language was speaking volumes during this discussion.
Yeah. About women.
Yes.
Yes. Now, to me, it says that it is a fantastic climate politically. You know, that women are able to achieve these statuses. But we also have to address the economy. And yes, I do understand our need to control our own bodies and all of that. But before we go there, we need to be able to get a job so that we can get our children into good schools, so that we can pay for our housing. Do you know what I'm saying?
An unwanted pregnancy is a huge economic issue, okay?
Well, it is. It absolutely is. Because there are parents who can't parent because they're too concerned about making money.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. A woman who finds herself pregnant.
No, a young girl getting pregnant before she's 16, 17,
or a married
18.
woman with a family.
Well, no, it's what I'm saying is that it is important economically. It is not separate. You know, it should be integrated. It should not be segregated. They are two issues that are joined. They need a balance.
I agree. And
They need a
even having
balance.
that conversation should be on the table as we just had.
So the economic climate is what needs to be addressed.
And Reed, you want to bounce off a statement that Howard made earlier.
Yeah, Howard said something earlier. Howard, I think you might be the first person to ever say that Romney was laser focused on any message. When you said Romney was laser focused on the economy, and in all seriousness, I wanted to go back to that. John Kerry, Paul Begala, who's one of my favorite Democrats, said that
after me,
I said one of.
He did say one of.
John Kerry, Paul Begala said that John Kerry had 14 messages that could have won him the White House, and he used all 14 of them every day. And George W. Bush only had one message that he could win with, and that was, I'll keep you safe, I'll keep you safe, and he repeated it 1,000 times. So Mitt Romney, I actually don't think he was, I just want to go back to Mitt Romney because I don't think he was laser focused enough. He's been very reactive to the Obama campaign. The Obama campaign had a lot of, the Obama campaign had a tool set, right? They could whack you with women, they could whack you with fairness, they could whack you with all these populist messages. Romney only had one message that worked for him, and he actually didn't stick to it enough. And let me go back to the second mistake. The second mistake Governor Romney made is he did not court Hispanics. From day one, I had friends who were advising the Romney campaign, buy more ads on Univision, you know, engage more in Florida, go after the Hispanic vote.
But it sounds like you're doing a postmortem as if he's lost.
No, he created this narrow pathway for himself. He still has a pathway to victory. It's very narrow.
You said there was one thing he didn't address enough. What is that one thing?
No, I said the economy. I said I actually think Romney. Howard, I know he was joking. Said he was laser focused on the economy. Romney actually wasn't laser focused in his campaign. Obama was laser focused, but Governor Romney was not.
Well, and something happened.
I have a question for you because let's say it's true if he does, and you're right, we don't know. But if Romney does lose Florida, and if, as you said, this had something to do with his not putting enough attention on the Latino population, why would he have made such a mistake?
Ooh, now you're getting me to say on television that I don't think he was advised very well, but I'm not going to say that.
But you did say that.
That's not what he said.
I almost did.
You almost said.
I almost said it.
Because you weren't on his team.
No, it wasn't me. It's not about me. I think there's a lot of smart people that were advising and pushing them to engage. Look at George. Let me just give you a brief factoid. Right, Will Ferrell says, because we like things like facts, right? Let me say this: George W. Bush got was it 38% of the Hispanic vote? McCain got like 19% of the Hispanic vote. Romney didn't even keep up with McCain. Had he even kept up with McCain in the low 20s, that would have made a very big impact in some of these states.
If Florida goes down, is the race over for Governor Romney?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe we all believe that. Let me speak for the group.
Yes, we believe that.
We do believe. I just want you to know, Stacey, I got a text from my 26-year-old daughter who's very impressed that you're on this panel.
Oh.
And the funny thing is, she's extremely smart, and yet she likes Clueless, the movie. You know, it's funny. Star power. This is why endorsements matter. This is why they matter. Tanya, when you look at this race and you look at, Reed was focusing on what Governor Romney may or could have done better. What could President Obama, in your view, have done better to look, he does have a bad economy to deal with, and regardless of how long it takes to get out of a bad economy, there are certain things on reflection perhaps that he could have done differently with regard to the race.
You mean just with respect to the race?
Just with respect to the campaign.
You know, I think that the obvious answer, the first and most obvious answer, is he could have been more aggressive in that first debate, where he lost a lot of momentum. But that's a little too pat. You know,
but it was significant.
It was significant because he went into that with a great deal of momentum.
It was oxygen for Romney.
And you know, one of the things that I think that he struggles with. I mean, I don't know him. He struggles with this.
You call him Barry,
that's right, my dude. You know, I think there's really this delicate line that he's got to draw, he's got to walk between being, you know, very aggressive and very strong and very tough on the other side, and being very moderate and very, you know, willing to show that he's going to work with folks on the other side and not being overly aggressive. And I think that sometimes during this campaign, he hasn't always had the right calibration on that.
As Will Ferrell said, imitating George W. Bush, being president's hard.
You've quoted Will Ferrell twice.
Well, because he's profound. He's a profound political pundit.
Marianne Williamson, you've been, your focus has always been a holistic one. I think that you're looking at this race from a broader perspective, and you're pointing out a trend that you see, that you perceive in this race as a whole, without knowing who is yet president. But you do see a major shift, and perhaps that shift will be enough, no matter who wins the White House, to make a difference or perhaps form some kind of partnership that there needs to be between the White House and Congress.
The partnership that we need is between the White House, the government, and the people of the United States. I think that this race, no matter who wins, spells the beginning of the end of the stranglehold that the Democratic and Republican parties have on the political conversation in the United States. The moderate success in terms of public visibility, anyway, of the third-party candidates, Democrats and Republicans claim to speak for the mainstream. The mainstream would mean the majority. The truth of the matter is the majority of Americans would push the button that says none of the above. So I think that once this race is over, an explosion of American political thought begins. Larry King here, the third-party debate, having that here, I think Committee for Fair Elections or whatever, I think that conversation has trickled into the American people. The illusion is created that we only have those two choices. And when you look at the history of the United States, third-party voices have been extremely important. Abolition came from the Abolitionist Party. Women's suffrage came from the Suffragette Party. Social Security came from the Socialist Party. So I think we have a whole new thing that will be beginning at the end of this. They create the illusion that there are no other voices of merit, and I think people want to get this race behind and then start, look at something like child poverty. The United States has a 23.1% child poverty rate. That among 35 developed nations in the world, we're second only to Romania, never mentioned in this campaign. We have the highest incarceration rate of any nation in history. We almost have 2.5 million people incarcerated. We only had 300,000 during the 1970s, never mentioned in this campaign. Citizens United, dirty money, the undue influence of money on our political process, it's on everybody's lips except the candidates. So I think the really interesting political story right now is what's bubbling up in the American people, who will have their say once this campaign is over.
Howard, if there's an overriding issue for you in this campaign that was a decider for you, what would that be?
I had two issues. I'm from Michigan. I think the auto industry situation was really big, and when the history of this campaign is written, that'll be a really big deal. And Mitt Romney's from Michigan. I grew up there when his father was governor. And it's interesting because I believe that if the United States of America didn't have Ford and General Motors and the automobile companies, we would have lost World War II. As I like to say, we'd all be driving German cars and eating sushi now. Wait. No, but we would have lost World War II.
We are. Yeah,
that was a joke. That was a joke.
But for those viewers at home.
We would have lost World War II. It would have been really easy for Mitt Romney to say, I support this bailout as a matter of national security. And I think it would have been all the political expediency he's exhibited. I'm surprised he didn't exhibit that political expediency because he energized the unions, energized the unions.
Polls are closing at this hour in California, where we are broadcasting from, Washington, Alaska, Hawaii, Idaho, and Oregon. The biggest prize on the election board, of course, California with, what is that, 55? Does that say 55, Reed?
It's 55.
55 electoral votes. And it's seen as solid, obviously, for President Obama. And thanks mainly to restrictions, California has an unusual number of competitive House races tonight. One of the most explosive is, can you help me with this? Bring the camera in maybe a bit? No? We've got Howard Berman, who's been a longtime congressman, and Brad Sherman against each other. Reed, do you have any sense on how that one's going?
I don't have any insider knowledge on
the
that.
Nebish will win.
The Nebish will inherit the earth. That's an old saying. Larry taught me that one. Washington is one of 4 states with a ballot measure involving gay marriage. The Democratic turnout clearly in this state, I mean, it's critical for Obama, and so many people here in California have felt. I know that I've gone to parties and people say, it doesn't matter who we vote for. Because the overriding sense is that with the Electoral College situation the way it is, that our vote doesn't count. But as Marianne was saying, there's more than just the presidential race. There are a number of initiatives here in California on the ballot and elsewhere as well. And you're talking about the number of people incarcerated. The death penalty issue was 34. One that was on the ballot here in California. And you could look at it from not only from the death penalty perspective, but also from an economic perspective, in the sense that it's costing $160+ million a year to house those on death row. But how important, Tanya, is turnout here in California for the president?
Well, I think it's going to be, it's important, but again, I'm not going to overstate it, because he's going to win. He's going to win California, just like we knew that Mitt Romney was going to win Utah.
But you say that, and yet so many people in California and elsewhere feel disenfranchised, because for months we've been hearing there's 9 states that count.
Our votes,
and the implication is that we don't.
Our vote in this state is completely diluted. My vote is worth so much less than a single vote in Iowa or any other much smaller state. Our votes are diluted. I mean, and there's no getting around that. I think that the turnout problem is going to the extent there is a turnout problem in California, it's going to be helped by the fact that we have these ballot initiatives. I mean, there are some really hard-fought initiatives. Prop 37 is huge, which would require food labeling for genetically modified food, and that, the No on 37s ran a very expensive campaign for what, to a lot of people seemed like a pretty straightforward proposition. Tell me what's going on in my body. The death penalty, repealing the death penalties on the ballot. We're talking about repealing 3 strikes. I mean, in California, we're really doing some pretty aggressive things via initiative process.
Compassion was on the ballot in California. This is very interesting, to get rid of the death penalty. That's compassion as a political force. Getting rid of that draconian 3 strikes. And
I think it's actually modifying the 3 strikes, isn't it?
It's modifying it.
The third strike has to be a violent offense,
right.
as opposed to simply another offense.
Right, exactly.
Which seems rational if you think about it.
Absolutely, it's draconian.
And that's where
you steal 3 TVs and you're out.
And I think that people have been saying that about 3 strikes. I mean, certainly, I'm in the legal community, but even beyond that, it just didn't seem to make any sense to lock somebody up for the rest of his life for doing something that at the end of the day was a fairly paltry offense.
Some of the most important issues bubbling up from the bottom of things weren't even mentioned in this particular campaign. The Electoral College, everybody's talking about that, and you hear the scuttlebutt. People are asking, should we even get rid of
Most people are saying, what is
the incarceration issue, the drug war, this latest film by Jarecki, The House I Live In. People are really starting to ask, if you've been losing a war after 90 years, at what point do you surrender? So there's some very interesting issues that are going to start popping up as soon as these results come into.
David Begnaud, do you have something? I'm hearing something, but I'm not sure. I think it's you.
Jim, NBC and CBS News have both called the state of Missouri for Governor Romney. Those 2 have been confirmed. And then I want to give you an example of how Twitter can drive the conversation, sometimes not in a flattering or good way. I noticed just a moment ago that Diane Sawyer was trending, and I started investigating why, and the New York Times is now getting involved. Their TV critic, Brian Stetler, tweeted, "Diane Sawyer's name is trending. Many people are saying she's drunk on the air. Alternative theory is that she gets this way when she gets really tired." I checked Diane's Twitter account, and she has not tweeted within the last
Wow, that's kind of
minutes.
harsh, don't you think?
It's harsh, but it's a good example of how on a night like tonight, Twitter drives the conversation. You've got millions of people that are now picking this up and running with it, and you've got the TV critic from the New York Times weighing in.
It's so odd, though, David.
Let's give her the benefit of the doubt. It's a long night.
That's random.
Can I smell your cup? Can I smell your cup? Okay.
Nothing more random than that.
That is. Well, I was talking about star power just a few minutes ago. That's what it's the Honey Boo Boo crowd. This is crazy, Howard. I don't know.
You know what? I'm contributor to ABC News. Diane Sawyer is one of the most professional people I have ever had the honor of working with. And, you know, I deal with this all day in PR, that people will say something on Twitter and people think it must be true.
Well,
it's on the internet.
Stacey in particular has been a victim of the Twitterverse recently.
Eruption, yeah.
Yes, the eruption. Nicole Lappin, we're going upstairs to the war room, and that means that I'm going away and Larry's coming back. But first we go to Nicole.
Thank you so much, Joe. And yeah, we are in the war room with two students, Laura, who just voted for President Obama. She has her little sticker right there. And James, who just voted for Romney. And they were talking about this being the Twitter election potentially. But you guys aren't even on Twitter, right?
No, I only have a Facebook.
I'm not. I don't think I have enough important stuff to say for people to follow me, so I don't even get on Twitter.
Oh, you underestimate yourself. But do you get your news on Twitter? Would you say this is a Twitter election, or what would you call this election? This is the second time you voted, first time for Obama. You're 39, you're an older student, so you've been to this rodeo before. Where do you get your core news for the election?
I get it from reading The Economist and Newsweek and listening to NPR on my drive to work every morning. I don't get it from Twitter.
And obviously Aura TV.
Yes.
Of course. I actually get it from multiple sources, but in regards to Twitter, I do think it's a good new item, because more information for the voters is better. I think we have a lot of people, unfortunately, who vote on both sides of the aisle with very little knowledge of the facts or the true figures, and wherever they can get be exposed to news, it's better for the election.
I've talked about this being your second election, this being, what is it?
I don't know. I remember voting for Bill Clinton. So.
There you go. But have you experienced this
yeah.
in the war room? Like this number crunching going on? How's the energy?
It's pretty crazy in here. I have not been in a setting like this. It's pretty exciting, so I'm glad to be here.
Awesome. Let's talk a little bit about what Marianne was talking about earlier. We had a little bit of discussion about that. She said that there's a lot of gridlock, and no matter who wins, the country is divided, potentially young people voting for a third-party candidate if that was the option. Would you guys have voted for a third-party candidate, or were you pretty set?
I personally would not vote for a third-party candidate, not because I don't think their ideas aren't good, but just because I think it'd be a thrown-away vote. I don't think it would count. You know, I'd rather vote for somebody who has a chance of winning.
So you felt like the two candidates were two good candidates. You weren't confused at the ballot box.
Oh, I wasn't confused at all. I think actually division between two parties is potentially a good thing, because it forces the nominees or the incumbents to go more towards the middle to try to capture some of the vote from the other side. If we had one party or the other that had sizable supermajority support among the electorate, you could start looking at sort of unilateral rule. So I think division's a little bit of a good thing in this case.
So you beg to differ with the idea that there isn't a party for you. Do you think the way we vote is the way we should vote? Should there be online voting?
It would be more convenient, but I would be really worried about hackers and people messing with the system. I think that it really doesn't take that much to go out of your house and go down the street and find your polling place and vote. So I think, it's worked so far, right? I would want to keep going with that.
You got your sticker, too.
Yeah, you got a sticker.
Well, they'd have to mail it to you otherwise. No, I agree.
And you bank online. There's security with that. There's banking fraud, and yet we still do that.
True.
Is it archaic? Or is it ceremonial?
No. Electing the president of our nation is, as much as I like to protect my money, a little more important than my individual relationship with the bank. So I would support an online system if there was some kind of, triple redundancy built in, where you don't have to worry about hackers or, from the outside or even from the inside, finagling the numbers.
So it sounds like you guys are very idealistic, as I would expect from political science students. You have ambitions to be in office. Does this night just underscore that, or do you have second thoughts because of some of the gridlock that we're talking about?
No, it hasn't changed my opinion at all. If you're not willing to go through the process and fight for what you believe in, you don't deserve to get elected to office, is basically the way that I feel.
What do you think? Is this an inspiring night?
It actually reinforces why I don't want to go into politics. I want to go into law. I think that politics is just basically a giant popularity contest in a way. And I think it would be stressful to have that as your occupation.
And we talk a lot about young people finding jobs being one of the biggest issues of our generation, this campaign. You just got a job as a paralegal. Was it as hard as people make it out to be?
It's not too hard. I mean, all you need is one person to say yes, right? And you have a job. So for all the people that don't have jobs yet, they're still looking, keep trying. You will find one eventually, I'm sure.
So says Laura. Are you hiring?
I don't know if my firm is hiring.
Do you think that young people on campus were talking mostly about jobs, or what was the main issue you heard? You're ex-Marine, no, Army, excuse me, in the reserves.
Yes.
What were some of the biggest issues for you?
Honestly, you don't hear on campus, you don't hear a lot of substantive talk. It is more of a popularity contest with the younger younger portion of the voting of the voters. Social issues are key. They don't talk about economics. No one's, even though people might personally be looking for jobs, a year or two down the road, it's not the first thing out of their mouth when they get into a conversation about politics.
What is the first thing out of their mouth usually?
It's social issues based.
What have you been hearing? What's the first thing out of people on campus's mouth?
I graduated, so I actually don't know.
Don't go back to campus.
Right.
You have nothing to do there. Talk to me a little bit about what we saw with Hurricane Sandy. Obviously, we're on the other coast, so a little bit removed from some of the devastation. Were you surprised that climate change wasn't a bigger issue?
Well, it depends on where you listen. Some people made it a big issue. Other people said it wasn't. There's a lot of devastation, and politics aside, we all need to keep those people in our prayers and hope that they at least get some kind of livable condition soon for those who are still struggling. So, minus politics, we need to look out for our own.
But it is revolving around politics. The cover of Bloomberg Business Week just said it's global warming stupid. Was that an issue that we didn't focus enough on?
It did seem like we did not focus that much on it this election. It seemed like women's issues and the economy and things of that nature definitely kind of took the spotlight this year.
Rightfully so?
Well, I mean, those are important issues, definitely. I think climate change is too. But, I don't know. I mean, every election there's always just a couple of hot button issues, and everybody talks ad nauseum about them, right? So I'm sure that we'll hear more about climate change soon.
And the only polls that matter are the ones tonight. We've been hearing that. Anything surprise you thus far?
Not really. As has been previously said, the states that are falling for Romney, everyone expected to fall for Romney. Those who were going to fall for President Obama fell for, were expected. So it does come down to Florida. I believe North Carolina's already been called. Virginia, last time I looked, Governor Romney had a decent lead. So Ohio is behind. It's Ohio and Florida. One of those goes for the president, and election's over.
I heard an "oh my God" in the back. Was there a good "oh my God"?
NBC just called.
So we're looking to see if it is close enough to call right now. So, look, I mean, talking about the idea that this was pretty much as expected. Paint the picture for me. You guys are idealistic. What would the future elections look like if it wasn't so focused on states, wasn't focused on counties, if we didn't need magic walls? What would the voting process look like? What would the system look like?
Wait, what if we didn't vote the way that we vote right now?
Yeah, paint the picture. Make an idealistic election day of the future.
Oh man, I don't know if I'm really as idealistic as you say I am. I'm actually a little bit of a cynic. I know, maybe since I'm out in the real world and stuff, maybe I'm more of a cynic. We have a flawed system, that is for sure, but it's the best that we have right now. So, I mean, that's what we've got.
You're talking about a lot of change. I mean, you'd have to address the Constitution before anything changes of any substance. So I think that's all hypothetical at best.
hypothetical at best, potentially, but you are the future. So what is the, you know what? We have breaking news. Larry.
All right, we're back. Our panel is assembled. The addition to the panel now remaining Howard Bragman and Reed Dickens and, of course, Tanya Acker. And we're joined, I got it, and we're joined by Mastin Kipp, the founder and CEO of thedailylove.com, entrepreneur and writer who wants to merge inspiration with pop culture. Good luck. And people's daily lives. NBC, the only first network tonight, reporting they give the election to President Obama. NBC calling the election to President Obama. Iowa, a toss-up state, goes to Obama, and that's 6 electoral. If they move the teleprompter up, I'll have it better. And California, 55 electoral votes to Obama. So NBC now, that's the only network calling the election to Obama. They must be basing that on Florida, on Dade County's votes coming in Florida. That's my only guess, having lived in Florida. If the small percentage that's left out in Florida is Dade County, it will go to Obama. California to 55. Idaho, Romney gets their 4 electoral votes. Hawaii goes to Obama, 3 votes. Washington State to Obama, 12 votes. We're getting down to the racehorse finish here. Yes, David?
Barack Obama's Twitter account, Larry, just tweeted within the last minute, "This happened because of you. Thank you." So once again, it's only NBC calling the race for the president right now, but already from the president's account, it has been tweeted, "This happened because of you. Thank you." It's already got.
I might add, if this is due to Florida, don't go to sleep. Don't go to sleep. I went to sleep in the year 2000. Florida. First, I'll tell you the truth. Florida in the year 2000, I left CNN, driving home, Gore won. I get to the house, Bush won. I go to sleep, I get up in the morning, too close to call, they're challenged.
Let me tell you, Fox News has given Ohio to Obama.
Yeah, this right here, Kelly O'Donnell, Chuck Todd, all of my old friends from NBC are all saying with an Ohio win. So it's not just Florida, because I agree with you. Dade County makes Florida look very good for Obama, but they're talking about
How could
Ohio.
they call Ohio? That must be Cleveland, right?
It means that he must.
It means they look at the counties where the votes.
Yeah, I know. Well,
but it means they must be expecting him to win by more than 300,000 or however many provisional ballots.
Yeah. What did he win Ohio by 4 years ago? Okay, David.
We have another projection, this one from CBS News. They have just tweeted, CBS News projects Barack Obama re-elected as president of the United States.
And Fox is now also declaring Obama the winner, I'm told in my earphones. So that's Fox, CBS, and NBC declaring Obama the winner. I guess that's pretty quick on Ohio, isn't it, Reed?
Well, it means, I mean, you have to. Part of me says you have to trust their models, and part of me agrees with you. I don't trust their models at all.
Don't go to sleep.
No, what I can tell you is if the Panhandle has reported in Florida, that's where the majority of the Republicans are.
They're not calling Florida yet, though. It's Ohio that was the one.
But I'm saying that would be the only thing.
But if the Panhandle is 100% and Dade County's the one left out,
what I'm saying is that's Romney's last stand, right?
Dade County. Mastin Kipp, we haven't heard from you. What's your analysis of all of this?
Well, I think that it's pretty.
You're
clear.
the optimist over here.
Well, I don't think I'm an optimist. I really sort of try to be as pragmatic as possible. But I do think that it's really clear that, assuming that Obama wins.
Oh, hold on. I don't want to cut it. CNN has now declared Obama the winner, so everyone is now reporting him as the winner.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So because this race was so close in so many areas, half the country is going to be disappointed. And the most important thing is that we move forward united and recognize that, whoever wins tonight, if it is Barack, that, he is our president, and that we move forward united, and we can honor those that we disagree with. And I think that that's something that he is probably going to talk about tonight in his acceptance speech or his re-election speech.
One thing that
You've gone through wins and losses here in your life.
Well, actually 2 wins. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, well, he did say earlier tonight.
So one thing I would say that you have to think about when you look at this election is about $2 billion was spent on this election.
Wow.
The American people got more information than they've probably ever gotten about candidates in an election, and the American people chose to keep the Obama administration in place. And so that's really the way our system was designed. Our system was designed where every 4 years you have a chance to oust the incumbent if he's not doing his job. And so the American people clearly thought he was doing his job.
Or there could be another rationale. They clearly thought that he deserves another chance I mean, it was this close. He deserves another shot. They like him. That's important to be liked, right? And maybe Romney could have done a better job.
Well, from the challenger, the burden on the challenger, and I think John Kerry would tell you this.
Before I don't mean to interrupt you. Challengers that have won: Reagan, beat an incumbent; Clinton, beat an incumbent. There were reasons that pattern into that. Parole cost.
Yep, there was a third party. There were disruptive events, right?
There was a third party in Reagan too. John
Third party,
Anderson.
right? But I would say this: in general, there's a burden on the challenger to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the incumbent needs to be booted out.
Has failed.
And Romney did not make that case.
Howard, you going to say something?
Yeah, days after Obama was elected the first time, Republicans in Congress were saying our number one job is to stop him from getting reelected. We have some serious issues coming up. We have the fiscal cliff, which we haven't talked about, and it's very complicated, but it means that if they can't reach a budget agreement, we cut trillions of dollars from the economy, from welfare programs, from defense, and it means the economy is going to do very badly by most projections. They have to work together.
Don't you think they will?
I pray that they will, Larry. I pray that
Don't you think they will, Maston?
I don't know.
They have to.
Maybe. I think that if you look at the last 4 years, you see, from my perspective, a lot of people putting party ahead of country. And that is very disconcerting to pretty much every single person I know, no matter what political affiliation they are. And I think that if we don't, we're going to, see some major issues coming.
Yeah, but there's no big Tea Party movement now to defeat Obama. He's not going to run for re-election, right?
Yes.
I think that you're going to see my prediction, which I don't think is very original. I think that this president, during this next 4 years, is going to be a lot more aggressive with some of those voices than he'd been previously. I think that, when he came in 4 years ago, he really was elected in on this wave of bipartisanship and trying to work across the aisle. And, while certainly I think a lot of folks in the GOP have taken issue with how, they say he strong-armed them on health care. It was a Republican health care plan. He did come in, I think, trying to make some overtures to the other side. And I think that it was a real priority. And Mitch McConnell said it. Jim DeMint said they wanted to make Obamacare his Waterloo. And it really became about beating Barack Obama. And now I'm hoping that maybe it will be about getting a few things done. We won't get everything done, but maybe we'll get a few things done.
A couple points about the second term. There's a lot of times in the second term, presidents start thinking about legacy. Sometimes that means they engage more across the aisle, but sometimes it means they overreach because they feel like they have a mandate. I think it'll be up to President Obama whether he engages. I will say this. I take him at his word when he says he was having dinner with his family every night and didn't have time to interact with Congress, but I do think he'll have to interact with Congress more.
Well, let's take some second terms. Reagan had Iran-Contra. He finished low popularity.
Yeah.
Bush had an economic collapse.
Yeah.
Second terms aren't easy. You're a lame duck.
Ron Fournier, you may know Ron Fournier. Ron Fournier told me early in the first term of Bush, I'll never forget this. He told me over dinner one night that second terms, if you look at the last 7 second-term presidents, and I can't name them all, he said every one of them have been miserable because, typically the media gets tired of you, your staff gets fatigued.
Clinton had a scandal.
Yeah, presidents get fatigued. You start getting a little hubris, right? And so second terms are very tough. And so I think the challenge for President Obama is to reach across. And when I say reach across the aisle, I don't mean that in a lofty way. I mean actually engage.
David?
Larry, we just saw this come across actually on Twitter. The president himself, when he does his own tweets, he signs it BO, and he just tweeted, "We're all in this together. That's how we campaign, and that's how we are. Thank you, Bo." And he also tweeted a picture of himself and the First Lady. I'll pull that up for you right now. We're waiting for the word if Governor Romney is going to speak and what time he may speak tonight. But again, the president just tweeting this photo of him and the First Lady as he writes 4 more years.
By the way, every network, we're joining in, every network is now saying that Obama has been reelected.
To give you a little behind the scenes of what's going on right now, one of the most kind of symbolic...
You've been in the hunt, Dave.
Yeah, well, I've been in the bubble behind the scenes, and one of the most symbolic things that's happening right now is you're waiting for that phone call, right? The networks can all call the election, but Barack Obama, it may have already happened, but he's waiting for a phone. He's waiting for his aide to come in and say, "Mr. President, it's Governor Romney." And Governor Romney.
Right, you were there. Gore did not call Bush.
Well, there was a phone call, and Gore, they were discussing whether Governor Bush was going to concede, and he said he was not going to concede. And Al Gore said, "You don't have to get snippy with me," and that was kind of a famous phone call.
Yeah, that's right.
And so these phone calls have been contentious, but those phone calls are very important. So I'm sure right now they're waiting on that phone call.
I doubt, knowing Mitt Romney, I know Mitt Romney, that this will be a courteous.
It will be gracious.
Classy. What about his future?
Well, I think anytime, going back to a conversation we had earlier, I think anytime, he's run twice now. He
didn't get the nomination.
Well, I know, but I'm saying he's run for president twice. He put a lot of his personal wealth into running for president. I think for him, he's got to decide where his place in the party, because a lot of people believe that there are future stars, that it's time for a Republican Party 2.0, and so I don't think he's going to be the chosen one, if you will.
Will there be a Republican clash between the Tea Party and well, I guess there'll be a Christie movement now, won't there?
I think there's going to have to be. I mean, Reid just talked about the Republican Party coming back, or the Republican Party
Rebooting.
2.0. That Republican Party 2.0 has got to dramatically recalibrate its relationship with a lot of those folks on its extremes who I think have just had a little too much influence.
Are you encouraged, Maston?
I certainly am. I mean, I definitely voted for Obama, and I think that, my hope is that, in the second term, he can be a little bit more aggressive and sort of put forward the things that he is really passionate about. And I think the thing that's interesting is one of my mentors, Tony Robbins, says that when people win, they party, and when they lose, they ponder. And I think that if anything, it's a message to the Republican side to really kind of look at why this happened and how they can reshape to be a more integrative approach.
Can I tell you, I can tell you one thing that's going to happen. Do you remember when Hillary and Obama were first emerging? I know you and I were sitting on Larry King Live back then when Hillary and we were debating, Obama, is this wave for real, and is Hillary's ground game? We were debating who was going to come out on top. Michigan, remember all those debates? I think you're going to see a new Republican Party led by Chris Christie, and I think you're going to see a lot of people running to the Jeb Bush saying, hey, Jeb Bush. Jeb Bush is tall, good-looking, multilingual. Moderate. He was an 8-year governor with a 60% or more favorable.
And a moderate, isn't
he? A moderate, but his approval was over 60 for all 8 years.
And he's married to a Latina.
He's married to a Latina. So you're going to see a lot of people running to Jeb Bush, and you're going to see a lot of people saying, no, not another Bush, and going to Chris Christie. I think you're going to see an internal battle in the Republican Party.
Now, on the Democratic side, we're so funny in America. Okay, let's go. Now
Next
what?
election.
Okay,
but it's
Hillary.
True. Tomorrow morning is the first day of the 2016.
If Hillary wants it, she got it. Well, I think that the governor of New York,
Andrew Cuomo,
has said,
if Hillary goes it, I'm not.
That if Hillary wants it, he's going to back off.
Who is it, the governor of Maryland?
If she wants it, then he's going to.
But I thought it was hers for the taking in 2008. I honestly did. Tanya and I we both thought Hillary's ground game, her connections. But what I found was Hillary played Bobby Kennedy to Bill Clinton for about 20 years. She was the bad cop. She stepped on a lot of toes. She punched a lot of people's faces in. And then she had to turn around and say, hey, can I have some money? Hey, can I have your support?
It wasn't just that. If you read The Audacity to Win, Pluff's book about inside the campaign, which was really insightful, they had, the Obama campaign had about the same chance as Romney did to win this campaign, and they did pull their inside straight. And Hillary came to Hollywood very
You don't think Hillary would be the favorite right now?
Oh, absolutely.
She would.
Absolutely.
I think it's very likely, and I'm going to say this on the record about 2016, I think it's very likely you're going to see, no matter what the media, a Clinton-Bush, you really will see a Clinton-Bush election, and you're going to have a wave of media stories saying, what's the world going to think of us, and what's Europe going to think of us? But at the end of the day, I think you're going to have a Clinton-Bush election.
I'm reading some of the Facebook posts and tweets.
Wait a minute, they're starting to poll. Okay.
And
Ohio has Clinton ahead by 2%.
Somebody said the good news is, news is you can't, that we proved that you can't buy an election. Yeah. There were a lot of outside people who tried to buy the election. Second thing that I'm reading a lot of, and obviously it's my friends, that this president came out in support of gay marriage and got reelected. And that's a huge thing. And we elected
Because, you know, when we have these conversations, we're constantly saying, oh, you know, is it the economic issues or the social issues? What we're seeing now are communities of people and their supporters, whether or not they are women, whether or not they are gay and lesbian, who are saying, we are going to be a part of this American community and we're not going to be sidelined. We're not side issues.
Hold it, we're in a break. Is Sean still there?
Can I read?
Is Sean still there?
We're in a break?
Yeah.
Apparently our equipment overheated, but we're back. Heidi Harris is back with us, along with Master Kip and Howard Bragman, Reed Dickens, and Tanya Acker. I'm hearing the control room. If they can cut that out of my ear, drive me a little nuts. The AP is now reporting also that Obama has won. Before I go to David, though, you have something interesting which you received, Reed, about Karl Rove.
Yeah,
and,
so
the president,
I got a message
Romney.
that Governor Romney is not making the. I would just mention earlier that typically this is when that phone call gets made conceding. I got a message saying that Governor Romney was not making that phone call. Karl Rove and others said that they had data proving that the election had been called prematurely. Now, I will say this: as controversial as Karl Rove is, he has a lot of credibility when it comes to statistical models. He was the one who called the networks in 2000 and told them that their model was wrong, and that's when they pulled the Florida back to the undecided column. He was the one that called the networks in 2004 when they were calling southern states for carry and said your model is wrong, and they pulled them back into the Bush column. So Karl actually does have a history of knowing what he's talking about. So I'm not saying that the networks are wrong. I'd say we should just pay attention for a little while.
Well, technically, Karl was wrong in 2000. The Florida vote never got counted.
I think that maybe one of the reasons that Governor Romney hasn't called the president is that he hasn't written the speech yet. He only wrote one speech. Doesn't know what he's going to say.
And he said he only had one speech. That was true. All right, David, what's up on the board?
Somewhere tonight, Nate Silver's got a big smile on his face. When it comes to the electoral votes, Obama's ahead, but look at this. According to CBS News, Governor Romney leads in the popular vote 43,302,613 as opposed to 42,781 for the president. That is how it stands as
How
of
many
now.
California votes were counted, though? That's
Or New York.
Those are still coming in.
But
Larry,
800,000, that's a big lead.
This is pretty cool. Look at the Empire State Building as it is right now, all lit up in blue. Now that Barack Obama has been reelected as
I'll
president.
tell you this, if Karl Rove is right, this is an embarrassing night for everybody.
For everyone.
This is a photo coming out of the Romney camp. A journalist for MSNBC tweeting virtually silent as Romney supporters gathered in Boston hear that President Obama has been reelected. Donald Trump, who loves to tweet, tweeted within minutes saying, well, back to the drawing board. That was followed by Ann Coulter, who always tends to get people fired up. She tweeted, the good news is the promise of continued mass unemployment among young voters.
That's
And then-
good news?
Well, she's
Is that
being
what she's-
sarcastic. She's being sarcastic. Then I Am Diddy tweeted, it feels even better the second time around. And your buddy Bill Maher, who gave $1 million to the Obama campaign, tweeted, well, that was $1 million well spent.
While they're griping about all the money in politics.
Yeah.
Heidi, what do you make of all this? The refusal to concede, the model, the closeness?
Is there liquor on this flight?
Only in first class, and we're in
I want to
coach.
know which one's the booze in their cup here.
I have about 8 years worth of liquor in my liquor closet
Okay.
that
And
I
you'll
had
share with
during-
me?
So come over. It's your turn to stay drunk now.
Is that what it is?
That's the one thing about America. We do come together. We don't even concede, and we still come together.
Yes.
Well, we were talking about 2016.
Alan West, 2016.
Who is
Congressman
Alan
from
West?
Florida.
Who is Alan
Congressman from Florida. Love him. Military hero, an incredible person. Alan West, 2016. I already tweeted that. I'm already promoting him.
Was he reelected tonight?
I haven't seen the numbers on that.
The challenge.
What if he was beat?
But it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter because a lot of people love him, even if he lost his
The
race.
challenge-
Many people have done that and then come back.
The
So.
challenge Alan West will have is that Governor, well, no, that's my point. I've never heard of him, but Governor Bush is a beloved figure, and Marco Rubio is a beloved figure. So there are two people who've been waving in the mirror since they were young men, thinking they're going to be president in that state.
Yeah,
already.
we have not mentioned Marco Rubio. He is
the perfect vice presidential candidate.
Right.
Young, good-looking, and Latino. He's like
wouldn't he
he's gotta
have been
move
the
to the top
perfect
of the list.
nominee to run with Romney?
I think he would have been.
In retrospect.
I think he would have been good, but I think Paul Ryan was really solid on the numbers. And since there was a lot of talk about Medicare and Medicaid and Obamacare, Paul Ryan was so excellent at making that case.
I don't know. When you look at the importance of Ohio, I think Portman was a better choice.
Well,
frankly.
but what I was going to say is I typically would say it doesn't matter, but if you look at how close Florida is, and if you look at how poorly Romney did with the Latino vote, I think Rubio may have made an impact. If he moved the needle at all in Florida, it could have changed the dynamic of the race.
Maybe, but I agree with you, except the problem is that Cubans aren't Mexicans, and Rubio's Cuban. And
I'm kidding.
No, but I mean, seriously, there are a lot of Mexicans going, no.
She's got a point.
I know,
yeah,
I know.
we're not Cubans. Cubans don't speak for Mexicans, and people get tired who are Latinos from being lumped into the same group.
I was just talking about Florida.
Yeah, but there were a lot of people who said, don't put Rubio on the ticket and think we're going to fall for that.
Mastin, do you think the bitterness will carry over?
Well, I definitely think that there's a lot of anger and a lot of resentment out there right now, and I think that, you know, there is a major difference between Obama and Romney, but when you think about what's going to happen in the lives of the American people tomorrow, the next day, a month from now, it's really up to them to take that and channel it into an empowering, positive way so that they can actually be responsible for their lives. I think a lot of people get stuck thinking that a government is the only way or the only thing that will come and save them, and I think that the one thing that's very clear to me is that what is happening now and with unemployment, with young people not getting jobs, is that it's about adding value to the world and recognizing that you have the power to do that.
We're going to stay with you for another 15 minutes till the top of the hour. That'll make this a 5-hour broadcast. If anything news breaks later, I'm sure that David will jump right back on because he's always alert in case something happens and any of this is wrong. But I do want to thank Jim Moret and everybody else for participating. You have a note up there on Karl Rove, David?
Well, they were just saying that Karl Rove is not, he's not giving up. He claims, as Reed said, to have numbers that indicate otherwise. I was checking his Twitter account, but so far he hasn't tweeted. The last thing was 4 hours ago where he said, "Are you tuning in?" You know, he said he was on Fox News.
He said he had the number of the phone guy who programs the voting machine, is what he said. I think that's the number.
This is what it looks like. This is what
Who
it
gave
looks
it
like
to him,
right
Harry
now.
Reid? Oh, yeah.
In Chicago, this is what it looks like at the auditorium where President Obama is expected to speak. And I think this buzz volume that we have right here is a good indicator of how things went all night. It was so close, everyone's saying it was too close to call. And then on Twitter, look at this. The announcement is made, and the president jumped to more than 20,000 tweets per minute. But no tweets from Karl Rove. Silence.
So, Karl says that there's 720,000 votes still outstanding in Ohio, and he thinks that's too many outstanding votes. So for whatever that's worth, I was just letting you know.
And what about the people still standing in line? What are the people still standing in line to vote? I mean, you're calling a race. How fair is that to them?
That seems right to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't. I'm
Does to me,
telling you,
too.
like I'm hoping that this is the result that we. But it is weird, and I do.
But how
think,
about Florida? Was there a final?
Florida's still very close. There's over 90% of the results in. Obama's leading by right around 50,000 votes, 50 to 49%, and it looks very tight, within 1%, but it still looks promising for the president.
If there's 750,000 votes outstanding in Ohio, and Florida is as tight as it seems, it does seem, and again, I'm not making an argument, it seems like the networks are getting a little jumpy here.
But if it's 50,000, it was 26,000 a little while ago.
Yeah.
If that's still Dade County.
And I don't think the networks are
gonna
prone
win.
to be jumpy after what happened in, in 2000. I just don't think they are.
The interesting thing about a lot of this coverage is I'm not the person to provide this analysis because I don't understand these algorithms, but I think that it would be helpful for news consumers, you know, when they're hearing these numbers to understand how it is you
What
can
is it
make this
based on?
call. What's it based on?
Yeah.
How can you make this call when people are still in line? And Karl Rove is saying these votes are
You
still
don't
outstanding.
think the network should explain it? I'm sure
think
they
that-
are.
I think, yeah, I hope so. I think someone needs to be on air explaining how they came to this conclusion because I agree with you. I mean, if I'm sitting at home and they're calling the election and I see that there are folks who are still waiting to cast their vote, I don't care who they're voting for, they should be properly counted. And it sounds like they haven't even started.
As John Lovett said earlier, if you're online in Washington or something, then this could affect other races.
Yeah. And what's the message for you the next time? These people have spent a lot of times, hours of their day today to vote. And what's the lesson next time? Don't bother because they're going to call the race by a certain time of night. So
No,
why should-
Obama
that's
will not
fair.
speak without a call from Romney, will he?
I don't
see
think
how he
so.
could.
I don't think so. It's just typically, I mean, I'm sure going to bed without that phone call is a little frustrating. You're exhausted. You're emotionally exhausted. I mean, President Obama, I've been on that side of it. You've been campaigning, not to mention while President Obama's campaigning, he's also getting intelligence briefings. He's being president every day. So you're emotionally exhausted, and so you definitely want that phone call tonight.
My memory serves me correct. Nixon called Kennedy in the morning because of that Illinois vote.
And Senator Kerry didn't concede until the morning after the election in 2004, and George W. Bush didn't have his celebration event until the next night.
So that was held up. but everybody's reporting it. It's kind of...
They have to. I mean, I feel like they have to be onto something. But by the same token, I do think that even just visually, you know,
the optics.
It's terrible optics.
The optics are disconcerting. For the average voter who may have stood in line for 2 hours or maybe still standing in line, the optics are terrible.
Ohio Secretary of State says it's not over.
Interesting. Well, how much of it is attributable to the fact that most of these news outlets are based on the East Coast? These people are tired. They want to go home. They want to call it and go to bed, hit the bars, whatever. I mean, I wonder how much that has to factors in. I don't know.
They like to keep it going. No, that would not be.
Yeah, I think they actually are more incentivized to keep it going. What I would say is they have a lot of faith in their political operations, their statistical models.
They do.
But remember, those statistical models are based on assumptions, and as we've seen in the past, sometimes those assumptions are off.
It must be based on a variance that Karl Rove is seeing something in Cleveland that we don't see.
But you got to think that the networks who are calling it are seeing that same thing. I mean, it's not as if he's got access to some
Tanya, I have to say, in 2004, for 3 straight days, Karl told them, you have too many women and not enough.
Before the election.
I know, but even up until the morning of the election, for 3 straight days, all of the networks had the same model, and it was just dead wrong. So there is some precedent for the network statistical model being wrong. I'm not trying to fight. If the battle's over, I'll make the phone call to President Obama. But I do think that there is some precedent for the network models being wrong.
So where does that leave us? We're going to be off in 12 minutes, I guess. It's a
I'm reading on here that
David will stay on and host until more things are
Karl
clarified.
Rove and the Fox News desk are having some sort of a very antagonistic fight on the air.
And you're loving that, aren't you? You're just enjoying that thoroughly, aren't you?
I really am.
You just are.
I really am.
I think President Obama is going to end up being the president again. I think President Obama is going to get reelected, but I do think it's going to get drug out for a day or two.
That may be true. You know what? I'm giving it to God ultimately. Because honestly, if I thought these people in Congress were really in charge of my life, I would pull the covers over my head and not get out of bed in the morning. So I have to give it to him ultimately.
Well,
they're supposed to be in charge of us, actually, since we've got the 12 minutes. And, you know, our politics aside, I really think that there is something wrong when, in this country, which I think to be the greatest in the world, we look at the people who are our policymakers and our decision makers, and we're kind of feeling fed up with them. And, you know, I support the president, but there are lots of folks in Congress who I think have just been asleep at the wheel for a long time. And, you know, I think that there's something troubling about that. I don't know if there's anything about this election that's going to change that part of the process. You know, maybe we just are who we are, and then our fights become smaller as we move forward.
I think one of the inherent flaws, to your point, I think one of the inherent flaws of our system is career politicians. I mean, you have guys who've been in office in the Senate, Joe Biden, John McCain, literally for 35 years. And so I think self-preservation becomes a priority over what's best for the people.
Favorite term limits?
I do. I think there should be term limits for Congress and Senate. I really do. I think that's
somebody smarter than I am said that politicians should be changed for the same reason as diapers, and usually for the same reason.
You know what? But I
frequently,
Good point.
yeah.
I don't want a doctor who's been practicing 2 years. I don't want a lawyer. I don't want an accountant. I want somebody who's smart and experienced and knows how to make the system work. So the arguments, you know, they're on the other side too, and there are great career politicians there. And
but what I'm saying is, if you have I'm going to pick on my own party. You've got a B-50. You know, you've got no. But I'm serious. You have a military plant, because obviously I could use entitlements, but I'll use Pentagon budget. You've got a military plant that's been outdated for 20 years. That's Cold War, that needs to be shut down. But that congressman is worried about staying in office, and he's not going to shut down.
That's both parties.
Both parties are about keeping their jobs, right? When really, if they knew they only had 1 or 2 terms, they would, I think, maybe do the right thing, as opposed to I've got to stay in office.
But here's the other side of that. With President Obama, the only reason he dialed it back the last 2 years of his term was because he lost control of Congress. Okay,
dialed what back?
Dialed it back, the speed he was going when he first got elected. But the thing is, he dialed it back because, number one, he lost control, didn't have complete control of Congress. Secondly, he had to run for re-election. The only disadvantage of term limits is, if you know you've got nothing to lose, you can do whatever you want to do for the next 2 years or 6 years or 4 years. That's a little scary, because you don't have to be accountable to the voters. You're not looking toward the next election. So that's the only disadvantage of term limits.
But that's our system. I mean, our system is one that's premised on checks and balances. So yeah, you can do whatever you want unless you're vetoed by Congress. I mean, I think that our system, ideally, you're supposed to be able to vote your conscience, act your conscience, do what you say you're going to do, and be honest about it. And to the extent that's overreaching, we have a court to strike down legislation that's unconstitutional. We have a Congress that can veto it. So I think that we already have those checks and balances on the system.
Wasn't there a proposal for a one-year, six-year presidency?
Oh, I've heard that before, but I really think in the Senate and Congress you could give senators 2 terms and you could give congressmen 3 terms or something.
Let's, on the assumption that Obama is the president and call Rove aside, what do you expect for the next 4 years, Heidi?
I expect Obamacare to be implemented, and I expect people to be shocked at how horrible it is. If they don't like the way government handles.
You like
things
everything
now.
about it, nothing about it, because Romney said he liked some things about it.
Yeah, well, that's because he pushed that version of that through in Massachusetts. So I don't think government should have control of health care, and I don't think that you're entitled to health care from the government. I really don't. And there are a lot of things that need to be changed to make health care less expensive and more accessible for people, but that doesn't mean government should provide it. So now it's going to be
Do you
full.
expect more deadlock? Do you expect more?
Well, I think, yeah, because if Congress, yeah, of course, because the Republicans are not going to allow Obama to get away with too much, but Obamacare is not going to be stopped now. I mean, there are some challenges still in the courts about it, of course, certainly with the birth control and some of the faith groups, faith-based businesses and things like that. That's an issue, but ultimately no one's to stop it, I don't think now.
One of the keys will be the Supreme Court, right?
Yes.
There will be some open.
Yeah, because some of them will probably retire now, and that's a little bit scary.
Maston, what do you expect?
Well, I'm the opposite. I definitely am excited about Obamacare, specifically because, I have a mother who has had a broken back her entire life and has not been able to get insurance because of a pre-existing condition. And to me, it's a sigh of major, major relief. And I think for me, it's a major act of compassion that the government has shown the people. It's very exciting.
Just told that nationally, Romney leads by 200,000 votes out of 92 million cast. Howard, what do you expect?
I expect they have to deal with the fiscal cliff, and they're going to have to learn to deal with each other. I hope that Republicans will accept and respect this win for the president. I think Governor Romney's possibly not setting a great example right now for his party.
His chief advisor's telling him don't concede.
Well, I think the writing's on the wall, and I think that we're all going to have to learn to get along together. We're all in the same boat,
yes.
And we're going to have to deal with the fiscal cliff. We are going to have to deal with immigration. We have real issues to deal with. I want to get out of Afghanistan and get done with that, and I want to start to tackle real jobs bills that people stop vetoing just because there's an election coming up.
Reed?
I think this is the ultimate winner's remorse. You wake up the next day, congratulations, you're president. It's one of the toughest jobs. I think President Obama, I've often said, and I genuinely believe, that on the campaign trail, presidents are putting on their gloves and their suits and their racing goggles and their helmets, and they get behind the steering wheel of government like it's a race car, and they find out it's an aircraft carrier. It's not going anywhere. You have to actually engage with Congress. I think the fiscal cliff's a tough issue that they have no choice but to deal with. We're not going to wake up one day and not have terrorist organizations trying to kill us. And so the question will always be, are they going to come after us here, or are we going to defend ourselves over there? And that's a very healthy debate. President Obama said in the third debate, he said, if attacked, I'm going to go after whoever did it. Well, that was a John Kerry statement, waiting until we get attacked. So he's got some philosophic decisions to make when it comes to how we protect ourselves. The fiscal cliff, I think there's going to have to be a lot of compromise when it comes to taxes, when it comes to the budget. They're just going to have to work together. And so the
public's going to force them to.
They have to. Well, they don't have a choice. They're not going to get anything done. And we're getting to a point where our government, we can't get our credit downgraded. We can't go bankrupt. They're going to have to actually learn to work together.
I think that absolutely has to be the case. I think that people are tired of seeing policymakers work less well than people who have to do jobs in real life. Yeah. One prediction I'm going to make, and I'm going on a little bit of a limb, I think that we may see movement in the Middle East. I think that as much as the president was criticized for not being a strong supporter of Israel, he was a very strong supporter of Israel. He sold them bombs that George Bush wouldn't sell them. I think he's been a good friend to them. I think that, the Palestinians certainly should understand that they probably won't have another chance to have a president who will engage as strongly in that dispute as this president is positioned to. And so I think that, he might be now in a position to crack some heads and make them move.
Yeah, on Israel, I don't think President Obama has a choice but to stay engaged, because we kind of act like typically, when President Bush, George W. Bush, used to walk out in the Rose Garden and say, I just spoke with the Prime Minister Sharon and I urged him to show restraint. What that was code for was, please don't use tactical nukes. And so I think America always acts as that restraining force. And so I think President Obama has to stay very engaged with the Israel situation.
And we're going to have a Republican House and a Democratic Senate.
It looks like it.
Right? I mean, the Democrats probably picked up one or two in the Senate.
They probably did, yeah.
And the House stayed about the same? We don't know
Republicans
the
may have picked up a couple.
I think they picked up a few.
I thank you all very much for an illuminating evening. We leave you with the strong presumption that the president has been reelected. David Begnaud, in his own inimitable style, host of his own show on Ora TV, will continue on into the night. If something changes, call me.
And the panel will stay for now. So,
they're going to stay for
if it
now.
goes to Romney, are you coming back?
No.
No.
Why?
I don't know. Thank you, Mr. King.
Thank you.
This is that's what it just looked like. The Wall Street Journal providing live pictures from the president's party in Chicago. It's unclear when the president is going to talk. Reed, I want to go back to you for this one. How long does a president wait before he gets a phone call? You've got thousands of people who are there in Chicago who are partying. If the call doesn't come in the next 2 hours, does the president wait 2 more hours?
It's interesting. John Kerry didn't concede until the next morning to George W. Bush. Al Gore and George W. Bush had a kind of a game of phone tag. It's case by case. I can't speak directly for what Governor Romney is going to do. President Obama is going to have to ultimately huddle with his internal pollsters and make a decision. Do they feel comfortable enough to go out and declare victory, even if Governor Romney has not conceded? That's really a decision only President Obama can make.
Howard, have we heard any more on the gay marriage, especially in Maine and the other states?
In at least, they're close, but they look to be ahead in at least 3 of the 4 states, David.
Okay.
It's just a historic night for gay rights.
Carl Rove's not going to let this go. Did you see what HuffPost Media tweeted? Karl Rove is still arguing.
Well, good for him.
What is happening?
Where's that whiteboard? I love the way he does that. He understands these stats very, very well. And so, ultimately, I hope he's right. I hope that the race isn't over. And if it's not, then I'll tell you what, a lot of these outlets are going to have egg on their face tomorrow morning. They're going to be embarrassed.
Even other journalists, as they're watching Fox News right now, Anthony DeRosa from Reuters tweeted, seriously, just put on the news. John Avalon tweeted, now bring us together, clearly directed at the president, presuming he's been elected. Reed, to the point that you made earlier, CNBC is tweeting Romney's Ohio State Director Scott Jennings is telling NBC News the Romney campaign is not conceding Ohio. So you've even got the state directors there. Are you looking at the numbers from the ones you were checking out earlier? Because what I'm seeing right now is that even if he doesn't get Ohio, he's above 270, well enough to where he still has it in the bag.
President Obama? That's what it looks like to me. I'm not sure. They're clinging to Ohio probably while they're analyzing Florida. But Florida looks like it's pulling away from them. So it looks like President Obama has this in the bag. It's just a matter of, you're dealing with the presidency. This is not a best 2 out of 3. So I think they're probably all analyzing this very closely right now. Just see, are we sure this is over?
You know what amazes me as a native of Nevada?
Yeah.
That Obama just won Nevada. I mean, really? The foreclosure capital of the world. They have some of the highest unemployment in the country, and people are still dumb enough to think that 4 more years of this is what we need. It's astounding to me.
Actually, in Ohio, the unemployment has gone down better than the national average. So
I'm talking about Nevada, not Ohio. But I mean, I'm astounded by my home state. I guess the silicone fumes got to them. I don't know what.
Now they're up to 290.
Yeah, this is what CBS's electoral map looks like right now. So they've got Obama at 290, the governor at 203, and it looks as though the popular vote is tightened. They've got them both now at 49%.
Is that Colorado? Where's Colorado at, David?
Colorado, they still have not called, and they haven't called Virginia.
How many votes in Colorado?
Or Florida either. Mr. Stern now rejoining us. What are your thoughts on?
My thought is I want to know what is Karl Rove sort of up to, like, what's his game? What's his game? You know, I don't know. What do you guys think? Is
He's
he
being
just
Rovian.
Is he just trying to sort of keep things alive tonight? Is this a setup so that he can say that sort of start the conversation that people were going to vote and then left, and those would have been conservative voters, and that the networks essentially tried to screw Romney?
Honestly, I've known Carl for 12 years. I think he's sitting in a room full of spreadsheets. I think he's a dorky data junkie. I don't think it's as conniving as all that. I think he's obsessed with, I think he thinks he's right about Ohio, but I think he's missing the bigger picture, in all due respect, because I think even with Ohio, Romney's going to lose anyway.
So it's so funny to watch these tweets roll in as people are watching Fox News. Andrew Sullivan just tweeted, Rove seems to be walking back his insistence that Ohio should not be called. Barone is offering therapy at this point. Tanya, to you, does the president at this point, after the last several weeks and months, it came so close for a man who had it so differently 4 years ago. Does he walk from this point forward? What
was it, 290?
Trying to mend some of those relationships? Is it possible?
Colorado.
I think that there's only so much mending that can really happen. Because look, is he going to try to mend relationships with Jim DeMint or Mitch McConnell? He has to. I mean, he's got to try to do some work with them. But by the same token, you know, it's incumbent on those folks. Now, I feel like I don't want to, you know, do a whole big we are always right, the other side's always wrong. But I do think, and I'm going to put Romney's delayed concession aside for now because it is close, and maybe, you know, his advisors are saying, just give us a minute to look at all of this. But I think that what we're going to have to start seeing from the opposition party is some respect for this president as commander-in-chief of the United States. I think that, you know, what we've seen for the past 4 years is really sort of a level of disrespect for the office. And look, I know there are plenty of folks who criticized George Bush, but I did not see the sort of personal antipathy, the screaming out, calling the commander-in-chief a liar in the middle of the State of the Union. Calling the commander-in-chief, wait a second, in the middle of the State of the Union. And, you know, maybe that graphic was particularly offensive for some of us because, you know, the notion of a son of South Carolina feeling like he was comfortable enough to belittle the president in the middle of such an important speech was particularly offensive. So I'm not going to lie, I maybe had some sensitivities around that. But I do think that they're going to have to realize that he is the leader of the country. He's the commander-in-chief, and they're going to have to make some compromise. They're going to have to make some concessions, and they've just not been willing to do that.
It'll be interesting to see what compromise will be from this point forward. We'll continue to monitor the live stream, and Jim Murray now joining us again. Welcome back.
Yes, you thought it was over, and I said, you know, I want to be with these folks and you.
We're glad you're back.
What can I do except throw question into this? And here's the question. First of all, Larry will be back. He's out taking a quick break, and he's graciously allowed me to sit in for him. But Eric, in particular, you and I were talking outside. What do you tell the voters who are waiting in line, have yet to place their vote, and they're hearing on the news that the networks have called this election? You know, it's not simply a presidential race. There are local elections. There are state races. There are propositions. But more importantly, as to the presidential race in particular, Tanya mentioned this earlier, people feel disenfranchised. They feel irrelevant. They feel angry. You're standing in line. What do you say to them?
Tanya had it exactly right before. There was nothing to say, and I think it's outrageous. I don't think it used to be that they'd wait to call a state until the polls were closed, and by closed it meant everybody had voted.
So what's happened? What?
You know,
Twitter.
Well, but again, it goes back to why are there lines to begin with?
It's not just Twitter. I mean, you know, Twitter. The networks.
It's also journalism. Journalism becomes speed over accuracy.
Right.
Okay, and there's some very bad things that have happened in journalism in the time that I've been in PR, and the lines have been blurred between PR and journalism. But one of the things is accuracy has become secondary to speed.
I started saying in 2007, we saw the tragic death of journalism. And here's what I was going to say. There was a memo sent out to AP reporters saying, because of the speed of the news cycle, you don't have to go get your sources that you would typically go get. Call it like you see it. And I think that's what you're seeing, is journalism is kind of being pushed aside and everyone's just calling it like they see it. There's obviously that improves the speed of the game, but it obviously greatly increases the risk of inaccuracy.
But the currency of journalism is trust and your word, and when you blow it, it's gone.
Right.
Right. You know, and I just. But forget being first. The fact is, it still seems wrong, even if the president has enough votes to win. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
And it
What
affects
about
the state
what about,
races, as you mentioned to me before? It totally
There are
puts a
propositions
wrench,
on the ballot that are very important
propositions,
in this
local
state.
races, legislative races.
Yeah, they want to be first. They don't necessarily want to be accurate. And what's interesting too, though, if you're watching the Twitter feed, and most of us are watching that, you see these different sources of news, and it's interesting. You certainly have that ability now. If you don't trust one particular news source, you can certainly see another. I follow different ones: liberal, conservative, all kinds of different news sources, and I'm reading all the tweets and the information. I think people generally nowadays are doing that.
David's reading the tweets right now. Dave, what do you have?
Well, we're
a wild party.
We're looking at one of the rooms right now at the Romney headquarters where the party is going on right now, and this is what it looks like.
What?
So again, we're still waiting for a concession. We're still waiting for a phone call.
That's a Romney.
This is not the main room. This is one of the rooms that was packed earlier. So already people are starting to trickle out as we wait.
Out.
I just found this tweet. I love this tweet. Half of me wants to cling to Carl. Half wants to hug him and say, "Shh, it's okay."
Okay.
I had to laugh when
look at that picture.
Ed Schultz tweeted. Ed Schultz said you'd freak out too if you just blew $300 million.
But look at that picture that David just showed us. And Heidi, you look at the rallies that you've been talking about on the air for the last couple of days, and you talk about these anecdotal stories of excitement and building, and and we see that anecdotes don't equal anything necessarily other than slices.
Yeah. We were just looking at the numbers, and Colorado looks like it's going to fall for the president. And you add those votes, and you even subtract Ohio, and the president's still in, and the president remains ahead in Ohio and Florida.
I think there were a lot of people who voted for Obama who just didn't want anybody to know they were doing it. So there's stickers
David,
off the car, they just voted anyway.
Well, this is a pretty big deal. Colorado now becomes the first U.S. state to legalize marijuana.
Bet that passed in Boulder, I'm thinking.
Yeah. Two of the panelists here are going to Colorado. You have to figure out which two.
Right.
By the way, there's
there's
two other states that's for recreational use, not medical use, and there's two other, Oregon and Washington.
That's significant.
It's still a violation of federal law, and it's going to get stuck in the courts.
Well, but more importantly, here in California,
it's not a violation.
We've seen that the medical marijuana industry has been under attack by the federal government and even at state and local levels, frankly. Yeah. So, but this is very significant. You're right.
And Oregon and Washington have roughly
the
same
thing.
thing.
This speaks to the issue of you're calling an election and persuading. Basically, we're saying to people, your vote doesn't count. What do all of those people walk away? What happens to those races?
It could affect your ability to get marijuana.
It could affect your ability to do a lot of things.
Well, if there's a recount, and Karl Rove is right, and there's a recount involving Ohio or anything else, imagine what will happen if all those people decide to leave the polls and say, forget it, their votes
and that could cut both ways. I mean, there could be a bunch of Obama supporters in line who are like, well, we got this, and who are leaving, and that could hurt in two ways.
Miami-Dade County, where there tend to be Obama supporters.
So, for instance, that hurts the Democrats in the event of a recount.
Right.
But even going back to the state of the question of these ballot initiatives, there are all of these important measures on different ballots that people just really made, putting aside whether or not this projection is right or not, there are a whole bunch of ballot initiatives that people just may not speak out on because, they feel like the big show's over.
One, for instance, is California says 11% state taxes isn't high enough. We want 14% taxes. And if you vote against it, you're gutting schools and teachers.
Right.
And it looks like right now it's 52 to 43, Democrat versus Republican. Those numbers aren't adding up quite right. We're still missing, but it looks like the balance of power in the Senate remains Democratic. So you're not really seeing, are you going to see a change in attitude in Washington? Do you think you'll see a change, Reed, between those in Congress and their willingness to work with this president? Heidi's shaking her head no.
I think, let me start. The short answer is no. I don't think you'll see a change, and here's why. I think every 2 years we ask that question. I have to go back. This is the first thing
People are tired. People they're tired.
But hold on. But you asked me, do I think the tone will change and attitude will change? I have to go. The first thing I've disagreed with Tanya on was she said President Obama got called a liar. I traveled with President Bush almost 1 million miles, I think, on Air Force One, and I went every speech we went to for the first year. Every single speech. He got, well, just hear me out. Every single speech. People sent from the DNC, not crazy. People sent from the DNC interrupted every speech, called him a liar, a killer, a murderer, all throughout the first few months of the
election stealer. Oh.
We got called a lot of things, but my point is this notion that people are going to have to come together and respect the president. Our country has always been pretty rough on our political leaders because we have things like freedom of speech, right? But I do think the burden falls on the Senate and the Congress and the White House to actually go behind closed doors and get something done. It's not about it's not about rhetoric. It's about getting something done.
I kind of like a do-nothing Congress. I have more money in my pocket and more freedom.
See, here's the thing, and I won't get into this whole like who's called, who's party leader, the most names.
Yes,
but
you did.
yeah, okay.
You were hitting him when he was talking.
Oh, darn it! I didn't think you noticed. But I would say that a big difference is that we're talking about a sitting congressman in the middle of the State of the Union who felt really empowered by his political base to be incredibly disrespectful. I don't think that you would see, I can't recall an instance where a Democrat screamed out at President Bush during the State of the Union to sort of take issue with policy. I think that it became very acceptable in the GOP to really undermine this president, to undermine his legitimacy, to talk about him as if he weren't really American, to refer to his administration as a regime, to really paint this incredible optic of the crazy, mean black guy who's a socialist and is going to lock all gun owners away up in camps. And by the way, I'm picking and choosing. I'm picking and choosing from what I've heard on some right-wing radio types.
Hey, wait. But you know what? Why don't we behave like the House of Commons? You guys ever watch it on TV, the House of Commons?
I know.
Somebody gets up, everybody yells, "Harumph," and they all sit down and they're all mad. Now that's entertainment.
And I wouldn't have a bald spot because I'd be wearing a wig. Okay?
I know, but I love the entertainment value of it because everybody doesn't sit there politely.
Hillary Clinton, let's go back because you brought this up again. You get a little thin-skinned with one guy screaming. I agree. The House of Commons is a lot more rougher than that.
It's a lot more fun than
Hillary Clinton called a press conference 9 days after September 11th. 9 days.
Hold on, David. Reed, hold that thought.
CBS News and Fox News have both now called the state of Colorado for President Obama. And as we continue to watch tweets come in, women's issues has been a big part of this campaign. A lot of people calling this the year of the woman's uterus.
Oh, give me a break.
I figured that would get Heidi going.
What's a woman's issue? Sorry,
Hey.
go ahead. I'll shut up. Sorry.
Letting you know what is trending. But again, the state of Colorado being called now by Fox News and CBS News for President Obama.
And what does that bring the electoral count to?
That brings it to 290. The president having 290. Governor Romney 203.
Math's getting tough.
And Governor Romney is still ahead in the popular vote as it stands right now. Virginia and Florida have yet to be called, as well as Alaska, according to CBS.
Okay, here. Well, then here's another. Reed, I want you to pick up on what you were talking about, but also follow up with, let's say the popular vote remains in Romney's category, and let's say that the people who are in line now become discouraged and walk away. You know, there is a disconnect, and people will be outraged, as they should be, I think, for an election to be called when all the votes are not cast and you have a disparity between the Electoral College and the popular vote. Not that it hasn't happened before or couldn't happen.
Yeah, well,
let me go back to 2000, and I think, Tanya, if you take deep breaths while I'm saying this. In 2000, you had reporters, and you had voters and people in D.C., and I heard them say this: Bush will never be considered a legitimate president. His presidency will never be considered legitimate. He'll be a one-term president. He's whatever. And then I heard the same reporters. I won't say their names; it would hurt their careers. In the Oval Office on September the 12th, I heard those reporters, Associated Press, CNN, NBC, leaning over to me and saying, "Thank God Al Gore's not president. Thank God George Bush is president." So my point is, people are fickle. We have a history of being fickle, right? I think President Obama is the president. He got reelected. He's my president.
Hey, watch it. Not yet. Karl Rove says not yet.
So if Romney wins the popular vote, but Obama takes electoral, do you think are we then all in agreement? Is the time right to sort of the iron hot to strike for a popular vote movement?
No, because I don't want a few states to
because conservatives are now going to.
What you're going to see if that happens, I'm warning everyone. What you're going to see is if we went to a popular vote system, campaigns would spend all of their money in 7 cities.
That's right.
And they would campaign in 7 cities, and 33 or 4 states would never see the candidates.
And nobody would care.
And the political consultants.
But a vote becomes a vote.
No,
it doesn't matter.
Okay, and the numbers right now, out of 96 million votes cast, Governor Romney leads by 100,000 votes.
Wow.
If you just do the math,
probably will not.
Well, but if you just do the math, how many people haven't voted?
Right. How many are standing in line still?
Right,
We don't
that's
even
what
know.
I'm asking.
Right, that's a big deal.
So the
political consultants know how to scam the current system. They don't want to shake it up. I promise you.
But it's
on both sides. They know what they're doing.
No, I agree.
They don't want to shake it up.
Forget changing the electoral system. Let's just say allow everyone's vote to be counted
before you.
That's what we
fair
said in
point.
2000, and
nobody's
it
listening.
didn't carry the day.
Yeah, we don't learn from our mistakes very well.
So the other question, and I still don't know. Anybody chime in? Will Congress be more apt to work with this president, and vice versa? Because they have been at odds. Why do you say no?
I don't think they're not going to. Harry Reid already said he was.
Yes,
not gonna,
I know that.
He was not going to work with
but-
Romney. Romney, it looks like, is not going to be the next president. Okay, but the point is that why should they? I don't want.
Why should they? Because
I don't
people
want the
deserve it.
Republican Congress to cave. Working together always means that the right caves into the left. That's what
got
they
to be
really
joking.
mean.
That's
what I mean.
got to be
Absolutely.
joking.
I don't want my side to cave into the left. I don't care if they don't work together. Give me more money in my pocket, more freedom.
So I think that the answer to your question is really multifold. I think it depends on whether or not people in Congress are listening to most people in America who, whether or not they're Democratic or Republican, expect people who are tasked with a job to sit down and do a deal. I am a lawyer. I have to negotiate difficult things all the time with people sometimes on the other side of the table who I may not like, or more likely my clients really don't like. My job is not to go back to my client.
Talk to Reid.
Yeah, I adore Reid. Okay. If Reid and I could get
we could
things
get deals done.
Reid and I
we
could
should
do
run the
deals.
country.
Here, I'm going to interject. Colorado's
That's where I was going.
Colorado's being called by two networks right now, which gives President Obama 290 electoral votes. So even if Ohio were to flip in
That's
Governor
only
Romney's,
267. That's 23 votes.
No, I think it's not enough. It's not.
It's not
Ohio's
enough with
18. Ohio is 18.
Ohio's.
Yeah, but Virginia and Florida are still outstanding.
Right.
How many votes?
But what I'm saying is he would
Ohio?
if he doesn't need Ohio. The president doesn't need Ohio. If he has Colorado, he's got 290 right now. Is that correct, guys?
Yeah, he's got
up on the
290.
booth? I'm being told by right. He'd be at 272 if you take away Ohio.
Now, someone had mentioned that Nevada wasn't close. Is Nevada's
Nevada's
called?
done. Nevada's done for Obama.
Okay.
Nevada, yes. Yeah. So what I'm saying is Ohio is irrelevant. Even if Karl Rove is correct, and even if the Secretary of State in Ohio says we're not calling it, it's irrelevant. It's off the table at this point because 18. The president would still have 272.
18.
It's
right.
18, correct?
Right.
So the president would still have 272, right?
And he's ahead in Florida, the president. Where is our latest Florida number? The president's still ahead.
Well, unless Karl Rove disagrees
good news
with the
is,
call on
the
Colorado.
good news in this story is that we won't have to wait the number of days that we did in 2000. That's good. Maybe we have learned something.
Where are we at in
Maybe we've
Virginia?
eliminated the hanging chad for good and thrown that out. But I mean, I'm still disturbed. I just am. I don't know why. Look, I've been a journalist for 25 years, and I thought that we had learned our lesson, right? And I thought that everyone would wait until all of the votes were at least until
even most of them
they
passed.
voted. I think it's disrespectful to people.
I mean, we used to. There was a rule that you would wait until the polls closed, but the polls haven't closed in a true sense if people are still standing on line. Right. So I don't know.
And the New York Times is giving Virginia to the president too. The president's ahead in Florida.
He's gonna end up being over 300.
Maybe it's time to get a speech.
It's not making
at this
Romney
point,
look.
Romney.
But
right,
how much guys in Florida?
It's not, but now he needs to sort of.
91% of the precincts are reporting with 50%,
Governor Romney,
with 50,000 votes separating the president and Governor Romney.
Nationally? Yeah, I'm looking at Florida, 49.9.
David's got something at the board. David?
We're just getting word that voters in Maine and Maryland, it looks like, have approved gay marriage.
Yay.
So that's a pretty big deal. The states of Maine
First
and
time
Maryland
ever.
have both legalized gay marriage in their states.
David, I just have to ask you, and this has nothing to do with the election.
Yeah.
I've never. Are you nearsighted? Because I've never seen anybody stand so close to such a large Twitter feed.
I am not, but it's getting dizzying after all these
really,
hours. I do have to share this with you. This is incredible. I have never seen this many retweets ever. You got to. Can we get in close on this? 336,000 retweets right now for this picture.
Lovely.
For that picture, the president and
it was
the First
Photoshopped.
Lady.
That's the crazy part.
Here's the deal.
If Howard Bragman were my publicist, I could get something.
Look, on whatever side of the spectrum you fall on, you can look at a picture like that. Can you not, Heidi?
Yes, I can.
And say,
What an ugly dress. Oh. What did you want me to say? I'm sorry.
Oh, Heidi.
You did not talk
It's
about the
nice,
First
right?
Lady's
She
cute
dresses,
dress.
she dresses badly, Tanya.
What do you think of the
Come on,
First Lady, Heidi?
Trying to be-
Tanya.
She's
Tanya.
Heidi?
You
Oh, 'cause
dress
she's not
beautifully.
wearing an ugly red
she
suit?
always dresses awful, and you always look nice. Come on, you
She
can dress her
doesn't
better.
dress awfully.
But
She's
got,
dressed.
but her arms intimidate me.
She has great arms, so does Tanya, but
Wow.
the First Lady doesn't dress well. That's, that arm she got, but the rest of it.
I do think that she makes a deliberate attempt to just sort of buy the clothes that everybody else buys. She shops at J.
Yeah, shopping at
Crew
TJ Maxx like me, right? Yeah, she is.
Look at this photo that's just coming in. This is by the White House. The last time I saw people climb trees by the White House is on the night the president announced that Osama bin Laden had been shot and killed. And now again, they've taken to the trees. They've climbed up. This is outside the White House. No party planned for Washington, D.C. tonight. It's happening in Chicago. But Obama supporters, a lot of young people, are there in front of the White House right now tweeting photos.
They're unemployed. They got
So
nothing
Reed,
else to
finish
do.
your thought about it. You said you've been in the room before. What's
So I just said,
what's
I don't
Romney's-
think Governor Romney's trying to be difficult. I think you've spent 5 years and hundreds of millions of dollars, and you're just waiting for someone to look you in the eyes and say, Governor, it's over. And there's a lot of people emotionally invested. So the back room right now, I don't think it's so much Governor Romney being like Al Gore was, where he's just being petty. I think Governor Romney's probably just methodically waiting to hear the final word. Personally, I think he should have called by now.
David.
We're also getting word tonight. Remember, Paul Ryan's not going to get the job he wanted, so is he going to keep the job he had?
He was on the ballot, right?
The Associated Press is reporting tonight Republican vice presidential candidate Paul Ryan retains his Wisconsin
Hey,
House.
that's
That
good
would
news.
be a tough pill to swallow.
That is according to the Associated Press.
Reed,
So at least
can
he's
you
got a
give us
job.
some insight, Reed, into what's going on? Look, you've worked with a president, and I can't even imagine, how many people have spent how many tens of thousands of hours, forget the $1 billion spent on each side, but invested their lives in a campaign only to see it fail. And, they haven't done so for money. They've done so hopefully, for an ideology and a belief in a man. Can you give us insight into what must be going on at that campaign?
I was fortunate enough to work on 2 winning presidential campaigns, but I had a lot of friends who worked on Dole, and I had a lot of friends who had worked on Bush 41 when he lost to Clinton. And I can tell you, just like a winning movement like Barack Obama 08 and George W. Bush 04 brings millions of new people into a party, a tough loss like this disheartens a lot of people because they're making almost no money, or at least the staff. The people who do the hard work, the media consultants make millions, but the staff who are working around the clock, they make almost no money. It's heartbreaking. You wake up tomorrow morning, you're packing up in boxes. Usually they pay you 1 extra month salary to figure out where you're going to move. So there's a lot of tears tonight, absolutely.
Eric, when you look at these numbers and when you look at the raw numbers nationally, this is indeed a close race. In fact, it appears that Governor Romney is winning in the popular vote. Looking at the polls over the last few weeks, do you look at these numbers now and think the pollsters were right, or our system is broken? What do you get out of all this?
They were right. They were right. There's very little deviation from what we're seeing and what the poll of polls really was showing for the last few weeks. That's at least the way I read it.
Because for weeks we've been hearing those on the right say that the polls are skewed one way or the other.
That's what everybody says when they're down.
Right.
And a couple of conservative pollsters like Rasmussen basically sort of staked out the ground, and they said this thing is either tied or Romney is leading. And basically their reputation has probably taken a bit of a hit now because they stuck to their guns.
Well, Howard, but the numbers are close, and then we've been told.
The numbers are close, and the suppositions were wrong. They were talking about turnout, and Latino vote was extraordinarily high, probably the highest it's ever been at 10%. The youth vote was virtually the exact same as it was in 2008.
And 04.
And 04.
We were told they would be dramatically different.
Suppositions were wrong. But when you take the people like a Nate Silver at the New York Times, which is the blog 538.com, they aggregate any number of polls. They do their voodoo magic on it, and they look at the analysis.
It smooths out the variance.
It smooths out the lines, and you're talking about tens of thousands of people, which gives you an extraordinarily accurate reading. They've been saying it's a dead heat because the margin of error is 3.
And it is pretty close, though.
Nate Silver has not been saying it's a dead heat.
No, but many people have. But Nate Silver has been the one who says it's not a dead heat.
And it was not.
He has a clear
David,
advantage.
do you have a new tweet or a new picture?
No, I've actually just been looking at the headlines of the newspapers. Always interesting to see how they're going to headline it. The New York Times has it as Obama's night. The New York Post, 4 more years. The Wall Street Journal, Obama defeats Romney. And the LA Times, Barack Obama wins second term. This is the party in Chicago. As we wait for the president to take the stage, the question is, when is the president going to take the stage? Governor Romney and his campaign have not signaled that he plans to make a concession speech at this point. No phone call has been made. And as Reed described earlier, according to Karl Rove, he thinks the numbers might slant in a different direction. So Larry joins us now. Larry, I have to ask.
Back.
You're back. Welcome back. What are your thoughts on this? You've done more elections than anyone here. What are your thoughts?
I sure have done a lot of them. I think it was an extraordinary night, an amazing evening. The pollsters were right, and I think it was interesting that we were talking about Romney needs to win Ohio, Virginia, and Florida. He could win all 3 and lose. He wins all 3. Romney could win all 3, and Obama has 272 electoral votes.
Yeah.
Although it looks like Obama's going to win Florida. Looks to me like that if he's 50,000 ahead.
It's extraordinarily close in those states, but
once again, there's still people standing in line. We don't know how many, we don't know how they'd vote, but they're still standing in line. And
in Dade County, though.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, but I mean, regardless of whose side they're on, it's very sad that they.
I remember when I was 16, and it was the first election I was involved in when McGovern was running in the 1840s, and I drove.
72.
Yeah,
you were just checking to see how tired we were, weren't you?
I drove a woman to the polls, and we were listening to the radio, and it had already been called for
Nixon.
Yes, the other gentleman in the race. And, she was crying as I drove her to the polls, and she still voted. And it's a moment you never forget, and I think it is sad. And I think if there's anything we have to analyze here, it's how we vote, the lines, the process, the integrity. I think it's a great time to look at that.
Jim asked it, what is going on in the Romney room now?
Yeah, so I'm not there clearly, but what I would guess is they're
huddled. Have you been in a losing room?
I have not. But
I look like he's ever been in a losing room. Look at this.
I was in a losing room last
year. But I've been waiting. I've been in the room waiting on the phone call, and I would say that right now they're probably huddled, trying to come to closure with the fact that it's over. I think
there's going to be no one left for Romney to speak to.
I agree.
They left the hall.
Well, that's actually one of the biggest problems, in all seriousness, is they probably have advance teams calling people all over the place, hey, can we please pack a few hundred people back in here for a speech? I think President Obama is probably going to speak whether he gets a phone call or not. If he hasn't gotten the phone call yet, he'll probably give a thank you speech, and then they'll have a more celebratory event tomorrow.
And he doesn't need to speak tonight. Governor Romney does not need to concede.
No one has to. There's no law you have to concede.
No, but in practice, it has happened that it can be the next day.
Well, I want to say again, I got put on a G5 and sent to Ohio in the middle of the night because John Kerry was saying, at this point in 04, John Kerry was saying he was going to contest Ohio and there was going to be a recount. And so I was on an airplane with a pack of lawyers going to get ready for a recount. And then the next morning, John Kerry called George Bush. So this is not unprecedented that there would be a delay in the phone call.
Yeah, and on the one hand, you don't want to look like you're giving up too early, right? Because everybody in your campaigns work their butts off, and you don't want to be waving the white flag too early. But on the other hand, you don't want to risk being a sore loser. So that's the line you have to walk.
Is the aftermath,
too late.
Is the aftermath bitterness, do you think?
I mean, it depends on which side you're on.
Well, I
I
mean,
think that, like, I think Obama supportors aren't feeling bitter. We're happy to make friends.
Well, will disharmony continue? Disharmony.
You know, Larry, we were starting to have this conversation earlier. I think it just depends who is controlling the political conversation. You know, if it's folks like Heidi, and no disrespect to her, but look, she's got a lot of she's got a lot of clearly very strong disagreements with this president, and she doesn't want anything that he proposes to pass. And so so there are folks with that voice. By the same token, I think there are lots of other folks in the GOP who would approach government decision making much in the same way that a lot of us make real decisions in the real world, where if you want to get something done for your client, for your constituents, you sometimes have to make compromises. That's just reality.
Yeah, but if you elect me to represent you, you want me to go back to D.C. and you want me to fight for you. You don't want me to cave. Tanya doesn't want me to cave in to somebody else and not do what you sent me to Washington to do. So when you think about that, they're representing their constituents, and rolling over and playing dead is
but negotiation,
negotiation
is being viewed as weakness, and instead it's created a deadlock. And people are tired of that.
I like deadlock. Our founders were geniuses.
You
they
like
understood
deadlock because it makes good radio.
No,
and
it's
I
not
respect
good.
that.
No, it's not good radio.
But it's not good governing.
I would say this.
They got to come together.
Yeah, but our founders understood that. That's why they put obviously the balance of powers.
The fight they had over the Constitution.
Right, but you can't get too much of what you want, and sometimes that sucks, and I can't get too much of what I want, and that sucks when you.
Let me give you an example. At the founding, for instance, there were a lot of a number, Ben Franklin, who thought that slavery was horrible. There were founders who thought that building a nation that was purporting to be free, this great free republic, where human beings were held in chains and treated as property, was, to say the least, very inconsistent. That being said, we would not be here. There would be no United States of America if they didn't say, okay, we got to give on the slavery issue because the South's not going to be with us. So sometimes we make these very difficult, unfortunate compromises. It all works out at the end. Do I wish that, as I look back on the founding of my nation, we said absolutely not, and we stood down the South and we said there's no way we're going to found a free country where there are people in chains? I wish that had happened, but if that had happened, then we just wouldn't be a United States right now.
One more irony. Right when they founded this great country, on one of the premises was a religious freedom. They made it legal to kill Mormons in about 5 of the colonies. And so, I mean, there's a lot of irony there. Let me say this. I think President Obama, when he comes back in the new year, I believe President Obama will probably choose a symbolic give or olive branch. I think he will probably have an issue that will satisfy his base, and I think he'll probably have an issue where he thinks there's some compromise. I think for the purpose of legacy, he's going to learn from George W. Bush. George W. Bush went out there in 2005 and said, I have a mandate, and I'm going to go get Social Security reform, and he got crushed. And so I think President Obama is probably going to go out and have a couple issues that he feels like has been left out in the first term for his base, and I think he's going to find at least one issue where he's got to compromise. I don't think he has a choice.
Do you expect that, Jim?
I hope so, because I think the budget issue is going to come back, and before we know it, and we could face another potential default.
Maybe they can pass a budget. They haven't done that for years.
You know, I don't know. I think that the president will be emboldened, and clearly the issue of Obamacare is not going to be the hot button that Governor Romney said. He wanted on day one to repeal it, and obviously that's not going to happen. So I think that. But I also think it's a reality check for the Republican Party, and they have to realize that they weren't able to field a candidate that could effectively unseat a sitting president, and they're going to have to make some kind of concession and work with this president because he's there for another 4 years.
And the Republican Party is going to have to look at Latinos and women's and, God forbid,
the Republican Party is going to have to look at it themselves and say, how do we attract those who felt disenfranchised?
Exactly.
I would like to say that they would actually, look, I know there was a lot of talk about how, other than Stacey Dash, Mitt Romney had like 2 black people voting for him. I know I'm being totally idealistic. I would like to see Republicans sort of just speak to the country. I mean, if there were, they shouldn't take African American voters for granted. They shouldn't, as they have, and maybe with this president, the numbers just play out where they're like, it doesn't even make sense for us to try.
Is there
one good example of what you're saying, to Tanya's point? One good example is Hispanics, the Latino vote. They go to church, statistically, they go to church twice a month or more. They're conservative socially. They're pro-military. This is a voting bloc that there's no way should be conceded to the Democratic Party. And the fact that the Republican Party didn't reach out and engage, I think was very short-sighted and small-minded.
Well, what could they have done? I mean, they have Mitt Romney's son.
Well, they got to come
Which one
a
is
little
it? Tag,
bit.
who speaks
They
Spanish?
got to come a little bit back on immigration. They got
Listen,
the way he handled
gotta
speaking
show-
high school Spanish does not mean you care about.
No, I think the word is.
Let's be honest.
The word is
Governor
compassion.
Governor
isn't it?
Romney handled immigration with a sledgehammer. It's an issue that has to be handled with a scalpel, and I think that was a really, really big
If you
mistake.
came here 20 years ago illegally, and now you've done well and you've prospered and your kids go to school, no one wants to deport you, and you can't take a hard line. It ain't going to work.
Yeah, I don't want people to get kicked. I mean, what are you going to do? Round people up? I don't know.
But Governor Romney implied, and I'm just being honest here. Governor Romney took a very harsh stance trying to appease the Tea Party, going back, and
Because he didn't early in the primary.
Right. He took a very harsh stance, which, Governor Romney, I said from day one, Governor Romney was like a reincarnation of John Kerry. He reincarnated himself every few months. And some people would say, well, John Kerry was very intelligent. He was very smart. He was way smarter than George W. Bush. Yeah, but he also, every few months, reinvented himself. And I think Mitt Romney on immigration, he took a few different stances. He ended up in a very harsh place.
We're going to be winding up soon with David.
Larry, celebrities who have been critical of the president are tweeting their congratulations. Jack Welch, the former CEO of GE, tweeted, "Congratulations to President Obama and his team on their terrific victory." They're already partying. This is U Street in Washington, D.C. People are already crowding the street. We're getting this photo in courtesy of Instagram from people in Times Square waving the American flag. And, of course, right in front of the White House, people have already climbed the trees as they are celebrating the re-election of President Obama. We're also hearing now that Obama has pulled ahead in the popular vote, this according to CNN, by 38,711 votes.
Who is the titular head of the Republican Party right now?
Wow.
They usually ask for that,
Reid.
right?
Wow.
Reid.
That's
Reid is.
I'm busy. I think right now, behind the scenes, it's Jeb Bush. To be honest,
He's the pulling.
I think
there's going to be a great fight.
I do too. I do too. I said that earlier.
I don't think there is a titular head right now.
Well, no, but remember, I'm talking about with the money people, with the consultants. It's kind of like Hillary Clinton, Obama in early 07.
Everything.
Jim,
Yeah.
who do you think is the?
I don't know. I think it's
Heidi.
No, it's not Heidi.
I don't want to run for office. I would never run for office.
I
Do you
don't
think
know.
Romney will try again?
No, he better go away.
I don't think so. But I think that there's a void in the Republican Party. They're going to be looking in the mirror tomorrow, going, "What happened? What did we do?"
Yeah.
Because Heidi, on your show, you were opposed to Governor Romney.
Absolutely.
for
I wrote
months.
a column about that. It was in a town hall or
See, that's
I don't
the
know, current
problem.
human events. I've never been a Romney fan, ever, because I don't know three
Nothing
things he
is
believes
forever.
in. But he was
the
better
day
than
after
Obama.
1964, when Goldwater was whumped, everyone was saying the Republican Party is dead, and Nixon won 4 years later.
Oh, I don't think the Republican Party's dead. I don't think anybody does. And I think you know that's not true. But there is a void right now, and I think it's anybody's game. And you're going to look for maybe Marco Rubio. What do you think of Marco Rubio? Look, he's still young, but he's got time and he's got.
There's going to be a fabulous fight. You got Rubio, you got Christie, you got Jeb Bush.
Christie, I'm not going to go no with
Too
Christie.
fat. He said.
Too
And
fat.
who's the?
Too wishy-washy.
Is it Hillary's if she wants it?
I think without
She'll
it,
be how old? 70?
she'll be younger than Reagan was.
She
when
just
took
turned
office.
65. Is that what?
She'll be 69.
She'll, yeah. She'll,
Is
She
it
cuts her
hers?
hair, that'll take 10 years.
All right, we're winding up.
Live TV. Sorry, folks.
FEMA. Oh.
I've got a question for the panel. Does this mean Obamacare is here to stay?
Yeah, oh yeah. There's no.
It absolutely does.
There are some challenges still in the courts, with these faith-based organizations who are being forced to provide birth control and things that may be against their religion. That could possibly be a problem, and there are over 1,000 organizations that have gotten waivers from Obamacare, and so that is still kind of hanging in the balance. But ultimately, who's going to stop it now?
You've got Obamacare, which automatically tax 3% onto capital gains. You've got capital gains sunsetting December 31st. You've got the fiscal cliff You've got Supreme Court nominees. There's a lot of very, very impactful takeaways from tonight.
And I just want, as I look at the map, and Florida is still ahead for Obama, it seems that they've awarded Virginia to Obama. Florida has 27. You're talking 330 electoral votes, not as well as he did last time, but a pretty credible electoral victory.
And Roe versus Wade is implanted.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Larry, CBS News and the Associated Press now calling Virginia for President Obama.
Yeah.
All right. We thank you all very much. Oh, but then I didn't get the answer. Is Hillary?
I still believe it's Hillary Clinton and Jeb Bush.
Hillary Clinton and Jeb Bush. Clinton versus Bush. Where did we hear that?
Oh, boy.
Thanks to everybody. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. See you again. See you on Larry King Now tomorrow on Hulu via Orange.
Nate Silver called.
Night.
Nate Silver.
David, are you
called
staying?
the
We're done.
entire thing. Exactly.
We're done.